Wow. Fiona Apple is the summertime concert series here this morning. It's Bennington. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Oh, hi.
Don't let Fiona bring out the crazy girl in you.
I know. She really makes me want to go crazy.
That's the thing about Fiona. It gives crazy girls a little chance to go, gotcha. Gotcha. It's artistic.
She understands me.
I like the fact that she owns it, too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That most of these songs are like, yeah, I went crazy, but I'm still kind of blaming you. You know what I mean? Like, you're fucked up, but...
You knew I was crazy.
Yeah, and then you pushed it, didn't you? When you brought me the wrong lunch. I just have a feeling that... and by the way, I think she's probably the genius of her generation. But I feel like if you're dating her, you just come home and like you're hitting the key and you just open the door like, Fiona?
Is it
Fiona? You're just looking around, trying to guess the mood of the day. I don't know what's going on in summertime concert series. I heard echoing from the Today Show. It sounded like you too.
It did. It sounded like you were.
It couldn't have been because this would have been massive. And then Fox News was doing. They had the Dave's Barbecue out, and it looked like some kind of country rockers.
Yeah, just a country band. I'm not sure what their names were, but
yeah, they weren't out front yet. Chris, you got the summertime concert series?
Yeah. Today was Imagine Dragons.
Okay, that's the YouTube gimmick on it.
okay.
Next week's Flow Rider.
Okay,
Whoa,
big for you.
represent.
Yeah, you grew up in Flow Rider.
And after that, Shaggy.
All right, don't get too far.
All right, I'm just
saying. What are they doing over at the Fox News crew? And I know they're giving out free Dave's Barbecue.
Oh, yeah. Famous
nice.
Dave's.
And then hopefully throwing an axe.
I'm finding their summer concert series now.
Good. I always want to know everybody's summertime concert series.
It's like a nonstop festival here in New York City.
It really is. It's a morning festival. I mean, nothing happens at night. But in the 6 o'clock hour, we just rock.
We rock hard.
I wonder if you were Imagine Dragons, that would hurt your feelings or make you happy. That somebody's sitting like a block away and just hearing an echo and going, that can't be you too.
I think they would probably be pretty happy with that.
I think you're always upset if you're compared to anyone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I guess, nobody really does like to be compared to anyone. But if you're gonna be compared to someone who's like, you sound like a really huge rock band, that everyone would be excited to say.
But it sounds like you sound like you're copying a really huge rock band, like every cover band out there today. You're basically the Brother Joe of Imagine Dragons.
Do some covers. Yana Kramer is on Fox.
Well, I don't know that one.
Mm-mm.
She's an actress and country music singer.
Okay, so double threat.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. All right, I might just put Fiona back on and run downstairs and hang out with the Kramer crew. I hope they do it with Case.
Get some famous Daves for breakfast.
First thing in the morning. I mean, I know I like country music, but I'd like to have something other than barbecue.
No, morning rib. It's delicious.
That's actually just made me hungry. When I used to do morning radio, we were always starving. And basically, by the time the food arrived, like 8 o'clock, it was your second meal. Right. So we'd always either be eating steaks or ribs. And our listeners used to say, you guys fucking gross us out. You're just eating gross nighttime food. And I just woke up. And we just go, ribs are good. Have the strippers kiss each other. Let's throw ribs at the strippers. You know, one of the big things on the iBang this week was shooting the girl in the ass with gummy bears. I didn't think it was going to have the legs that it had.
Yeah.
Is that a misogynistic thing of let's shoot her in the ass with gummy bears? I mean, you can see that she seemed like she was directing it herself.
Yeah, she seemed very happy with it. But they did leave quite a mark.
Yeah, they did. Now, I don't think it's misogynistic. I would have if it was bullets.
Right.
That's where I would have been.
That's gone too far.
Hey, join us today. We're going to shoot a girl on her fat ass with bullets.
Slow motion.
Don't miss us. Kicking ass every morning. That's the other thing about terrestrial morning shows. They're just so aggressive. Wake up tomorrow morning, you a-holes. You know what I mean? It's time for you jerks to call in now.
Why are you calling us jerks? We like you. That's why we're listening.
Yeah. We're all a-holes. Because you can't say asshole, of course. You can't go that far with it. By the way, the number this morning, 866-969 1969.
Summer of Love.
Yeah, summer. Well, no, it was 2 years after Summer of Love. 67 was Summer of Love.
67 was. Why did I always think 69 was Summer of Love?
Well, I guess because of the 69. If I'm going to be totally honest.
Because of the sexual position, which is the most loving of all sexual positions.
It's the laziest, I believe. And that's the position that says, me too. I don't want to be left out. I don't trust you.
Tit for tat.
It's not tit, Chris. That's the only part.
No.
Clip for tat.
Oh, God.
That's what it should be called.
Oh, God.
Too early
what
for this
what a
shock jockery.
Yeah, he is. He's our shock jock. Stanley's out of his mind. Every morning from 69. And it's 69. We'll be taking caller 69. You a-holes.
He keeps calling us a-holes.
Join us every morning. We let it out. And, people actually buy homes doing shows like that. You just buy a home for yourself at the end of it. Aren't you the guy in the morning and it's so obnoxious? Yeah, I guess I am. Sorry. Yeah, it's me, T-Bone. No one ever uses their real name. You just crazy. Do it, T-Bone, yeah. Then he always has with the, right? With the Archer. What? Why is he the Archer? I mean, it's the Summer of Love. It's 1969. 69, Summer of Woodstock.
That's maybe where I'm getting confused.
69, Summer of Man Walking on the Moon.
And then what was so loving about 67?
Well, it was just, I think it really came from the Monterey Pop Festival.
Okay, that's what
that was the whole deal. If you're going to San Francisco, make sure you wear a flower in your hair. And I'd be like, hey, don't fucking don't set up some kind of thing now. I got to wear shit. You know what I mean? I just got out of Catholic school trying to be a hippie, and you're telling me I have to wear a flower in my hair.
It's like a cover?
Or what, Papa John? No one really has ever done the thing that John from the Mamas and Papas could have grown up to be Papa John, who just delivers pizza.
I think that's him.
Yeah. Get your morning pizza.
Papa John?
With Papa John. 69. What should I call it?
Why is he saying that?
Because it's rude. This is big political news, and the Republicans don't know how to deal with it right now, but in second place in New Hampshire, Donald T. Rump.
T. Rump?
Only
Moving up.
Yeah, only 5 points behind the latest Bush. It's freaking people out. It's freaking people out.
Is this going to happen?
Let's hope so.
Is this really real?
Why wouldn't it be? I think it's time we jerk the wheel in America. See what happens. Let's see what happens. I don't want another centralist.
It's been, 2 weeks since he declared, and he's already second place?
Second place, yeah.
Yeah,
mainly on his anti-Mexican vibe. That seems to be the big buzz about him.
Well, that we can all agree on.
Univision has said that they are dropping his Miss USA contest because he called them all rapists.
This is for real, and I can't be more excited for T-Rump to be bringing it this hard, this fast.
Then maybe it's time that you go and get registered. If you're a guy who suddenly is interested.
Really? You have never voted?
Nope.
You're kidding me.
Nope.
Why would he vote? He lives in New York City. It's just fucking Democrat, no matter what he does.
You could vote on, local stuff, state stuff.
No.
And, normally, this guy would have been getting a lot of buzz, but it seemed to quiet down. And supposedly he's going over to Livingston High School on Tuesday to make his announcement. Big Chris Christie. And if anything, I hope he shows up there wearing that same baseball uniform. And you know what I mean? And says something like, let's hit one out of the park. You know what I mean? And then he just takes a bat and goes like this. I'm going to clean up Washington with this. No brooms. I'm just going to be smashing fuckers with bats. See, in a normal year, Chris Christie would be the oddball, the one like, hey, what's the story with him?
Right.
That's all T-Rump right now.
I know.
This has really hurt Christie. That and the backwards man ass.
Yeah. I mean, considering he can't even get heat after showing his vagina.
Mangina.
Mangina.
But it's all about T-Rump, and he's gonna take it. He's gonna run with it, and hopefully he beats up China and Mexico and all the people that he said he was going to beat up for us.
Yeah.
I love the angle of it, though.
I mean, he's already selling multi-million-dollar apartments to the Chinese.
$15 million apartment.
One Chinese person.
No, they're in his pocket. That's what we know right now.
He's got brass in pocket.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have my phones set up today. It's like a funny joke. But I like funny jokes. Don't get me wrong. There we go. 866. Let me see where this number, because we switch numbers out all the time. That's why we need like a funny name thing. 866-969-1969. Now, is that Ope's normal number or is it our number?
That's Ope's normal number.
Okay, that's Ope's normal number. You won't be doing anything differently this morning that you've never done before. Hey, Jay, what's up?
Hey, brother.
Hey.
What you got to know about New Hampshire is within 90 miles of, Massachusetts is where 85% of the population live, and I know zero people that are discussing Donald Trump. So if they surveyed anybody, it's up north.
Wait. Yeah, well, hold on. Let's get back to this number exactly.
Yeah.
You're saying 85% of the people live outside of Boston? I don't understand this.
Yeah, it's all southern New Hampshire. Southern New Hampshire is where everybody lives.
You mean everybody in New Hampshire lives?
New Hampshire, yeah.
Okay,
everybody,
good.
yeah. But Nashua, Manchester, all the way over to Portsmouth is where everybody lives. I know absolutely. I mean, there's people who were discussing his crazy speech and were like, yeah, it sounds great, but he's a nut. So most of the normal people, he's not going to win.
But here's the deal. You're not going to go around telling people I'm voting for Trump. You're just going to quietly do it.
You know what? I didn't even think about that.
It's just like watching his TV show. You never run into anybody saying, hey, did you see Apprentice last night? Never. And yet that show keeps coming back.
You know what? You're 100% correct. I'm gonna start doing my own survey today and find out.
Yeah. Money
All right,
porn,
brother.
like any porn, is not really discussed in public. And there's a lot of money porn people that are crazy about Trump. A lot of those people went to Trump University online. Art of the Deal. Had the Trump water, the Trump steaks. All these things that are gone, by the way.
T-Rump University.
So, yeah, it's happening. It's going down. And he's going to be one of those kind of guys where you're like, I didn't think I liked them, but then I loved them.
And I think he would, I mean, what's a better face of America than T-Rump?
Yeah.
It's actually honest.
It is.
It's what's important to us.
Yeah. But look, was our dream for years. I want to see somebody in there who just says what's on his mind. He's not bullshitting.
Right.
That's T-Rump. Whether you like him or not, the agenda that he has is him, and if he says to us later, we ought to put condos up around the Grand Canyon, we'd make a lot of money, we'd take this debt down, then that's what we'll be getting.
Yeah, he'll give you the truth. Real stuff. He's real.
T-Ruth. He's going to be after the T-Ruth. That thing that said that, like, oh, you didn't think you liked him at first, but now you love him. That's one of those weird things that human beings do. And they'll come back and tell you, hey, now that we're friends, I have to tell you, when I first met you, I thought you were a real dick.
That is actually one of my least favorite things. I don't even understand why people think it's necessary if you have a negative first impression of someone. Mm-hmm. It's happened to me before where someone will be like, when I first met you, kind of thought you were going to be a bitch, but you're all right.
Yeah.
Why would you tell me that? Why would you say that to me?
Then you should say back, I used to think you were cool, but now I realize that you're a fucking secretive dick.
Just now I realized it.
Yeah, it's just happening for me right now.
But why would anyone feel the need to express that? Is this something that mostly women do, or do you think men do it as well?
No, men do it.
They
Men
do.
do it. Yeah, I mean, we get it here in radio all the time. First time I turned on your show, I hated you guys. No, I'm addicted. And you're just like, fuck you. Turn off the radio forever.
Or at least just keep that part to yourself. Just like, why even express it? Like, you can have that feeling, but then why do you want me to know it?
I think it's better if you express it up front and be like, I don't know you yet, but you give off a real asshole vibe.
Right.
I'm going to stay with it. Don't worry. I'm staying with it. But that just goes to show that your poker read is terrible.
Can I tell you the worst one that was ever done to me?
Yeah, but I want to go beat the person up.
A friend of mine who is a gay male. I feel like that's important to the story.
Sure, always out there.
And he said to me, I really love that we've become so close. And it's so surprising to me because when I first met you, I didn't think I would like you because I don't like short people and I don't like girls with long hair.
What?
What? Why are you saying this to me?
You know, I'm glad that you told me that, and because I don't normally like men who suck other men's penises.
But you know what? For you, I make an exception.
Yeah. I normally judge people's seconds into looking to them.
Also, short people and women with long hair do not have a common personality. Like, you know how all short people act.
Short people with long hair always bother gays. What? Randy, this song is not working anymore. Go back and work on it again.
The long hair thing is a weird stance to take.
Well, guys get it. You know, I mean, that was the defining thing of a guy years ago was if he had long hair, it meant something. I don't know if I guess women with short hair get judged.
But I've never heard the length of your hair is really a problem for me. Seems like you're going to have a personality situation.
There's a little song called Almost Cut My Hair by Mr. David Crosby that tells the tale. Speaking of which, David Crosby will be on our afternoon show called Bennington.
I'm very excited.
And not only David Crosby, but also Mr. William Hurt.
I know.
It's like a Charlie Rose show that we're putting on here.
It's a very big day for us.
It is. It's the biggest day in the history of the Bennington show.
Definitely.
Chris, I know that we're doing some 4th of July time off.
Yeah.
What are some of the big best of stuff that you picked for people?
I'll pull it up right now because, we have some days off and curating the best of, so it's going to be really fun.
We got it. We see. You're trying to drag it out. As you said, coming up 4th of July, that's when the country celebrates. The country celebrates its birthday. Anniversary of its birth. Little known fact, there were 13 states early on. There's also Uncle Sam will be here, the Boston Pops. What are some of the best ofs?
I have a little bit of Joe List on the best of from his last appearance on the show.
Very hilarious.
Well, Tom Waits shows up.
Nice.
My jinxing ability shows up on these next best ofs.
Well,
it always does. You ever notice that the guy who picks out the best of is always the center of the best of?
It's my best work.
I like shows up as the new hit thing. Not we've scheduled. They show up.
They just arrive.
Hey, it's me, a clip of Joe List. How's everybody doing? I'm not sure if this is a best of.
Yes, it's a best of.
Maybe it's the sell on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, could be.
And I think that we do have to point out that that's a Tom Waits impersonator, not actually Tom Waits showing up.
I don't know. It's pretty convincing, though.
Yeah, it is. Of course it is.
I could see how someone could get confused.
Short people got long hair, and short people are kind of dicks, and short people don't like gays at all.
Yes, we do.
Now, can you still be friends with somebody after they say something like that to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst thing I've ever heard him say, so I guess I have to live with it. It's his personality.
You're only friends with him because he's a gay guy.
No.
That's what I say. You like having a gay friend.
I have many gay friends. Don't need just one. lot of women think you just need one.
You're out as my gay friend.
This is my gay. I hate that term so
They
much.
say that?
Yeah, my
What?
gay. Like, this is my gay best
Like
friend.
they own them.
This is my gay. Like, you're saying this is my dog.
Attack him, gay.
Get him, gay.
I'm sorry, I gotta leave. My gay hasn't shown up, and I don't want to walk in the place without my gay.
Are you saying guy?
This is why
No,
people
gay.
do not like women, I think, because of things like that. Things like that. That's the reason I don't like women.
I will say, though, that yes, that sounds like women treat gay men as an accessory, but I do think gay men do the same thing with women.
Sure.
They both treat each other like an accessory.
Yeah, I think there's some truth to that. I think everybody but the straight white male is on some kind of weird agenda, and they're fucking weirdos.
You
They
guys
don't
are on
like
a weird
football.
agenda.
Really? Sports?
Mm-hmm.
Guns? Fishing?
Sure. Business.
Going to the moon? You're welcome, Earth. We've gone to the moon, not just for us white men, but for all mankind.
You guys do everything good.
So far, I'm sure there will be a time when a black gay man will go to the moon.
Mhm.
It just hasn't happened yet.
But still not a woman.
Maybe a little Chinese woman that could come along with everybody.
She's small. She'll fit in the shuttle.
Does she have long hair, though?
That is the thing. If she's short with long hair, I do not T-rust her. I don't T-rust her anymore. Paul and chicken in a car won't go. Chicago, that second city, that toddling town, the windy city, the city with the big shoulders, the hog butcher to the world.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank
The
you for
second
the introduction.
city,
I definitely
the
appreciate
city
it.
of oats, the city that man forgot.
City with a lot of nicknames.
All right, guys. Hey, I was just wondering. I mean, I totally understand what's the gimmick with Donald Trump. I mean, he says what's on his mind, which is 99% bullshit half the time.
Mm-hmm.
But to run the country, I mean, I wonder if people have forgotten. He's declared, well, him not personally, but his businesses have went through bankruptcy 4 times. So I don't get the
You
idea
try to make
of
that
him
big
running the
ugly hotel
government.
down Atlantic City work. It couldn't be
It's
done.
not easy.
It looked like an Indian palace in the middle of the ghetto.
And people
Did
aren't
not-
allowed to fail?
Excuse me?
I said people aren't allowed to fail, Paul?
Well, that's the thing. Do you want your president to fail? As your
You want to give
president,
him all
I
the power.
failed.
You want to give him all the power for this country.
Well, as we
Go
watch
ahead.
with the last 2 presidents, this isn't even that much power.
Yeah.
You know?
It's just a little bit.
It's
He's
a
just your
little-
showman, really.
Yeah, he's just going to go around and open up malls for people.
Mm-hmm.
You know? The real power is divided between the Supreme Court and corporate America.
Yeah.
Now, the Republicans are mad at the Supreme Court, including some of the Republican judges, for backing up the Obamacare.
Well, what are we going to turn on our backs on it now that we've started it? Now
See,
we're
that's the thing. That's why it's very difficult. That's why people fight tooth and nail on it over everything. Is now what are we going to do? Stop it once it starts?
We're used
that's
to it.
going to be more annoying.
That's
Let's just make it better.
see. You're saying don't just be socialist, be really socialist.
Yes. That's my recommendation.
Here's Matt in VA. Matt.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
I had a buddy, there's a guy who's kind of like on the outlier. He'd always come around with other friends. And, during the summertime, we always grill out and everything. And it was mostly at my house. And after about a couple months of the guy, he came up to me. He's like, at first I didn't like you because you were always inviting people over to cook out and play horseshoes. And, this whole grilling thing, it's not my thing, but you're pretty cool. And I looked at him. I fucking swear to God, I told the guy to get out of my house.
That's good. I'm glad that you did that.
Out of my house.
Get out of my house. You know what? I invite everybody over, but you, sir. You are not part of this. You will not be attending the cookouts.
Exactly. I hate a guy for grilling. Get the fuck away from me.
Yeah, I don't need your honesty.
Also, who takes a stance against grilling?
Well, some people hate that other people are the center of attention. You know what I mean? So, like, if there's somebody who's real outgoing, you always hear from somebody, I hate them. They think that they're everything, the way they're always backslapping and seeing if anybody needs anything. And, you know what I mean? Like they will hate. I know people who hate positive people. You know what I mean? They'll be like, oh, they're so up all the time. I can't stand it. Haters gotta hate. This is something new I want to trademark starting today. But I want to spell the hater with an 8.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Then you can do it just real fast if you need to write it out.
H, then the 8 and ER. I can't come up with a number for ER. I wish I could. I think a 3 would work. But
That's perfect.
They do not like people for whatever reason. No one is going to get outside of hate it.
It's also, people use it like the backhanded compliment when you've done a good job at something. Like they'll say, hey, I can't believe you pulled this off. This is really great. You know, when I first heard that you were working on this, didn't think it was going to go so well.
Yeah, we've all done that with Stanley before.
But I am shocked.
Yeah, we've all done it with Stanley, and it works out to the way. But that's the thing. Didn't think you'd be able to pull it off, big man. But look at you. You went and brought up 3 names of the best of that you've barely put together.
Thank you.
And kept saying showing up no matter what it was. Tom Waits showing up. Joe List showing up.
Everyone's showing up.
Yeah, they're going to be there.
But yeah, that backhanded compliment. Or if you do something like people like Chris goes the take his dish to the kitchen. I'm like, hey, leave that for Gail. She loves to be the cleanup person.
What?
Do you ever see people do that?
Good point, Ron.
She'll take care of this.
Hey, Beer Run, Stanley. We always call him Beer Run because he loves to be the guy who leaves the party, goes out and get more cases of beer.
Do I?
Yeah, Risk a Dewey. Get out there, do your thing. Beer Run. Beer Run's running for beer. Joey Jojo always has weed. Joey, start rolling your joint, your famous joint.
Got it.
So Joey'd be like, that's my position, dude.
That's my thing.
That's my thing. Now for some joint rolling. That is true. People love to do that thing. People are dicks.
They are.
But that's me just judging humanity very quickly. People are dicks.
Humanity, when I first met you, I thought you were all dicks.
Planet Earth, at first I thought you were so dirty and dusty, filled with bugs and animals and disease. But now that I have a house, I don't mind you so much because I'm able to put my house on top of you. I think that's the whole reason for technology, is to get further away from Earth and to create so much comfort that you can't stand it.
Right. Because we're all just making up for the fact that we were really uncomfortable for all of existence until...
Yeah. Like every time it rained, people just huddled together, tried to rub their naked bodies together. This sucks.
This is horrible. You think this is going to stop?
You know what? I wish we were ducks. I think that really the Earth was intolerable until about 50 years ago. 50 years ago,
Right.
finally, we had air conditioner and central heat, TV.
I mean, we only recently just started sleeping on soft things. We
Yeah.
haven't even been doing that very long.
Imagine that if you were just a person who slept on the ground as much. First of all, they didn't even have a pillow for most of humanity.
God.
Most of humanity, your head was just on something hard
Right.
on the ground.
I've covered these sticks with some leaves and
With a rock base.
make it a bed.
How long has it been since you just didn't have to sleep with everybody in your town, too? Just like everyone get together. That's why when the wild wolves start to pull some of us away, you're just laying there. And there's just always someone like, can't get comfortable. Because we're sleeping in a fucking cave. That's why you're not comfortable. We're freezing cold in a cave. Ow. Oh, I forgot this. Wolves are near us.
I'd like to please get on the inside of this circle. I don't want to be one of the outer.
Don't put me on the
wolf bait.
perimeter, please.
They say that, like, if you did have a time machine and you brought people here from the past, that they would die from the overstimulation.
Right.
They said like if we brought a cowboy here he would just have his hands over his ears running, just like he wouldn't be able to stand the noise.
It's horrifying.
Yeah.
Just like right now, what seems quiet in this room would just be even buzzing.
It would be, he would just hear the electricity.
Yeah.
What is that? Are these hornets? No, dude. That's what's keeping what you call little suns on. That keeps all of our little suns burning. We just try to explain everything to them. Yes, water comes out of the side of the wall. Huh? Isn't that better than going down to the river with your hat?
How about this regulated temperature? Whatever temperature you'd like, we'll make it.
No more fire.
Do you want it more wintry or more summery? What do you want? We control the weather inside this room.
Yeah, turn up the winter. Go ahead. He'll like it.
You want it a little more wintry? Do you, Columbus? Yeah, just grab somebody who was like considered like the smartest fucking person of his time. Like, hey, Copernicus, let's see if you can use this iPad. I doubt it.
Wrap your giant brain around that.
Now let me show you a baby who can use it.
Yeah. Oh, see this baby right here, Einstein? Way smarter than you when it comes to the smartphones. I think there's a dumb phone over there that you could use by cranking and asking for a lady to connect you to someone. He would just be sitting around dumbfounded.
What is this place?
How did I get so stupid? I left being the smartest person in the world. Now I couldn't even win on Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Be like, I guess I have to do a lot of reading to catch up with you guys. Oh, no. We don't do that anymore.
No, we have little boxes that do the books for us and fake people that act it out. Hey, we had plays, so I know exactly where you're going there.
Oh, okay. You get it then.
Oh, by the way, that moon that you stared at for so many generations, been there, done it. Don't even want to go back.
All of you?
No, just a couple guys.
But it counts.
The Apollos. The Apollos went there. Do you ever see how many satellites that we have now? It's like, it's tough for a fucking spaceship even to break through.
It's weird. It's just like it's just like a cloud of dust.
Yeah, space trash. It's like we have space trash.
Is that real?
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. And it's the reason why your phone is able to connect you to someone else, or you're able to watch a television show live.
Why are you doing quotes for all these?
I'm trying to put it in a way that you can understand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Without those quotes, I never would have got it.
Just in the way that you eat your bacon sandwich every day. But we have just fucked everything up with satellites. I thought there was only a couple. I thought there was the Sirius XM satellites.
Right.
And and that MTV satellite.
Sure, I've seen that.
They actually bragged. MTV bragged about having a satellite, and they would take a picture of it. And now everybody has one.
Look at how shitty that looks.
I know.
It looks so cluttered.
It looks like our own fucking backyards. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the thing is like when a satellite stops working or it's outdated, we don't throw it away. It just keeps floating around the planet.
Someone needs to collect those.
I think it's great because this might keep UFOs from seeing us.
Right.
They're like, that junk planet around there is nothing. Let's just keep going.
It looks really stinky. It's just covered in trash.
Filthy. And look, all those things have come in, like, really most of them, like the last 10, 15 years.
It makes me feel like itchy or something. Like it just looks
too
like
satellite-y.
God, clean up.
You can actually see a lot of shit like that just with your eye. You're like, oh, like you'll be out at night and you're like, oh, look at that plane going by. No, it isn't.
Really?
Yeah.
It's bizarre.
Yeah, it's
There's
bizarre.
way more than I thought there was. That looks horrible.
This was written into us. You guys have put overly positive people on your deal breaker list. Remember when we used to play Deal Breaker?
PC and D.
Yeah, we never play that anymore.
I know. We need to play a game sometime.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know where that went. It was our favorite thing in the whole world.
No.
And we blew it.
And we learned so much about each other.
And mankind. Mankind should have been my business. This is good. And it's set up so we will never, ever have another mass shooting. The Confederate flag is being removed from Apple video games.
Yeah, there's video games where it's like, Civil War video games, and now you can't be on the App Store anymore.
All right, thank you. I should have pointed to that. These Civil War video games.
Not just flag games.
Yeah, it's not going to be a Miss Pac-Man.
Right.
It's the Civil War video games. I never get specific enough. But you talk about tipping points, right?
Right.
Things can happen so fast now. I guess it's because of the internet where everybody jumps in together. But when you hear stuff like that, you'll just find out, like, at any given time, we might just get rid of buses. You know what I mean? Like, something could come up, some kid on a bicycle gets hit by a bus. Those big things are out there you can't see. And next thing you know is buses have been banned all over the country.
No more buses.
You could end up losing buses or cartoons or French fries.
Yeah.
Something
Hot dogs. Definitely.
Something just happens really fast, and then the country turns on it.
It's bizarre. Do you think that anyone is, like, even the people who initially said, okay, let's pull this flag down from the state capitol, is anyone going, oh, well, now this is too far. That's not what I meant. Like, the people who started this were like,
I didn't think every flag. I just wanted one gone.
Just one particular flag. If that's not going to be there, no one can have the flag then.
You happy now, Claude? Now there's no flags. All because of you. Ethel, I didn't want to get rid of every flag. Just the one. And then that goddamn Twitterverse went off on its own. Well, it's all your fault. I was going to make a flag cake and the cops came over and they took away my baking soda. It happens that fast in this country, where you just go, flags, they're the problem. And everyone just runs over and beats it with a stick. It's almost what America's become, is this gang, this little crowd that have sticks and porch, and they don't know what to beat until someone points out something.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Everyone get it.
In the old days, it's what they would do to a lame person or a child who couldn't hear. What if it spreads? And they're just beating it with a stick until it's dead.
He's got the devil in him.
Yeah. Devil ears! Devil ears! Now, if you have a Civil War game, the way Chris Stanley pointed out to us, right?
Yeah.
You have to have that flag.
Yeah, it's kind of necessary. What, are we not going to talk about the Civil War now? Now it's just getting weird.
Let's attack them Southerners. They don't have a flag. What? We did have one.
No.
We took it out of the game. We are a country without a flag.
I think now we're getting into, not to say video games are like the only way of preserving this history, but it's a beginning to kind of whitewashing something.
Well, America, the Obama said the flag belongs in a museum, and that has been repeated so many times. Take it to the museum where it belongs. Like, now we've all agreed on that.
That's official?
That we finally get around and we all agreed. And we've got to the point now that there's no one, of course, that can stick up for this flag.
Right.
And no one can say to themselves, hey, maybe we should keep the flag that the kid wore on his jacket when he shot all those people in the church.
What?
We have not had the gun debate. That's why the Republicans are just going like this. Let them take the flag.
Mm-hmm.
Let them take the flag. And they're just sitting there just making more guns.
Yeah.
You got the flag. Guess you're the winner.
You guys did it.
It's figured out.
But yeah, no one is opposing this. You think, I don't know, there'd be a couple history buffs at least saying, hey, listen, it should not be taken out of a Civil War video game.
Pat in Jersey. Pat.
Really makes me laugh, Ronnie. I just imagine some family from South Carolina went to Spain for the week,
and they came home, and everything's different.
Yeah, like they went to Tokyo for work with Dad, and they come back out in 2 weeks. Where's the flags? Where's the flags? Their neighbors are saying, shh, you don't want to be called to flag it. Just don't even bring it up. Don't go anywhere near that flag. They're just quietly walking around.
There never was a flag.
You understand me, boy? There wasn't a flag. Now get to sleep. Get to sleep with this gun up against your forehead.
I can't.
You wake up, this gun goes off. Make
I'll
sure
sleep
your
then.
kids can sleep. With gun at night. Rocky, Strong Island.
What's up, Benningtons?
Hey, what do you say?
They're taking the Confederate flag out of video games, but Castle Wolfenstein, still cool to have Nazi flags all over the place.
Well, a Nazi didn't run into a church shooting people. That flag is fine.
What have they ever done? Yeah, and it's kind of strange, too, all the debate that has happened about video games. Violence in video games and, even, sexual content. And this is the one thing we're definitely okay with getting rid of.
It's the first one that ever worked that way. And I mean, I'm now acting like, good, we got flags. Now let's get video games and rap music, and I'll be fine. And you know what I'm always trying to do this, because I'm a rock and roll guy. It's rap music. I'll just yell it from the back. It's that gangster rap. just trying to get some of my radio stations back. I'd blame anything on gangster rap. All right, let me read some of the stuff that people wrote into hashtag Bennington. The North finally won the century-long game of capture the flag. G-Man says, maybe we should send a woman astronaut to space to clean up the space trap. Hashtag Bennington. Little Lauren says, Fridays are awesome because we get a double shot of hashtag Bennington in the morning and afternoon. We haven't seen her in a while.
Sweet Lauren, where are you?
There are people here that you'll see every day, and then you won't see for months at a time, and then you'll see them again, and they'll be like, no, I've been here. Really? Because right now you can shoot a goddamn bullet and not hit a person all the way down that hall. Fridays in New York, there's nothing like it.
You could fly a Confederate flag all the way down that hallway, and no one would
we
get you in trouble.
We could honestly have a bonfire in here on Fridays, and no one would mind. I love the city in the summer on Fridays. I got here in my cab, 1954 prices. You just zoom right in. Nothing stops you. It cost me 75 cents to get in here today.
It was like Vanilla Sky all the way here.
Yeah, Fridays are Vanilla Sky. I'm sure that's when he shot it.
Didn't even
No permits.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock in the morning. Johnny Rocks said that people hate him for his famous pants collection. Yeah, I do. I kind of do.
It's true.
When I first met you, I didn't think that you had that many famous pants.
No,
Now
I
I
guess you're
realize
not
you
as
do.
big as dick as I thought you were.
Guess it really wasn't that many pants.
Brian in Charlotte. Hey, Brian.
What's going on, boys? It's weird to see the General Lee pixelated like it's got a giant dick on top of it.
It's like Asian porn.
I forget the guy, Cooter, I guess, from General Lee, came out and said, we're going to keep on riding around in the General Lee. We got a failed TV show and then a failed movie, and it's going to live on forever. Hey, I think we should have a vote right now. Joey, you get a vote. Stanley, you get a vote. Do we want to keep Gail's nickname of Sweet Lauren that she handed out this morning? Do we want to start and call her Sweet Lauren?
I'll call her Sweet Lauren, yeah. Yes, vote yes.
I'll vote yes as well. I like Sweet Lauren.
I'm going against it because I like a double L sound.
Okay. Lovely Lauren?
That's a little busy, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Loser Lauren?
No.
Lone Lauren?
How about Lauren the Lip? Because she's always, talking.
She's lipping off a lot.
Yeah.
She's shooting that mouth off.
What about Oldies Lauren? You know what I mean? Get that thing going because she's always... How about Cousin Lauren?
That works, definitely.
You know what? I just
Cousin
figured
Lauren.
out. The toughest part of this, of giving her nickname, is the Lauren part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drop the Lauren, maybe.
Yeah.
That's where we're getting our...
How about we just call her the Lion? Two
Ooh,
reasons.
yeah.
She's strong, and she's always lying, no matter what she's bringing
The
up.
Lion.
Yeah.
Laura the Lion. Just Lion is fine.
Laura the Lion is pretty good, though. What about Double L?
Yeah. Even though she's only one L in her name. What's up, Double L?
What?
Well, the first one's for the lion part.
Yeah.
What
Double
lion part?
L.
We're also calling you Lion Lauren.
But this is,
Oh, I forgot to tell you.
this is short. This is a shortened version of it.
Good name. You got a nickname and even shorter one.
Yeah. I don't know. She's from Staten Island, right?
Yeah.
That never helps.
SI.
It's called Shaolin. Shao Lauren.
Oh,
Shao Lauren
okay,
might
we're
be onto
getting
something. I like the way we get to see the way your brain works.
Shao Lauren.
Shaolin, Shaloren,
Lynn.
Shalom, Shalom. What if we just call her the Jew?
L'chaim.
Does that work? Is that
You want to
good?
go with that? You want to go with Steen? Lawrence Steen? Is that your thing?
Berg? Does that work?
Some right now, Jenny Hutt's going, they never make up nicknames for me.
Gotta think of one.
Oh, we got a nickname for her. We got a nickname for her. Here's Charlie. Charlie.
Hey, I think the Southern blacks should make this their own, the way the Christians took that image of Jesus on the cross the Romans used to shove in their face all the time and started making jewelry out of it.
That is got to be annoying.
Maybe bling up some Confederate flags.
Yeah. You think, like, after, like, if everything about the Bible's true and you die and you get to heaven, Jesus is going to say, this is what you had to represent me, the thing that killed me?
You know, I did a lot of great stuff.
Right. You couldn't have had some of the cool, like me fixing somebody?
Yeah, why can't it just be like me walking on water? I mean, that was pretty cool, guys.
Well, we all do it now. We call it skiing. So we're not that impressed. At the time, it was great.
So you're not so great, are you?
Wouldn't it be funny if you just saw like a thing of him behind a boat and they were pulling him with a rope?
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Turns out he was just a really nice guy.
Yeah. Everyone else is like, it's too hard for you to ski. Did you see this thing up in this little village? And they have a seal, right? It begins with a W. It's like White something, Chris. You'll be able to find it on the iBag. What's the name of the town?
Whitesboro, New York.
All right, now Whitesboro, which is already a problem. There is their seal, and it's a white dude choking out an Indian.
Oh my God!
And you know, now that this Confederate flag thing has brought people up to that.
Okay. This is nuts.
Now, this is the kind of problem that you would expect on Parks and Recreation, you know, where they would have some seal that life is going by.
How's it lasted?
Now,
You know what I like about it? Subtle. It's very subtle.
well, they are defending this by saying they were friendly wrestling, and that's how the white people and Indians became friends.
He has his hands on his throat, though.
Allegedly.
Is he in a sharpshooter? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he's
And he's
definitely.
being thrown to the ground.
Yeah.
He's on his way down.
Here in Whitesboro, we look to our seal, where a white man is choking an Indian until he passes out, as a way of saying, welcome to Whitesboro. Summer has started. Whitesboro means friendship. It's hysterical, isn't it?
It's amazing.
I want that patch. If they're selling them, I have to have that.
We use a beautiful maroon color. For
Dude,
the
white
native.
man kind of looks like a zombie, to be totally honest.
Yeah, it's kind of actually a little eerie. You're right. He's just very white in the face.
Are you saying too white?
I think Whitesboro a little too white.
That could be their motto on the new patch once this thing gets taken down.
I don't know that if you guys are too young to remember when Crayola Crown had a They had a crayon is the way you folks say it. I say crown from where I come from.
And I say
But
crayon.
They had a, you do? You say
Yes.
crayon for name? It's a crayon.
I didn't know that was stupid until I moved to New York. They're like, what are you saying?
Cranberry?
Crayon. It's one syllable. Crayon.
And that's weird because I grew up when we said crown.
Crown.
It was a crown. But there was one Crayola crayon that was just called Flesh. And it was something, and then black people were going, we have flesh. too. That's not the only color of flesh.
Flesh of all people.
Flesh of the ruling class. So that's what I think if you were to have it be a kid and draw that, you would put it up that way. Choke out an Indian.
Now, when I was a kid, I remember, and I don't know if Crayola put them out, but they were a set and they were all flesh tones of all people. So it was just different variations of like tans and browns.
Is that right?
Yeah. But then you'd have to also, incorporate your own crayons.
Crayons. It's hard, right? To say.
Crayons.
Take the crayons and the water. I'm trying so hard to speak like you.
When I was a kid, there was a conversation in my class where somebody was saying, my cousins came to visit.
Yeah.
And they say crayon in like this really weird way. And they were saying crayon. And we were like, what are they, British? And we were like laughing, crayon. So we were all saying, oh yeah, different people pronounce it differently. And I remember these two twin girls were in my class. And we were like, hey, how do you guys pronounce this? And in unison, they go, Crayola. They're not all Crayolas. They're all Crayolas.
Why are they robots? Because they're twins?
Yeah, because all twins talk like creepy robots.
Ugh, I would have killed them, even in school.
You know what? We got to get rid of these twins.
And then
really
their eyes
freaking
started
me out.
glowing. Hey, your chance to come to an Unmasked, and this is going to be a damn good one. It's Jim Gaffigan and his wife, Jeannie Gaffigan. That is coming up July 9th. Caroline's Comedy Club. Go over to the iBank for your chance to win tickets. But it's going to be an exciting night.
That's going to be awesome.
I think that you're going to see Jim Gaffigan get schooled by his wife a couple times.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah,
Prediction.
Well, I think all men, if you go on stage with your wife, you're at one point going to be, I'm sorry, honey, I spoke over you.
Ugh. I am now in trouble.
Who do you think speaks over people more, men or women?
I think actually men do it more. Yeah, men.
I think so too.
Men do it more, and they don't feel as bad. Like women might start to, and then they go, "Oh my god, I'm sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry."
Yeah, I'm going to finish my thought now.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
good.
But I think men do it like kind of unapologetically.
Yes.
And it's not any hurt feelings about it.
I'm forcing my way to domination. It's a free show at Caroline's. Go to the iBang. The iBang, they've got a great new TV show that Gaffigan's going to be doing on TV Land. And Jim is starring in it, but they're both the executive producers. And I think it's going to be one of those shows that takes him even to a whole new level.
Yeah.
And he's doing stuff like playing Madison Square Garden now. You know what I mean? Like he has an incredible following. So you want to get in on this.
Yeah.
It's Jim and Jeannie Gaffigan. July 9th. Go to the iBank for your chance for free tickets for an Unmasked with Jim and Jeannie Gaffigan. I think we should break here. Lots more coming up. This is Bennington. The great Fiona Apple. I always think if Gwyneth Paltrow's kid married her, she'd end up be Apple.
Apple. Double A.
Double A. Lauren, down the hall.
Yeah. Perfect. That definitely works.
Let's start and call her Double A.
We'll send that out.
Double A. Who do you send it out to? And how come I'm not on this group text? Hey, we come up with a new nickname. We're calling her Double A.
Everybody, Realize it.
Everybody club getting tipsy. This is the Bennington Show, 866-969-1969, or hashtag Bennington if you're one of those people who's out there in the Twitterverse tweeting up the twits.
That's how you can reach us.
We're doing our show again this afternoon, the Bennington Show over on Raw Dog. Two special guests, David Crosby and William Hurt.
I am thrilled. Those are awesome.
Yeah, they are. Now, here's the thing. One of those guys was in Accidental Tourist, and another one was in Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. You will find out later on the Bennington Show.
You're going to have to tune in
which
to find out.
Which.
Can't wait.
Yeah. What would you rather, whose life would you have rather had? You're an actor who's done all these fabulous movies, or it's getting to the point where I'm no fun. Which one? Quickly.
Hurt.
Crosby.
I don't think it's close. I don't think you pick anything over being a rock star.
I know.
I mean, rock star or astronaut, rock star.
Mm-hmm.
Rock star or heart surgeon, rock star.
Rock star president.
Rock star. I think if it was between president and garbage man, I wouldn't pick president.
Oh, definitely.
It's a shitty job. The only good thing about it is you get to live in an old creaky house. That's the best part.
Yeah, you got this big old house. Free. Rent free, I assume.
You're not going to see him sitting around like, I got to do a gig this weekend. Not only that, they don't even want you carrying around money or your wallet. They take your license.
No ID.
You cannot drive. Forget ID. You cannot drive a car for that.
We know why Chris is concerned. He's worried he's not getting into the bars if he's president. Believe me,
First of all,
you're going to get in.
He doesn't have any legal ID on him. What is your ID? One of those New York fucking cards?
I have a learner's permit. Which
I thought maybe you'd have like one of those like immigrant identification.
Yeah,
cards.
a learner's permit lasts 6 months.
Yeah, it's expired. So it's there is no like legal. It's not legal at all. No.
How do you travel?
I do have a passport.
So a passport supersedes anything else because don't you have to have a second kind of ID besides the passport?
I think the passport's the big deal. I don't think
bigger than anything.
Yeah, I think if you provide a passport, no other questions.
See, that's a problem.
I didn't realize.
So, are you telling me the New York cops are going to respect the passport?
Oh, they will. They have to.
Here's my passport, officer. Well, but you're an American, asshole.
I prefer this.
Passport and registration, please.
Yes. I have passport T-Rump solved, and I'm the first to know it. Well, what ID do you have on you now? Because I was hoping to take you guys down to the Hershey store in between shows.
Yes. Thank you.
What is across the street from the Hershey store? There's another candy store, the M&M store.
M&M store. That's
right
so
across.
You got this entire city, and these guys are right across the street with their mega stores,
feuding for
in each other's faces.
and the kids go into it, and the parents go into it, and I'm like, you can't get M&Ms in your town? You really have to stand in line here?
Oh yeah,
to get an M&M?
This is where it all happens.
If I go to New York, I'm going to get the same candy I can get in the mall.
I went with my little cousins to both of those. They were thrilled.
Yeah.
Thrilled.
Because it's a store totally dedicated to candy.
Yes.
Yeah, those kind of stores didn't exist when I was a child. There's a place down on the Lower East Side. I don't know what the name of it is, but you go in there, it's really packed.
Yeah.
But there's so much old school candy that you see everybody who's like 40 and above just like, oh, look at these wafers. It's just like adults just screaming, they've got candy dots. They're just eating these dots up. And there's no way that you could sell candy on paper to an adult unless that person got addicted to it when they were a little kid.
Right.
Because you end up with paper in your mouth.
That's not something that you would buy in the line at the grocery store. You're like, actually, I'm going to pick up some of these paper dots.
Oh, good, they're here.
But,
Eat these in the car.
Even with candied cigarettes, well, you guys probably wouldn't remember them, but we did.
I had them, yeah.
They
were around.
They never tasted good. They tasted like the 1910.
I'm aware people feel that way, but I actually like a chalky candy. It's a weird thing.
First of all, I'm freaked out that you would just even say chalky candy.
I don't know why.
That is some measurement.
I'm aware that most people list Necco wafers as their least favorite candy, but to me, I think they're actually pretty good.
Well, let me take a look at Necco wafers.
It's
Chris,
give
me a
chalky tag.
It's chalky, and again, that looks like Teddy Roosevelt would have gotten it.
It's wrapped in wax.
It doesn't look like anyone past the year 1950 would enjoy that. There's no reason a Necco wafer ever should be sold. You know, you can go out and buy like these things called 1970s candies, 1960s candies, 1980s. They ship it to your house.
It's like a box of all
just from that one era. And it's pretty thrilling when it comes in, and it's the markup is ridiculous. But worst candy ever, I don't think it's the Necco wafer. But I'm going to give you a candy that some people hate that I like, even though I haven't had it in decades, is those orange peanuts.
Circus peanuts.
Yeah.
They're disgusting.
Oh, they're nasty.
They're so disgusting.
They remind me of penicillin medicine. It's just a really nice taste.
Here's what I don't understand. Why do they taste like banana medicine? They're orange, and they're called circus peanuts and in the shape of a peanut.
You have to remember the world was a crazy place.
It doesn't make sense.
They definitely seem like they're Civil War candy. I haven't had one in years, but I would eat one right now. And when I say years, I mean decades. See if there's a history of, like a Wikipedia page, of when these things were done, when they came out.
In 1940s, they were sold in 5 and dime stores.
They're disgusting.
All right, go to Necco wafers now. I'm curious to know, because a Necco wafer looks like it should be dropped in water and then drank to fucking fix your stomach.
Necco wafers date back to 1847.
Yes.
I knew it.
They were carried by Union soldiers.
First of all, why are you even called Union? You're American. Worst candy ever. I don't think I struggle with this at all. By the way, we'll put it out there for people too. 866-969-1969. 866-969-1969. The fact that there's a candy that you reject is so kind of odd, because a candy is supposed to make people happy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I can honestly just say, simple black licorice is disgusting to me.
I will one up you there, because for me, the worst candy ever is the Good and Plenty, which is the candy coated licorice flavored pills that it was like the worst thing. The first time I had them, I was like, why is this a candy?
Do you like a Good and Fruity?
What's it? Oh, that's like the kind of like the Mike and Ike version of the Good and Plenty.
That's exactly what it is.
I don't prefer it, but nothing could be worse than the Good and Plenty.
I like a Good and Plenty, but I swallow it like a pill. I don't bite into it.
You enjoy it.
What's the point?
I just sit and swallow them one after another.
I'm going to need a large glass of water to get through this box of Good and Plenty. They're disgusting. And I remember, somebody would have them, you'd hear the box shaking as a child. You're like, that sounds like candy. You put your hand out. Disgusting.
It's one of the most famous commercials of all time. Charlie says, love my Good and Plenty. I mean, that thing was as big as any commercial in history. And it really is just a candied flavored licorice drop.
Once upon a time there was an engineer. Choo-choo Charlie was his name, we hear. He had an engine and he sure had fun. He's good and plenty candy to make his train run.
Charlie says, love my Good and Plenty. Charlie says, really rings the bell. Charlie says, love my Good and Plenty. Don't know any other candy that I love so well.
And it's just a total lie.
It's disgusting.
By the way, do you
I
notice
don't believe any child liked that candy.
By the way, do you notice that both those people have the perfect early cartoon voices?
Yeah.
You know? They could have been on every Christmas special out there.
Oatmeal?
Tom.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi. How you doing?
Good.
Worst candy ever, Tootsie Roll. Not quite chocolate. Certainly not candy.
Tootsie Rolls is almost forgotten, too. Now, you had the little Tootsie Roll that wasn't bad, but the big giant Tootsie Roll was just way too much.
Yeah, the little one's okay.
Yeah.
I loved them.
My wife actually gave me, on the day that I went to my grandmother's funeral, she gave me a giant Tootsie Roll.
Just a giant, thick
I have no idea why she
Tootsie
did that,
Roll.
but that's what she did.
It is as close as you can get to eating a crayon.
Yes, it's very waxy. It's not exactly the flavor of chocolate. I'll give you that.
No, it isn't chocolate.
And if somebody said, "Oh, would you like a Tootsie Roll?" I would say, "Yes, I would," and then I would immediately regret it because of the sticking in your teeth.
Yeah. It's stuck exactly to your teeth. Now, wasn't there even something smaller than a Tootsie Roll or something that was Tootsie Roll flavored? It's very weird that when you're a little kid, you basically would just take a sugar packet, and anything that gets further away from that, you hate more.
Yeah.
You know?
Just give me the pure sugar.
Pure sugar is what we're after here. Bob, what do you got for me?
Ginger snaps. Give them to the black.
First of all, that's racial.
That's racial
and a
and
post-Confederate flag thing. I don't
Also-
even think I know what it is.
ginger snaps are a cookie. One, they're not a candy, and two, they're delicious. And I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay, ginger snaps should have never even got on here. I'm just looking at it now, and it is a cookie.
Yeah,
It's a cookie. This guy's very confused about cookies, candies, and race relations all across the board.
Joey Jojo, here's the thing. If we have a phone screener, it is to what? Screen. To screen. So I don't want someone going, worst candy ever, Oreo.
Okay.
Oh, I'll give you the worst candy ever, 7th grade algebra. You know what I'm saying? Fucking hated it.
Confused.
Dale, what do you got?
Hey, I'll describe it. You tell me what the candy is. The filling puller outers.
The filling puller outers.
Well, that's any kind of those gumdrops.
Jolly Rancher?
Oh, that's a good one, too.
Jujube. Yeah, Jujubes are not good.
There also don't seem like they're anything that would be sold in the last 100 years.
There's not enough flavor to a Jujube. It's mostly just difficult texture.
It's one of those things that aren't sold outside of theaters.
Right.
There's a theater candy.
Yeah.
Now, do you like, because I feel like you miss the whole thing as they're miniaturizing candies now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want a tiny peanut butter cup.
No.
I'm like, what is the point here? This
They're
is
nasty.
No, they're not
No,
nasty.
because there's not enough peanut butter and
Yeah.
there's not enough chocolate. Like when you have a full-sized one,
I get it, but yes, that's what I started with, but that doesn't make it nasty.
Right.
Nasty is when something is
not
like if they were
disgusting.
like little chocolate cocks. That would be nasty.
But the ratio is off.
The ratio is
the
off
small
completely.
One, it's not right. But I wouldn't go so far as to say nasty. I'll eat it.
Yeah. Nasty as if you had to eat it off a hooker's ass. That's nasty.
Ooh, that's nasty.
TJ.
You remember the old hardtack candy that your grandma would have that was real pointy and sharp?
What do you like? Rock candy? Are you talking about?
It was the worst.
Rock candy?
Yes.
No, I like that stuff. It's pure sugary goodness with just colors to it.
I don't like what it does to the tongue, though. I'm going to agree with him. I don't want anything sharp in my mouth because I want to be able to run when I chew my candy, and I don't want to get yelled at for it. That was my problem with a lollipop, or as we called them in my neighborhood, taffy.
Taffy.
No matter what they were, it was
really?
just called taffy. Yeah. But I didn't like it because of the thing of, now you can't run. What? I don't want to fucking sit and eat
Sit
candy.
down and enjoy that until it's all the way done.
Anything that was like slightly sharp or that you could choke on, it just lost fun for me. Tim, what do you got?
Hey, Sixlets. They were like an M&M knockoff, but they were disgusting. like that carob chocolate or something. They weren't even real milk chocolate. They were
I don't. I'm not even familiar with this. Stanley's
They
looking
came
it
in
up
a-
for us, and even he's
They
struggling.
came in a little plastic tube of plastic. They're, I don't know, about maybe 10 or 12.
Say
in a
the
pack.
name again, sir.
Sixlets. Sixlets.
Sixlets. I have never heard of that.
Might be a Midwest thing.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Yeah, okay. They look like gumballs?
Yeah, but
No,
they're like
they're little.
Oh
chocolate.
yeah, I totally know, and they are not good.
It's a garbage.
Oh, they were disgusting. You were so excited. You thought you were getting like an M&M, and it turned out to just be this bland, blah chocolate.
Here's Don. Don, worst candy ever.
Worst candy ever. It's, they sell it up in like Wisconsin and everything. They're called cow tails.
I know they were big in Florida.
I like a cow tail.
Yeah, I think they got a good taste to them. There's like a vanilla thing inside.
Now I will tell
They
you,
sell all different kinds of flavors. There's chocolate, strawberry, vanilla, but it's like a Tootsie Roll with marshmallow cream on the inside.
Sounds good,
it's
actually.
delicious.
They are kind of, I don't want to call them white trash candy.
Kind of
but I
are.
can't think of another name for them.
But
they would always sell them in 7-Elevens down south.
I will say that they do have a shelf life because you could get one that is too old and it doesn't have the right texture and it's really hard. And you're like, this has been in this grocery store for a very long time.
It's like when you would get an old bazooka gum and it would
Right.
just powderize in your mouth.
So disgusting.
Let's go over to Pete. Pete, what do you got, buddy?
Hey, Zeke.
Yeah.
How you doing, man? I hate candy corns, man.
Disgusting.
Well, first of all, you know it sucks because it's seasonal, and any seasonal candy blows.
Right.
Christmas candy sucks. Easter candy sucks. And the candy corn, only available at Halloween, blows. And yet you feel like when you got to be an adult, you still even buy it for the house.
Yeah.
Because you're like, well, it's Halloween, and the kids have every right to say that this sucks at Halloween.
It's festive looking,
Yeah.
but it is not delicious.
Almost tasteless.
What is the flavor? It's very
It's candle. It's
Candle
birthday
flavor.
candle.
Yes. Sweet candle.
Mmm. This candle, good.
It's just so gross.
Yeah, I don't. You know, if it was good, they would sell it other than October. Scott, what do you got?
Hey guys, love the show, but one of the worst is the marshmallow peep. I live in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, where they make them, and good lord, that's like sacrilege if you say that you don't like them, but they are awful.
I find them to be pretty gross, but for some reason, every Easter I'm tricked into thinking like, yeah, I'll have a peep. And then like 2 bites in, I'm like, I'm not enjoying this.
I want you to know something. I've never eaten an entire peep and never even tried for probably the last 20 years. If I see a peep, I'm disgusted. I would like a Easter basket that just had like Hershey bars in it.
Is that so hard?
Yeah, just to live like a person. Seasonal candy. Let's go back to Dan. He's got another one.
Yeah, Christmas ribbon candy.
Terrible.
Not
yeah,
good.
it's all bunched together, no wrapper.
Terrible. A lot of the Christmas candy makes me hate Christmas.
Oh, God, it tastes so terrible.
Again,
the ribbon
this is
candy.
something that is festive looking,
Yes.
and then you take a bite of it, not delicious.
You're right.
at
It's
all.
kind of beautiful. You know, you're like, it should be good.
And I remember looking very exciting to me as a child, like, oh, yes, that's going to be good. Look
Yeah.
at these colors. Look at this cool shape.
You know, Stevie
No.
Wonder wrote Ribbon in the Sky about this candy.
Nah.
Yeah, you're right. But that would have been great. Right? That would have been terrific. Chris, what do you got?
There's this candy, and it's Mary Jane, and it's like a rock hard, like taffy, and it'll just pull your teeth right out.
It's got
Yes.
peanut butter inside of it. And first of all, look at the wrapper
Again,
alone and say that doesn't look like Depression era. Give us a wiki on the Mary Jane. It's maple and with a peanut butter
right
together.
1914.
1914. It is oddly delicious.
You
And
like it?
Haven't had it in 20 years, at least.
The flavor is not bad,
But let
but
me also say this. I love the wrapper.
It is pretty
It's
cool
so
looking.
weird. Look at the weirdness on it.
That's the original wrapper from 1914. It never changed.
No.
It's like before anyone even thought about design.
Yes.
How would that be a good design?
We'll draw a girl on it.
Yeah, their idea was,
Stripe
look, we
right-
can ship this. Was exciting.
Right.
You know, because before that, you just had to eat the candy right next to where the man made it. This was the first kind of shipping.
A Mary Jane does have a good flavor, but the issue with the
it's
teeth.
a teeth ruiner.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you have any fillings at all, they're coming out.
It's over.
You're done.
Yeah. And then you're just going to swallow it. You're never going to be able to get it out in time. Ryan, go ahead.
All right, so this is more of a public service announcement than anything else. So I take my kids and wife out on Father's Day, mind you, to like a 10:30 In and Out, that new cartoon. My wife goes, gets the popcorn, and I want Twizzlers. I'm a big Twizzler guy.
Sure.
She comes back with the red vines, which look like Twizzlers. taste
Some
like
theaters
dog
only have
shit.
red vine.
Oh, my God. Don't
disgusting.
ever think that you're getting a Twizzler.
It's a
with
Coke
red
and
vine.
Pepsi thing where
Dude,
if you're
not
not
even
getting a Twizzler,
close.
you're getting a red vine. So you can go, can I have a Twizzler? Would a red vine be okay?
No, it is not okay.
I said Twizzler.
Now, I love a Twizzler, but
Red?
a red vine.
Red or black?
Red, always.
Okay, easy. Because your mother is a black person, and she will just hand out blacks in the dark to people. Like, oh, you want some licorice? You're like, damn right I do. This is not what I thought. I thought it was going to be red.
Don't ever do that to me again.
I'm realizing I have to make a correction when I said your mother's a black person.
Yes. It's not.
She's Italian, which
You know,
technically
one
could
and-
come across that
one
way.
and the same.
I mean, it's close.
Pretty close.
There's only a river in between, and there's been mixing. Spencer.
Hey, buddies. Pez is just awful, and so is Smarties.
Pez. Cherry flavored Pez.
I love both Pez and Smarties.
Well, first of all, let me say this. Smarties destroy a Pez. Destroy. It's not even close.
I had an argument with my man over Smarties.
Wait, they make Smarties different than they used to?
What is
this
that?
is like the new updated box.
I don't want to
of
know
Smarties.
updated. Go to the old, the one on the
Yeah.
left. That's a Smartie to me. That thing that you're pointing at,
That's
looks
made
like
up.
it's got a hard shell around it.
Yeah, it does have a hard shell
I
around
don't
it.
want
like
that.
like an M&M Smartie hybrid, and the colors are all wrong.
No.
That's a Smartie.
No, Smartie is like one of my few sour things that I like.
Because it's lightly sour.
Yeah, I don't like overly sour candy.
But I didn't know that was one of the candies that people dislike. Because I had an argument with my man over it. I had no idea. I was like, what? Smarties. Everyone likes Smarties. And apparently, it's a loathed candy.
You're in an abusive relationship if somebody tells you can't have a Smartie.
I should be allowed.
Steve, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah.
Peanut chews. I don't know if you guys should.
They're pretty disgusting. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I love peanut chews.
No, but when you eat
Disgusting.
them, they're so heavy, and then when you eat them, it's like eating concrete.
Bad texture. Bad texture.
I love them.
It's so heavy.
They got the fucking texture of the Three Musketeers.
It's a Philly candy, too.
Is
the
it?
peanut chew. Mm-hmm.
You just called it peanut chew.
Peanut chew.
Like it was in Alabama. Now I feel like I'm going to eat one.
They're good.
Yeah. Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I got one that just tastes like ass, makes your teeth feel like crap. It's a bit of honey.
Bit of honey, bit of heaven is more like it.
Oh, my God, those are terrible. The other
What if we start and call Lauren bit of honey?
Oh, okay. That works, too. A little BOH.
What's up, BOH? What's
up, Bo?
You heading
Bo?
out to get some more bit of honey?
What's up, Bo?
I like when people send us pictures of the worst candies ever. All right. Jessica sent in sugar daddy. Let me say this. I'm going to agree that a sugar daddy is awful, but a sugar baby, which is basically the same thing, pretty damn good.
Yeah. I'll take baby over daddy for sure.
What about a baby daddy?
Oh, yeah. That definitely.
What? No, don't even say those. Don't say.
Mm-mm. Do not.
Oh, I didn't even see these. Turkish taffy. Rose sent them in. I'll take the banana turkey taffy. Nothing else, please.
Ugh. Banana flavor.
And then Liz says, I hate purple and yellow candy. I throw them in the garbage. Black. I think it's
purple or yellow of anything.
I think it's really funny that some of these candies are like well over 100 years old, and like that there's guys sitting around a table. Hey, how can we make this hip in a social media type way? How do we take Mary Jane to the next level?
I know.
If Mary Jane had a Twitter account, what would she be saying to people?
If Mary Jane was a uniform, it would be an old Yankees uniform from 1927, just made out of wool and itchy.
Really
look
good.
what it is. Hard Rock Johnny, everybody.
Hello, Bennington.
What's up?
Hey, man.
What about any of the wax-based candies, like wax lips? Why the hell would you sell?
I don't think that they're candy. I don't think a wax lips is candy. It's just wax.
They sell them in a candy store, though.
They
and
say that they're edible, but they're disgusting.
And the wax bottles, they're great for 30 seconds. You get that burst of flavor that juice, then you got to chew on a piece of wax.
No, you don't have to chew on them. You could, first of all, here's what I like about the wax bottles, and Chris put those up. And this is another 1910 fucking candy. But you could suck it and then seal it again with your teeth.
Yes, for a
And that's
little.
very, very exciting.
A little drink later.
Yeah.
Why don't you just get a little box of juice? I mean, what do you need the wax for?
Now you sound like someone's dad yelling at them in the back seat. I want my wax bottle.
Now, I like to pop the whole wax bottle, bite, juice goes gushing, and then you're just chewing the wax like gum for a little while.
And then
Exactly. How
spitting.
long
Yeah,
did you
and then
chew
spit out.
wax? How long? Did you going to bite a candle if it's flavored? I don't get it.
Yes, I would.
Probably would. If no one was watching, yes, I would.
I like to eat candles like no one's watching.
I need a wax baba today.
All right, now Sponge Steve says something I disagree with completely. He says malt balls are disgusting.
What? What's wrong with the malt ball? It's a great flavor. Oh my god, I love the texture. I love to make them like implode. You know, if you like
Yes.
suck on half of it.
Well, there's two things that you could do. You can use your teeth to remove it all so you got pure malt, or suck down until you feel an implosion. And that is pretty exciting as well. Again, when's the last time you had a malt ball? Where do these candies live that we
don't
can't
know.
seem to see them anymore?
A malt ball. I feel like movie theaters sell malt balls, don't
I
they?
haven't had one in a movie theater in forever. All right, let me just ask them on a round table this quickly.
Okay.
M&M or M&M peanut? Go ahead.
M&M peanut, always.
M&M.
M&M peanut.
Anyone who says M&M is a fucking loser. You get an extra peanut with your M&M.
It's true. I never thought of it like that.
I go, like, the only way I would just get M&Ms is if I had a side bag of peanuts.
Oh no, I don't actually need a peanut M&M. I have.
But if someone tries to give me an M&M, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's like if you gave me a fucking open-faced sandwich. Do me a favor. Put another slice on it. Make it into a sandwich.
Here's the thing: an M&M peanut, you can have one at a time. You can't eat one single M&M, and that's you kind of have to have a couple to eat at once.
That's a really good call, and I never even thought of that. That at one M&M, if someone said, here, M&M, you're like, what do you mean?
What is this?
But one M&M peanut, you're like, sure, it's a whole meal.
Substantial.
There's a whole meal here. Johnny, can I get you to come to the Gaffigan show? It's going to be fantastic. Jim and Jeannie Gaffigan together.
I watched his stand-up on, was it Comedy Central or whatever show's going to be on. It was amazingly hysterical. So I will come to the Gaffigan show if I am available.
He's never done a bad show. He's going to have his wife. He's never done this before in public where the two of them come out and do a Q&A because they just keep having babies. They have a ridiculous amount of babies. Come to see Jim Gaffigan in an Unmasked and Jeannie Gaffigan discussing their new show, I believe called Gaffigan.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, it's everything just Gaffigan with them. I hope all the Gaffigan children will be there. It's July 9th. This will probably be your last chance to get in on this. July 9th, go to the ibang.com for free tickets. Free tickets. And it's an Unmasked with with a bar. And everybody likes that.
Yeah.
Have drinks.
Who doesn't like that?
Yeah. All right, Johnny, thanks, buddy.
Later, boys.
Bye.
Hey, Johnny.
Yep.
Are you planning anything for Lene's graduation, or?
I don't know.
She's valedictorian.
I know.
Oh.
It makes me feel so old, but it's great. She's valedictorian, and she's going to an amazing school.
What school she going to? NYU?
Yeah, NYU. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, she growed up on us, huh?
All grown up.
Crazy.
Yeah.
She's grown up. She's grown up. She's grown up.
All right, if you have a party for her or anything, Johnny, let me know. I'd love to come over for it.
I will.
Gaffigans. The Gaffigans, July 9th.
July 9th, 2 p.m., Caroline's Comedy Club.
Just go to the iBang. The iBang for your chance for free tickets. That's the iBang. This is going to be a good one. Chris in PA.
Hey, bud, how you doing? Love the show, by the way.
Good.
Razzles. What the hell are they supposed to be?
Well, that was the thing. Razzles, are they gum or are they candy?
They suck either way.
I know. I feel like they're not
Bad
doing...
texture, bad gum.
Yeah, they're not doing either well.
It's a real non-committing candy at the end of the day.
Well, I remember when I was like a little kid, you could write in and win Razzles. Are Razzles a gum or a candy? And tell us why. And everybody in our class was just like writing, I think they're a candy because they taste like this, or I think they're a gum because you keep chewing it. I just wrote on my paper, gum. Just handed it in, they sent it in, and I won a mini bike.
Really?
No, of course I made that up.
Oh.
But I did hand that in like that. I just wrote gum. That's all.
The company couldn't even figure it out.
Shitty gum.
It's obvious. Razzles is, look, Chris goes to these and you see the updated
I know.
thing. And like you don't want it to change, and yet I know it's been 30 some years since I've had a Razzle, and yet I know exactly what it tastes like. Like you could blindfold me, put a Razzle in my mouth, and I go Razzle,
Razzle right away.
I wouldn't do it. I'm not going to blindfold myself and put something in my mouth because I know it always ends up being penis. I know that, so you're not fooling me.
9 times out of 10, it always is.
And then the 10th time, it's a Razzle.
And then you're still not happy.
Angelo.
Yeah, it's violet. They tasted like soap.
Oh my God. Those are so horrible. I can't even believe they're real.
I know they are real. These are girl candies of some kind.
Can't possibly still be getting made.
Okay, my old roommate had these violets in her purse, and she said, I was like, oh, give me one. I've never had one of those before. And she said, this is a very special candy, and I don't want you to waste it. What do you mean? I'm going to eat it. And she's like, no, because people ask for one, and then they don't like it and spit it out, and it annoys me. I'm like, I'm not going to spit it out. I was like, please don't make me eat the rest of this. I have to spit it out. It actually tastes...
What's the year on this, Chris?
1930s is when it was first made.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. It doesn't even try to taste like candy.
Here's what it tastes like. It tastes like something the kind of woman that would eat this is the kind of woman who would get up and powder instead of shower.
Yes, exactly. It actually tastes like old lady powder.
Yeah,
it's
should be
dry.
called old lady mouth powder. This should be the name of it. John. Go ahead, John in Maryland.
Hey, guys. First, I'd like to say, Ron, I always thought you were my favorite talk show host ever till Gail came along, and now you got some competition.
You know, I heard this the other day from Barry Crimmins. He believes that Gail and Stanley will kill me one day and take over the show, and I'm okay with that.
No, it won't happen that way.
No death.
I don't mind giving up my title for that. That's fine.
But the candy that I got is a giant jawbreaker. It's about 2.5 inches round, piece of candy, and there's no way to eat it. I mean, it would take 5 hours if you just put it in your mouth. So
I talk to little boys like you got a fucking pool ball in your mouth.
And they're always drooling because they're like holding it in their mouth. It's disgusting. I hate watching someone eat it. I would never. I think it's pointless.
It's a gimmick candy.
Yeah, it's novelty. Okay.
Why would they even make it? Look how hard we can make this ball. They'll try and eat it. What?
I'm going to go back to Chris here, and I wonder if all candy isn't gimmick candy. You know what I mean? Like, it's not traditionally food. You can't sit down like, I'm hungry. What do you want for dinner tonight? Let's just get candy. You know what I mean? Like, you can't. It's all some kind of a weird gimmick. It's flash.
Yeah, but There's no gimmick to a Hershey bar. That's just pure.
I'm going to say the same thing to you that I said earlier. If you don't have a Hershey bar with almonds, what are you doing, man? What are you fucking doing with your life?
It's so much better than a regular Hershey's bar, but I don't think people buy them. I don't think they sell as well as a regular Hershey bar. But it's better than the actual...
It is better. I will give you that, but I'm not going to turn my nose up at a Hershey bar without almonds.
No, not if I got a pocket full of almonds.
Right.
Then I'll just pop an almond in when I'm doing it. Now, here's the thing. Hershey bar with almonds is like considered... It's almost kind of classy. You know what I mean? Like, yes, I'll have the Hershey bar with almonds.
With almonds, please.
Thank you. Now, a Mr. Good bar is almost like white trash shitty.
Yeah.
And they're very close to each other. And yet one is just, you know what I mean? It's almost like you were saying, I'm a male prostitute who's at the fucking bus station blowing dudes.
Here's what I will say to you about a Mr. Good bar. I have never in my life seen a full-size Mr. Good bar. And I have
Halloween
never...
candy?
Yeah.
I have only seen the miniatures, as well as a crackle, which you also find in the mix bag with the miniatures.
Because they're considered trash candies. They're not, what is the crackle like? It's, there's another bar that's fancier than that.
Oh, it starts with a C and it's a blue label. It's called Crunch Bar.
Crunch.
Yeah.
Now that's considered the upper scale of that.
Yeah.
Crackle white trash.
But do they even make a full-size Crunch and Mr. Good bar?
You see a picture of it right there.
I mean a crackle. Do they even make those?
Yeah, but I mean, again, where are you going to buy it at? As an adult now, are you going to and say, give me a crackle at the 7-Eleven or Wawa?
I've never seen that.
Yeah.
I have never seen that. There is a man holding a full-size crackle. I have never seen that in my life.
We can walk right down to the Hershey store, right down the street.
Get a box of them.
Just one will be fine.
You finally put an end to all that candy that used to get sent to you?
Yeah, because you know why? Because I was eating boxes of candy over months. I mean,
what kind of candies?
Hershey, because a friend of ours works there.
Candyman.
So Candyman would just send just a whole crate to those guys, right? And they would keep it on the 37 in the office. And then they would just, while they're just working during the day, they're all eating candy. Yeah, and then when it fez his toes fall off. You know what I mean? He's a fucking diabetic eating that.
Coming in the morning, hey, let's have some candy. Show's
no
over.
one said it out loud, though. It's just something that happened.
Hey, let's have some candy, guys. Let's get crazy in here.
There's a shameful box in the room.
Blind Bez.
Hey, good show.
Yes, great.
I have two of them. The first one is the Candy Thrills. They're a purple gum. They're sold in a yellow box.
Hey, let me look this up here.
Thrills.
Thrills?
Thrills. THRILLS.
Wow, I don't think
I can honestly say I don't know this candy.
I've never seen it.
Where do you live?
It looks like in Canada, in a small town called Wingnut.
Oh, I like that name, though.
It's 2 hours north of Toronto.
Now, do you think that this is Canada candy?
It might be, but it was very popular, and it still is. You can find it in the corner stores, mom and pop corner stores.
Yeah.
It's called Thrills. It's like a pack of chiclets.
Is it grape flavored?
Yeah. No, it tastes like soap.
So
That's
it's
why
like
it
the
was so
violet,
terrible.
kind of like the violets,
Yes.
but with...
Yes.
Ugh.
But they taste like soap, and they're hard after 5 minutes of chewing them. But for some reason, again, it's the kind of candy you buy every once in a while, and it's kind of like a memory. But the other one is All Sorts. They were in a package, so usually at Christmas time, but you can buy them at Walmart or something. Some of them were square, but they had layers.
Oh, I know them. Those are awful.
They had layers. Some were tubes with some white stuff inside.
I never knew they had a name. They are horrific.
What are these things?
There's something that people chuck in your Halloween bag.
Yeah, they're
And
like
they're
a
just-
festive candy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I bet they go back to 1910 also.
Yeah, they're all their grandma's candy.
Bez, I would imagine that Canada would have a lot of English chocolates there as well, right?
They have a lot of stores, but I don't know what kind of candies they sell because I just want that kid gooey, chocolatey, sugary candy. I'm all into chocolate bars. You name it, a Twix. I love Twix with a cookie crunch and a little bit of caramel.
And Twix is good. It's underrated. Yeah, but I'm always happy with that or a Kit Kat.
Yeah, Kit Kat is not the chunks, the one with the stick.
The one that you can break properly.
you can bite the ends off and get just chocolate and a little bit of cookie crunch. And then you bite the sides of the outers because there's more chocolate there, but you get a little bit of that cookie crunch with it. That's perfect. Or just let it melt in bite off a chunk, let it melt in your mouth until it goes kind of soggy-ish. Then you chew it and still has a little bit of crunch inside.
As you've thought way more about this than probably any other human being.
My husband and I eat candy like it's going out of style. My favorite is from Walmart. Those big tubs of all kinds of berries. There's cherries that look like two little balls on the end of it.
Oh,
and
Stanley
then
would love that.
there's strawberries and the gummy worms. The blue sharks are fantastic. We eat tons of them, and we're both skinny in our mid-40s.
Sometimes it works out that way. All right, thank you so much, darling. Here's Billy. Billy, go ahead.
Hey, Ronnie, I got one for you. Red Hots. They were like little red balls.
I know
they
those,
were
yeah.
super cinnamon, and it would burn the crap out of your mouth.
You had the Red Hots, and then I think you had something called baked beans or something that used to be sold with them.
Yeah. Boston baked beans
There's
are
also
called.
another one, Lemon Head, that was just, they looked like tiny little lemons, and they were super bitter, and another one that just burned the crap out of your mouth pretty much.
Yeah, Red Hots are, I feel like I don't like them, but I would continue to eat them even though I was in pain.
Sure, because it's candy.
Yeah.
Cinnamon shouldn't be in candy, I feel like.
And that's what's in the Red Hots, the Boston baked beans?
Yeah.
No, those things are actually pretty delicious.
Boston baked beans are... Do they have a nut in there?
Yeah, there's a peanut.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay with those. You never see them anymore.
No, you never
but-
see them. I forgot all about them until this conversation started. That's weird when you think of how long it's been since you've had certain candies. Like Shreka she just sent in this picture of Necco wafers. Not only could I tell you exactly, I would know the taste immediately, but if you put that waxy paper with those in my hand, I would say Necco wafers, and it's had to be almost my entire life since I've touched them.
Love that chalky candy. I know they're hated, but I don't care.
Scott, go ahead, Scott. Scott, we got you, buddy? Yeah.
What about tongue splashers?
Tongue splashers?
I don't know these.
Look them up. They were like almost like a gumball, but they turned your whole entire mouth. The color.
You know these, Chris?
I have no idea. I've never seen a tongue splash.
Where are you from, sir?
I'm from New Jersey. They were like, I mean, I grew up in like the 90s.
Yeah,
born in 86, so
It might
they
have
were
been
around.
past candy time for me.
I recognize the label of it, but I don't think I ever had them. Probably because what adult would allow a child to have a candy that just dyes your mouth?
No, you have nieces and nephews that have never really had candy.
Yeah,
You know
they're
what I mean?
not.
They get a nice snack.
Right, healthy snack.
Healthy snack, not a tasty treat.
No.
Hey, Holly, how you doing, darling?
Oh, hi, guys. Good morning. It's 5:30 in the morning here.
That is early.
I love you guys. This is why I get up so early. Hey, okay, you guys are from Florida. You remember the Candy Kitchen in Madeira Beach?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
That place, it's like you go in there, you're like, oh, my God, this is awesome. I remember all this candy from when I was a little kid. And then you walk around the store and you're like, this stuff is so nasty. I wouldn't buy any of it.
Yeah, I know. It's both.
But the worst thing ever was, and I remember it from when I was a little kid, and walking into the Candy Kitchen and seeing it there was these flying saucers, right?
Holy shit, I forgot them.
Oh, my God. Yeah, they're like kind of papery?
They're papery,
They were like-
and then they got something like beads in them in the middle.
Yeah, they were basically two communion wafers.
It is, yeah. Even though you're not allowed to chew a
together.
communion wafer, you do.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
And the things that they had in the middle had no flavor. They were basically just like colored little things.
Yeah, that's so weird.
There was no flavor going on in those
No.
things. They
no
were
flavor.
But really great if you wanted to play church. You know? Can I get a
All right,
bag of
guys.
Body of Christ, please?
All right, guys, have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
I forgot about those.
David sent us these Hispanic candies. He says they're very sweet, and sometimes they put seeds in them.
No, thank you. Seedless, please.
All right. Elise says raisinette, worst candy ever. That's fucking true.
I love a raisinette. But you have to like raisins. If you hate raisins, obviously.
I'm not a raisinette person, but a goober is another white trash candy that's fantastic. I wish I had a fucking bag of it right now. For example, says, where do we stand on Boston baked bean candy? We passed it.
We feel good about it.
Yeah, we gave him a big pass. We were with it 100%. Muddy Grin says, why the fuck have they been talking about shitty candy for an hour? Why now? Muddy Grin. What's the difference? T-Berry gets sold at Cracker Barrel. I never saw these. Spermies.
No.
All for Chris Stanley. Spermies.
I'll take a look at that. Oh.
Come on. Why does that exist?
Candy you love to swallow.
It's not for children. That is not for
Will
children.
said that when he was little, he ate modeling clay.
You're not supposed to.
G-Man says, give a kid a bag of Pixie Sticks and stand back. First candy we ever snorted. Warheads are awful. Now and later suck now and later.
Yeah, now layers are unnecessarily hard.
Liz digs the Zots. Jeremiah says Charlton Chews are the worst.
Oh, but they're so good if you put them in the freezer.
Yeah.
You'll change your mind.
Otto's girl also agrees that they are terrible. But she brings up Frozen, which I used to know a store down at the beach. Because it was summertime, they would always freeze the candy because it was the only way they could keep it from melting.
Yeah.
And I think those are just fantastic. Especially a peanut butter cup.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable. Terrible when it's not frozen. Frozen, it's out of this world. If I was running for president right now, like Donald T. Rump, I'd say, if elected, I'll freeze every fucking chocolate candy out there. And that's my word to you, the voter.
I'm voting yes on you, for sure.
Yes, on frozen chocolate.
Matter of fact, I don't think I could be friends with somebody who doesn't like frozen candy.
Deal breaker for you?
It's a deal breaker. It's like somebody who doesn't like frozen ice. Could you just pour a little water in my tea? Thank you.
I think you will change your mind, though, on a Charleston Chew if you freeze it. Because the texture is then, you know.
I've already forgotten about it. We were arguing about a Charleston Chew.
Mm-hmm.
Picture again, Chris. Picture quickly.
Here we go. Here's Charleston Chew.
It's much better frozen. And I would agree. I find them to be pretty gross, normally.
Yeah, it's
just marshmallow fluff.
Yeah, forget it. I'm throwing marshmallow against a wall under every circumstance.
See it stick there.
The only way I want to see a marshmallow is on fire on the end of my stick. And my mom would even yell then when we were camping, "You're not even eating them."
Just setting them on fire.
And then one time, this is honestly true. We're up in Canada, so and they would yell like, "Don't get it too close," because they don't want you to burn it. They want you to brown it, right? But you want to eat ash when you're a child, right?
Yeah, and then it's liquid inside. It's amazing.
So I burned my marshmallow, and it's burning, and I just start walking through the woods with it, using it as a torch. And then they're yelling at me, "You're gonna catch the whole goddamn place on fire!" And they were trying to get after me, and I was just swinging it back at them. Stay away! What is it about a kid that could eat that ash off, and then with the gooiness, the hot, molten lava gooiness?
Always loved it to be on fire. The perfect brown thing, that's for adults.
It is. That's adults when it's perfectly brown. And your dad would always brag, and I'm your dad, which is weird. But it would be like this. This is done absolutely perfectly.
Take a look at this.
Look at
Golden
this.
on all sides.
Look at this. I think I've honestly made the best marshmallow that's ever been made. He's just like, this is how dull you get when you get older. This is something you care about. But I guarantee you, if I was doing a marshmallow now, I would go for that perfectly brown over the ashy molten. That's what happens to you. You lose your soul. Your soul goes out. Joe's been quiet over there because I guess in Minnesota you don't have candy.
We have candy.
You just, he's like this. Oh yeah, I like candy, like ice fishing, right?
You try
like
ice?
Cutting a hole in the ice and fishing there.
No one said pixie stick so far.
We did. We said it's the first snortable candy.
Oh,
but
right.
It's good though. I like them.
What isn't like?
I liked them as a kid. I don't think I would be able
the
to.
blue ones are so good.
I don't know if I'd be able to stand a pixie stick.
I don't think you
now.
can do it now, Chris. I don't think you can sit there and eat a bag of pixie sticks.
That seemed like a bit much.
It would just disgust you.
It's just flavored sugar, powdered sugar.
Eat more of this dust, the sugar dust.
Yeah. Let's break here. Again, coming up later on, we're going to do another hour here before Accelerated starts on Opie Radio. And then if you tune over with us at Raw Dog at 12 o'clock, our guests, William Hurt and David Crosby. Pretty damn cool. Head on over to the iBang to get tickets for Jim Gaffigan, Jim and Jeannie Gaffigan, talking about their new TV show, Gaffigan. We'll be right back. This is Bennington. Fiona Apple has been our artist of the day. Great performer. Perhaps the finest performer of her generation.
Yeah, I don't think I would argue with that. She's incredible. She's an incredible songwriter. And
she made one mistake. She told kids not to buy fashion on MTV, and it ruined her career.
Everyone was like, don't tell us what to do.
Don't ever speak against kids spending money. She's crazy.
She must be crazy then.
She's out of her mind. It's the Bennington Show. The Bennington Show. We just got caught up in this weird thing. I don't know. Normally people talk about good candy, but we spent a lot of time talking about bad candy. Then a guy writes to us, "Hey, Barb, go down the shore and get some of them saltwater taffies in South Jersey." Yeah, Barb. Go into the bathroom, Barb. It's a fucking tornado.
It's a tornado, Barb.
This is if you go over the iBang, this is my new favorite weatherman. A tornado seems to come up somewhere on the South Jersey shore. Just take a listen to this.
If I never had this house, I would have never filmed this.
The cube?
Oh, yeah. Starts switching. Look at it! Look! Look at the water! Holy shit, look at that!
Look at that!
That's like a freaking
Oh my God, Dad.
tornado type shit.
Oh shit.
We'll be alright. Don't worry. We'll be alright. Look at that! That's freaking nuts! This is a tornado! Holy shit! We're in a fucking tornado! Just stay right there, Barb. You're good. It's gone. It's gone. Go to the bathroom. That's the safest place in the house.
All right, let's stop it there. Just take it back a couple minutes. I want, just when he gets around and tell her to go to the bathroom, where to stay, and he starts to, take charge. I think he sounds like Nicolas Cage. There's a Nicolas Cage sound to him. Now just listen while thinking Nicolas Cage.
A fucking tornado!
Yeah, you're right.
Just stay right there, Barb.
Oh, you're
good.
right.
It's gone.
Oh.
It's gone. Go to the bathroom.
It's got a Nicolas Cage, Peggy Sue got married.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of sound. Go in the bathroom, Barb. I'm running everything out of here on this video camera. That's a tornado.
It's a tornado.
We got a tornado going.
We'll be all right.
We'll be all right. I know everything about tornadoes. I know everything there is to know about tornadoes, hoagies, cheesesteaks, cokes, and houseboats. Tornadoes. I love that guy. It was a very, very strong week in, viral videos. I don't know if you would put that one up over the guy who gets his nose cut off.
Oh, God.
With his sword.
Ugh.
All these are up on the iBank today, and they're just... it was a spectacular week of weird videos.
It's just one after another. This sword shop guy is just totally ridiculous. Taking out this dude with a hot dog hanging out of his mouth.
Hey, you!
I won't watch it.
First of all, why would you... I mean, it's stupid to swing a sword at your friend to chop a hot dog. But it's even dumber to be the idiot to put the hot dog in your mouth and have
You're
your
to blame.
Yeah, and then have your party and buddy swing a sword at it.
I won't watch it again, though. I will not. I choose
Just take a look.
I
It's on the
cannot.
iBank. Just listen. Watch.
Look.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Now, do you think, something that women don't like to see a guy get their nose cut off, and yet men are more interested? And is that what makes men explorers and conquerors
and horrible people,
inventors,
sadists?
Well, yeah. All that's
No, I won't again. I will.
That
not.
one even got to me. You didn't mind seeing the guy get hit with the axe, though, over at Fox News.
I didn't like it, but it was not as bad as watching someone's nose get cut off.
Yeah.
At least I could find the humor in what a terrible idea throwing an axe in the middle of the city is directly into a harmless drummer.
Yeah. I don't know if you're harmless. You do have drums.
Yeah, we don't know if that guy's harmless. He could be just a total maniac.
Now, I wonder what injury he had, because it looks like
Gash.
it really caught him good.
It seems like he'd be able to get some money off of Fox. Like they would pay some money to make this go away.
This guy's never going to be able to drum again. I just think axes are going to be flying at him constantly.
You think, when you're only walking around with a snare drum, I don't know what you can say your career plans were anyway.
I'm sad that this guy will never be able to throw an axe again.
My future earnings is snare drum guy. That has to be at least $30 million, Fox. I'll settle for $8,000.
I do like the fact that the guy that's next to him keeps drumming. He has been trained that no matter what happens, that you just keep drumming. I'm going to go so far as to say that maybe this was the most remarkable week in viral videos, because you see a guy riding a moose in the water.
I totally forgot about Moose Guy. That guy was nuts.
That guy is a legend now.
He's glorious. He's a glorious human.
And probably loathed by PETA.
You know who that is riding that moose, I believe?
Who's that?
Tito.
Really?
Tito was riding. It's the type of thing he could do. He'd probably ride two mooses like he was water skiing with them. I like the fact that the guy who dives on the moose's back doesn't even look athletic.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's just like, just any man.
He's just a dude.
Now watch him here, though.
Amazing.
Throws his arm up.
Raise that fist, dude.
He raised the fist of the metal child.
He stays on a long time.
Yeah,
too.
he's great. And they always say that a moose will attack you, but I guess being in the water, he didn't stand a chance to know what was going down. And see, people that have gotten mad about this have said that the moose was in terror, but I don't know if I believe
being chased
that.
by the boat leading up to
I think
it.
he was enjoying it.
It's like a game.
Yeah.
A game of tag.
A game of moose back.
He's definitely enjoying that ride, though.
Which one of you guys wants to play moose back for a little while?
I'll play moose back.
Oh, I just saw Lauren down the hall, and she said she loves all of her names.
Challenge, you mean? Or AA?
AA. Double A.
I gotta admit, there's no better name than Lauren down the hall, though.
Yeah. That's kind of probably suits her best.
They say that Moose now has a week back.
When did he get that?
About a week back. Look at Joey Jojo. Joey Jojo just took his pen and slammed it down. Why do you love that joke so much?
I like those kind of jokes. I like puns.
Send Anthony in here. He has an announcement to make that concerns our own Chris Stanley.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, it is weird. And Anthony has gone to work for you, Chris.
Oh, good.
A couple days ago, you came up with the idea of a tip jar, which you would put cigarettes in the jar.
Oh, shit.
As a way of trying to stop yourself from cursing.
Oh, no.
Do you want us to tell us how many cigarettes goes in the jar this week?
I can't. No.
I'm going to read it like a statement.
Okay.
Over the course of 5 days and 15 hours of audio, Chris Stanley has sworn 42 times this week.
No! It's 2 packs of cigarettes!
His average curse per day is 8.32.
Oh, 8.32.
We have calculated the most common curse word is the word shit.
Really? That's shocking to me.
I would have thought it would have been another one.
A standard example of a curse would be on June 24th, on the year of our Lord 2015.
I get it.
Chris Stanley, 39 minutes and 15 seconds into the broadcast, said, and I quote, different cocks.
Why would you say that?
Why'd you say different cocks?
Doesn't make any sense.
Also, 48 minutes and 29 seconds into the broadcast, he said, freaked me the fuck out as a child.
That makes more sense
The different cocks
than the different C's.
Literally 40 seconds later, he said, my memory seems to be fucked.
I am so proud of Anthony. He's my new Nate Silver. He's my Nate Silver of this.
This is bad, man.
Yeah.
I got about, I'd say 17 on me right now, cigarettes.
And how many does he owe?
He owes about 42.
This isn't
42 definitive. That's
well,
the
first
count.
of all, give us your 17 right now.
Really wanted to have a smoke after the show.
Yeah.
There's the 17.
No, here's
There's
the deal.
my entire pack of cigarettes.
Do I just punch this pack of cigarettes, breaking them all?
No!
Or does it stay in a jar, and then he gets them at Christmas vacation?
If you earn them back.
Yeah.
I'm in a bad way right now.
Yeah.
Should they be handed out to the children?
Should we say something like, for every 100 push-ups he does, he gets a cigarette?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Military-style push-ups.
We're not going to get to the 10. I have a 10th of one cigarette coming my way then.
But let me just say this, Anthony, great job. And did any of you guys think of warning him that he was being watched?
Yeah, anyone a little help?
No. No.
What's the fun in that?
Yeah.
So you were 42 cigarettes in, and this is one that you bought. This isn't even listener-provided cigarettes.
No, I'm out of listener-provided cigarettes. These are
liquid monies.
Stanley bank account cigarettes.
Now, you would think that if this mattered to him, he wouldn't chain smoke. But I watch him when I meet outside, because the weather's nice. I go, look, if we're going to have a meeting, let's have it outside. And I see him light a cigarette with the previous cigarette.
Yes.
It's
as if he was a child.
It's an addiction. That's all it is, okay? That's all it is.
Yes.
That's childlike.
Don't think
It's just an addiction.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Think of it as an addiction that I have.
It's an enjoyable addiction.
Do you enjoy it?
Yes, very
Yet
much.
You've given this away.
Amazing.
That was the deal. And now I'm really sad.
Let me just put one of your smokes in my mouth before I break it.
Please don't break it. They're
Why?
so,
You cursed.
so expensive.
You cursed.
I know I did.
And you
42
offered it up.
times.
You're the one who said, look, start a cigarette bank with me. I want to stop cursing on the air.
Oh, God.
You asked to be tallied.
This isn't good. I'm going to have a freak out. I can't. I got to smoke in between these shows.
All right. Raul Duke just sent us a centaur that was passed out after hearing bad news.
He looks so sad.
Anyone would be sad if they have to give away 2 packs of cigarettes. Anyone. As a high value item, they're $14 a pack.
$14 a pack. So
In Midtown, yeah.
So you lost $28.
Yeah. Plus the extra 2 cigarettes. So I guess let's get another 75 cents. So I'm down $29.50. This is really bad.
Great work on this.
It was me and Dennis.
Awful work, you.
We had transcripts of what he was saying.
This is the thing about Anthony, too. He's always willing to give away credit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Where if I would have got Stanley went, I got that thing for you.
I did it, Ron. Me.
All me.
Don't pay attention to anyone else and everything they say about it.
You lost 42 cigarettes this week.
Yeah,
Do
man.
you want to double down next time?
Oh, God.
For every curse, too.
No. Let's keep it. I'm not feeling very strong right now with 42 F-bombs or C-bombs, whatever the hell I was saying during the course.
Shit bombs. That
was the most,
If I give these back to you now,
Yeah.
I'm going to do this game with you. I'll give these back to you now so you can smoke them today.
Thank you.
You still owe the 42 cigarettes.
Okay.
Fair. And then we also move into 2 cigarettes for every curse from this point on.
You know, hearing that right now.
Yeah.
I like that action.
Right.
Because I'm getting those cigarettes right now.
This is how this is exactly how banks keep poor people down. This is all they have to do.
So let me get this straight. I'm getting the cigarettes back at this moment?
Yeah. I'll give you back these cigarettes. You still owe the 42.
Got it.
You owe 2 cigarettes per curse.
Got it.
And you have to kill someone for me.
Who? Give me the name. I feel like this is cigarette financing. I'm down with that. Give it to me. I'm good for the 42.
Yeah, I know you are.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you
that's
very
the
much.
way, seriously. Now, I just made us, okay?
Okay.
And even 17 cigarettes on that, right? Because nothing has changed except for I hit it back this. So I picked up the 17, and then we're at the VIG is going up to 2 cigarettes apiece.
This is great. You're a great businessman.
Well, it's easy to keep down the uneducated and the stupid.
Hey, guess what? I'm still smoking, though, at around 10:05.
Look, there's one VJ and we're not freaking out. But if there was 3 other VJs with him, we'd be going crazy.
That's the way it works.
The VJs are here. Anthony, let me ask you this.
Fire away.
Would you like to come to see Jim Gaffigan unmasked with his wife, Jeannie Gaffigan?
Yes.
Caroline's Comedy Club, July 9th. I'm going to put you on the list.
I'm there.
Nice.
Put you on the list. Everyone else can get on the list by going over to the iBang, and signing up for free tickets. Now, normally we run this on Raw Dog. It'll run on Opie Radio here over the weekend. Sometimes some of the other comedy channels, the Canadian Comedy Channel loves the right. This is the first time ever the Catholic channel was asked if they could get a copy.
That is amazing. This is a first.
Well, it's a Catholic family.
Yes.
And we don't normally have that.
Funny Catholics.
Funny Catholic. First of all, there's plenty of funny Catholics. Most Irish guys, Italian guys, and Polish guys are Catholic. But you normally get that, I'm a recovering Catholic, everybody. These people have said, I'm an actual Catholic.
Current Catholic.
Much the way Chris Stanley is a Catholic in good standing with his church. Are you going to see the Pope when he comes to town?
I wasn't even aware that he was coming to town.
Yeah, it's September.
Yeah.
It's coming to New York.
Big time.
This town's going to go crazy for him, too. I think he's going to Philly. I would go to Boston if I was him. I don't know.
Yeah, seems like he's going to go over big there.
Joe always nods because you like the Catholic, but you're not even a Catholic yourself, right?
I'm not. I grew up Lutheran. But I do know he's visiting Philadelphia and New York right now, and Washington, D.C. to meet with President Obama.
Wow, that's big.
Big time. Big time, baby.
It's a world tour.
Yeah, it is.
He's going to go on the world tour.
Well, it's, it's, what do they call that? The Atlantic states? They call it the Mid-Atlantic.
Mid-Atlantic.
Is that Mid-Atlantic?
Yeah, sure.
Sure,
I think
sure
so.
it is.
Certainly.
You're in the Mid-Atlantic state.
Whatever you
Enjoy
say,
yourself.
boss.
Mid-Atlantic states.
What, I used to know the names of all that from school, where you would have the Pacific Rim and New England, obviously. New England's the only one that really stays on,
that's the only
on a regular
state
basis.
grouping that people seem to be comfortable with.
Right. And then I always like to put the original Confederate states in their own grouping.
But those New England states are so cute and tiny that they need to be
They're adorable.
band together. I'm so cute.
Well, they all watch, the Patriots. They all root for the Patriots. They love their socks. They'll root over and over for the Sox.
Do you they like having the Patriots represent all of them? Do you think that if they had the option, that they would have their own teams per state?
I know that they probably think to themselves, we couldn't support a Hartford football team because they're not even big on college football. It's the only part of the country that isn't college football obsessed.
Yeah. So the South is probably the big. Well, no, because like Texas, there's a lot of Western states that are into it too.
Ohio, Michigan, insane for college football. All of Florida, the South loves it, and they've got the best leagues. But then California, crazy.
Yeah.
About college football.
So you think it's just being too tiny again?
It's just football was not a big deal here. Football is a Midwestern sport to begin with. The original pro football league was Ohio, Illinois, Michigan. I don't know if Minnesota even played a role there.
Would you say baseball is the northeastern sport?
Yeah, baseball is big in the Northeast.
There's a lot of good
lacrosse.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good college hockey in New England, too.
All right, we're hearing college hockey is big. I don't blame them.
Yeah. Nice and cold.
Today, big guest over on the Bennington show. We're excited about this. William Hurt, the wonderful actor, is going to be on, as well as David Crosby of sincerely one of the biggest bands America's ever had, Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
Yes, and of the Byrds, which is just like nuts to think.
You love the Byrds?
I do love the Byrds.
I don't know if you remember this because you were a really little kid. I did that TV thing down in Florida, and I had to have one guest, and I had Roger McGuinn come in and do that. You would have been very, very little, but it seemed crazy to me to have Roger McGuinn there.
Did you feel very starstruck about it, or?
Well, I had met him one night before. He lived right up on he lived like a mile from us. He lived up on the beach. But I had done this thing where I had, when I was doing stand up, I had opened for the band, and Levon Helm was late getting there. And I'm on stage doing stand up, and they keep giving me the stretch. I took it as far as I could, and I walk off stage. So I'm walking backstage, and it's Rick Danko and Roger McGuinn is standing there, and he's going, could you just come up and I'll either do a set with you or you could do a set. I mean, basically, we're in this pretty small place. And McGuinn was saying, no, because the local paper busts my balls because I've hopped up on stage with a lot of people who come through town. And after I did it with Tom Petty, who loved McGuinn, loved the Byrds, I don't want to do anything. And Danko's like, dude, it would be so cool. And so it's just the three of us standing there. I'm a pretty young kid at the time. And I go like this, it really would be cool. I mean, everybody would be going crazy. And I see them both just kind of look at me like, not all, there's three of us standing here. Two of us are obviously in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You just got out and did a hack comedy fucking act for 40 minutes where your opening line was "fuck you hippie" because someone yelled something out. So I don't know whether you count on this. But they didn't say that, but I got the whole vibe.
Let me go ahead and throw my hat in the ring here.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go ahead and say...
You want me out there on the bongos? Let me know. So I saw Denny down the hall, and he always asks if he could come in and do the show. And I always say no, except for I found a song on YouTube not too long ago that I heard when I was a little kid, and I have been searching for it ever since. And I'd only remembered certain words. So I'm going to see if Denny or Lauren, why don't you run and grab them both? And you can be in charge of that. Denny or Lauren, and see, because they're my oldies friends, right?
That's their
And we'll
thing.
see if they know the song.
All right.
All right? So let's you're not going to...
Oh, you want me to do it now?
Yes.
We've
What
only
are we talking about?
10 minutes left.
Run, Anthony.
You just called him Andy.
Run, Andy.
Andy, run.
Andy. Andy?
Andy!
Andy, run.
He doesn't know who
Andy,
they are.
you're running the wrong way.
He just read. I just asked him to bring up to people that they don't know.
He doesn't know where they are. It's like, yes, I will go get them.
Yeah.
Does anyone know who Lauren is?
Now, the thing is, I found out about this band, and like I said, I would have heard this song when I was a little kid. It's an Australian band, so the song was, I guess, played in Australia, but I don't think it played as a national American hit.
And this is a song that you heard when you were young.
Like,
so it was like on the radios?
Yeah, it would have been on AM radio. I mean,
Right.
we're going back that far that it would have been on the AM radio. And I know he's an oldies guy, so I'm curious to know whether he knows that song. Now, have you ever had that kind of thing hang in your head from when you were a kid? And you're
Yeah.
like, hey, was this big? Because I remember hearing it.
Yeah, I've had that happen where like I'll only remember, and usually when you're a kid, you don't know what the lyrics are anyway.
Yeah.
So there's no way to even search for it.
Yeah. Here comes Denny into the room. And what are you drinking there, Denny? You got a
can of Meisterbrau.
Okay, that's nice.
Dad's beer.
Start the day off with a Meisterbrau. Did you just call it Dad's beer?
That was my dad's beer.
Yeah,
That's what you
it's everybody's dad's beer. All right, so I'm going to tell you guys this story. I'd heard this thing that I knew, but it had been haunting me. I did not know the song. It was an Australian band. And I'm going to see if either one of you guys, because both of you consider yourself oldies experts. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, do you, Denny, consider yourself an oldies expert?
Well, I've always considered myself a graduate of the College of Musical Knowledge.
Okay, that's good. All right, where are you going, Chris, when I'm trying to do a show?
I was going to fix Lauren's mic.
Well, she works in radio, so that's not a big problem for her.
She got it.
She knows how to speak into a mic.
Thank you anyway, though, Chris.
Should I give you guys the name of the band? If I give you the name of the band, do you think you would know the hit?
You could go for it.
Does that seem like the easiest way to do it?
Okay.
The name of the band was Tintin. Tintin.
Toast and marmalade?
For
breakfast.
For
toast and marmalade for lunch, for breakfast. When do we have it?
Come on. That you're so very, very close.
Toast and marmalade. When do we have it? For dinner? For breakfast? When?
What do the British do for lunch? Let's break for
tea.
Tea, exactly. Okay. All right, play now. This is a song that you know well.
I remember hearing it once. It wasn't a monster hit, but it's one of those songs where you see the title on compilation albums,
right?
All
right, play the song.
Chad and Jeremy, Peter and Gordon.
Very, very much like that. So this was a 1970s hit that for some reason played in Philadelphia.
And you said the band was actually from Australia?
Yeah, they're an Australian band, which I didn't know any of that.
So do you think maybe that was a bigger hit
in Australia?
In Australia,
Yeah.
like even in Europe, but
songs didn't travel that well in those days. You know what I mean? Like, it probably was like In Excess is how long. Well, the Bee Gees would have been first.
Yeah, Right. yeah.
But then In Excess would have been like the first, like, oh, we get the songs the day they get them.
Well, the Easy Beats from
That's what I
Australia.
thought. Yeah,
Easy
Friday on My
Beats
Mind.
were Friday on My Mind, which is a. But a lot of times we would also confuse that with English bands. Like, everything just seemed English to us at the time. Even Irish bands were like, yeah, you're like the Beatles. But there's one little lyric stuck in my mind. And in my mind, I thought it was a girl singing.
I could see how you would think that.
Yeah. What a ridiculous lyric, right? Toast and marmalade for tea.
And as an American person, you're like, what does that even mean?
How high
could it be?
How high did it get on the pop chart? Do we have anything?
Well, I think it played at either WFIL or Wibbage. That would have been one of the two big Philadelphia AM stations at the time.
A regional breakout, as we call
Yes,
it.
which doesn't really happen anymore, right?
No.
I know that. I remember one day, Lauren, you brought up a song like, remember this? I'm like, no idea that you were talking about. But it was something that played in New York, but didn't play 100 miles away. Tommy James, I think, was he Cleveland where he broke out? Where there was some Midwestern thing that, all right, this was a hit in Cleveland. So then you could go to other places, other, record labels and said, look, we're getting airplay there. You guys want to pick this up?
I think it's so cool that you could have like local hits, like that it would change.
Well, if you
per
look at
region.
if you look at what Canada did, where they say, I don't know, something like
50-50,
yeah,
was it?
something like that. But suppose every market did, even if they said you have to play 20% of people that have lived here, right? I wonder if bands would move like to Phoenix.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
We're gonna get a lot of airplay.
yeah, we'll get there and we'll build it up and maybe become a hit. But I remember hearing songs in Canada that I only heard there. And then people would always be like, what? You never heard of April Wine? And I go, I don't even know what you're fucking talking about. They're like, they're huge.
Was that If You See K? Tell Her I Love Her? That was her record, right? That was her record. If You See K, Tell Her I Love Her.
That's really edgy, huh?
Yes,
Denny?
yes, at that time.
You drink a, what are you having? A Lowenbrow? A Meister?
A Meisterbrow. I couldn't
Okay.
find any Utica Club, though, in the back.
Your dad only drank Lowenbrow.
Meisterbrow was his. That was the only. And he switched once to Night Strike, which was a malt liquor. But Meisterbrow was the your American lager.
I don't even think I've ever seen a Meisterbrow.
There was God, it was terrible. I remember drinking one.
You get like a case for like $6.99.
Yeah, it's great.
Do you remember when supermarkets had their own beer? They don't-
Supermarket beer?
Yeah, they had their own.
Oh,
beer.
God. Look at the Meisterbrow. The Meisterbrow is right up there with Dad Basement. Before there was a man cave, there was a Dad Basement where he would have this small little thing and act like it was a bar.
Right.
Come on in. Come on in. I'm home from my union job.
Darts set up.
Yeah, I know a guy, his dad, who just had, it was all lined in beer cans. Like empty
Cool.
beer cans. Yes.
Real
That's
cool.
how he felt about it.
I feel like I'd be supporting the Third Reich if I drank that beer. just the vibe it gave me.
And you do.
Well, I do listen to the Kumia show, so maybe that's why.
Is it just listen?
Yes.
There's
I
not
stream it.
more. There's not more.
No.
So
This is always an issue whenever I come on. It's always.
No, but the rumors are
It's always-
wrong. The rumors
yeah, there's
aren't
rumors
true.
going on.
Yeah. You can tell us.
No, I mean.
There's no judgment.
I know it's a judgment-free zone. No,
Yeah,
but
this is
Gossip.
We want gossip. What's that?
This was the Night Flight, the other malt liquor he switched to.
And there's a picture of a Millennium Falcon on the beer can.
Awesome.
It's a badass looking beer.
Yeah.
I remember what it tasted like though.
Wasn't Night Flights when TBS used to play videos on Friday nights?
Yeah, I think
Night
so.
Flight.
Yeah.
Night Flight.
Now you stayed top 40. You don't like rock music.
No, I do. I like hits.
Yeah.
I mean, I like hits.
You like hits?
I like hits.
Only like hits.
I like hits. Familiar, it's like when the Steve Miller album, Steve Miller Band came out, I'd like maybe the second or third track in there, like maybe Sweet
Right.
Mountain Honey or something I would remember and stuff like that.
And were you a kid who charted it in your notebooks when you were
yeah.
younger?
Yeah, I had a couple of those, the small composition books,
Right. Yeah.
the soft cover ones, and I used to write down, the songs that would be on the radio, and I'd want to get a copy.
Denny
of those
likes to
hits.
fly like an eagle.
So, Lauren, none of the rumors are true.
No.
Okay. Do you know that there's rumors out there?
I had no idea, but you always seem to keep me in the
well,
loop.
the listeners write to me.
Listeners. Oh, I love the listeners.
I'm not online,
They're
but I
good.
do have an email.
I do see a few come up in my Twitter feeds every so often. Like
Thank you.
if I tweet something, it's like, oh my God, well, Anthony would love this or this. I'm like,
Right.
can't help that our views correlate.
But, here's the thing. We love you both, so if you are together, no judgment here.
No judgment.
But we're just saying you don't have to... you don't have to be on the dark end of the street. That's all we're saying. You know what I mean? You
I
don't have to
understand.
stay in the shadows.
I understand.
Or on the dark side with the
Standing
Beaver
in the
Brown
shadows of love, Denny. Four tops.
Band. Very nice. You like those make-believe bands, too? Like the Beaver Brown Band, just for the movie, John Cafferty?
Well, they went out and toured, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they're not make-believe.
Sort of like the Archies.
I'm a big fan of Captain Geach and the Shrimp Shack Shooters.
Well, they're doing well. What movie was that from?
Thing You Do.
Oh, that's good.
He knows everything.
He does. He knows everything not worth knowing.
Right. Yes.
But the fact that he came up with toast and marmalade for tea, well, he called it toast and marmalade for breakfast. Toast and marmalade for breakfast.
Makes more sense.
But now that you hear that, could you imagine having that haunt your ears for like 40 some years?
Yeah, and not have a way to find it.
I found it by just a small clip of a lyric. It took me to
Right.
that popped back in my head, took me to a couple spots. Accelerate it is coming up, so we got a hard out here. Bennington show later on today, actually in a couple of hours. Chris Stanley owes 42 cigarettes in his cursing tip jar.
That's right.
Like you to pay that off.
Yep. Get pay up
immediately
after week 1.
Yeah, immediately. And of course, head on over to the iBang to see this week's in videos and pick up your Jim Gaffigan Unmasked tickets. That's going to be a great show. Anything left for us to throw out there, Chris, before we go into Accelerated?
I think we're good to go into Accelerated.
I think we're good to go into Accelerated. Thank you so much for stopping by. After all these times, Denny, you finally made the show. You
Thank
love
you.
it? You love it?
Yeah, it's a part of my radio career now. I hope.
Yes, get it on the resume.
I want to take this piece of audio and send it to the Broadcasting Museum.
Oh, that's a smart idea. All right, we'll see you guys in exactly 2 hours over on Raw Dog with the double dose of the Bennington Show. And take care, everybody. I'm dying. I'm dying over here.
You're going to be okay.
Thus ends Tarantino Week. Nothing was faster, I believe, in my life than Tarantino Week.
I know.
I feel like we could have done a Tarantino month and nobody would have been thrown off by it. It is the Bennington Show on a historic day. 866-766-0339. 866-766-0339. And it's, of course, hashtag Bennington if you're on Twitter. It is a historic day today for a couple of reasons. Number one, we're going to end the show up with a couple of great guests. David Crosby and also William Hurt. So Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Oscar winner, Bennington. Boom.
So exciting. It's like so thrilling.
Bigger than life.
Huge.
And also a historic day for another reason. Gay marriage ban is now off the table. 50 states can have 50 dates. Time to fix those old sodomy laws. Supreme Court went 5-4. That's it. Anywhere in America, gays can marry. Welcome to the 21st century. It's done.
Ow!
Now, here's the deal in this. Is there anyone left that this would even bother? Because I can tell you, living in New York City, where I think it was it 2 years ago or 3 years ago?
It's 2 years ago.
All right. Just in time for the gay parade then, too. Gay pride is tomorrow all over.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to have this, and they're going to be out of their minds excited about it. But it changes nothing for anyone who isn't involved in whether you're gay and can be married and gay and can't be married.
Right.
I can honestly say at no time did it ever come up again in my thoughts, you know?
Yeah, it does seem like it has hit the point where the majority of the people accept this for what it is, and it's not even something to be debated anymore.
Well, it is funny that you say that because I'm looking at the statistics here. In 2005, only 31% of the people were in favor, 60% opposed. Here, 10 years later, 57% of the people are in favor and 39% opposed. Still leaving some people who,
not really sure.
Maybe they should, maybe they should.
This is something I never thought about.
Undecided.
But the reality of it is, and I think we all realize this living in New York. First of all, I don't feel like it's even made life better or different. There's no change except for between two individuals. Just in the same way as it okay that men kiss never comes up again if you're not involved in that.
Everyone else gets to just carry on.
Everybody else, it doesn't change your life at all. I sent an email to Fez, like, I just said him, I told you so. You know what I mean? Because I always told him, I go, it's going to come to the Supreme Court, and it's going to be over, as much as he would be crushed about this fact. And he used to just get damaged over it.
But it certainly seemed in the last few years that it was going toward the direction of being just a basic human right.
Well, that's where we ended up.
Yeah.
You have to get it in front of the court. It always has to end up in the courts. But anyway, I asked, so Fez wrote back, he's really excited, didn't expect it. He goes, this is going to make gay pride. And I'm like, you want to come on the show and do your victory? And he goes like this, no, I shan't. I'm no longer a public person.
He shan't call?
No, he shan't call.
Not even for a gay victory.
Yeah, doesn't mean any, he cannot let his publicness come up. But I'm willing to bet that there is not even a single person listening to this show right now who really has an opposition to this. I mean, I guess there's going to be a couple of ministers, but I can't imagine any regular folks caring. Like, I'm sure at least someone will, bitch about this on, one of the guys running for president will, care about it. I just saw this too. I'm going to see if I can find it again. Somebody had written to Rick Santorum, who I guess had bitched about it, then used our hashtag. All right, Melissa Ann wrote to @Rick Santorum. You're just mad that you have to pretend like your wife's vagina when you really want that dick. And then put a hashtag Bennington there.
Roped us into that.
Yeah. Here's Tim. Tim.
What's up, buddies?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I want to get started the hashtag Suck It Chick-fil-A.
I know that nothing could sound nuttier, but the Obama actually wrote, this is a great day, blah, blah, blah. And then hashtag love wins. Why is the president hashtagging anything?
Was there a meaning about that hashtag that he adds to that tweet? Like, what are we going to say?
You think he claims he tweets? I don't believe the president of the United States would sit around thinking about a fucking stupid hashtag.
I think they run it by him, and that's about it. Is this okay?
Emergency hashtag meeting, everyone.
He's not sitting around going, love is awesome. Love's great. Love wins because we
Man
won.
love.
Love
wins.
Love is salty. Does that affect?
Red in Canada, red.
So, is this a giant loss this week for the southern states then? They've lost their Confederate flag and now equal marriage thing. Like, that's got to be a real big loss for those
There was, well, we're not just the Southern, but any of the conservative movement. This had to be a rough week because the Obamacare got held up in the Supreme Court, which now becomes that difficult thing to pull back again. They lose this gay marriage, which fired them up a lot. But believe it or not, in my opinion, this is a great week for Fox News because this is where you don't ever want to be on the side that's winning when you're in angry radio or TV. You want to be like, the sky is falling, tune in, we'll let you know.
And, this puts a little fire under them as well.
They get a chance to attack. So they can just attack and be pissed and go nuts.
This is the kind of ammunition they love going into presidential campaigns as well. There's going to be a lot for them to talk about.
I don't think, though, that you look at these things that passed on the Supreme Court and wonder how you're going to get it back. Because these states went around and voted on this themselves. The states that didn't want gay marriage, there was majority. And let's not forget, California was one of those fucking states.
Crazy.
But now in the last couple of years, no one really gives a shit. If this is good for anyone, it's the legalized weed people. Because you realize if you start to pick up states, and recently you just got Delaware, at a certain point people go, look, I'm traveling, why can't I take my weed with me?
Just want to vape.
Yeah.
And that just becomes part of life. And they're like, oh, well, now we have it. Why would we get rid of it?
Why would we ever chuck it out again?
Everything's okay. Everyone's smoking weed. Okay. Nothing bad's happening. Making money.
That's it, though. That's the game. All done. Over. Gay marriage here, gay marriage staying. And the court actually said this. I guess it is Adam and Steve.
That was in their paper?
No, they actually yelled it when they threw the paper.
To Adam and Steve.
Diremaker says, you have to get Fez on today. Nope, he is not interested. He no longer lives a public life.
Mm-hmm.
Bill, what's up, buddy?
Ronnie B, we should have took some stock in dry cleaning and laundromat. They're going to be busy tomorrow, Ronnie B.
Well, tomorrow is Gay Pride. Fez will be attending the St. Pete Gay Pride.
Oh, good.
Yeah. But he shan't make any speeches. He's no longer a public person.
Does that mean he won't get on a float?
No, he won't be on a float. Just like Bill Cosby, he's not a public person. That story's up on the iBang, and it's incredible. Bruce, what's up?
Hey, Ronnie, I got laid off today after 15 years on the job. I commuted about 70 miles each way for the last 10 years. I've recorded you, Ron Fez, and Bennington, and listened to it in the morning, listened to it on the way home. My last day, I will continue to listen. I just wanted to say thank you for the hours of entertainment and getting me through that nightmare commute down 78. I'm in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania now, commuted to North Jersey. I've hated it since the beginning of time, but when you guys came on the satellite, I was able to record it. I just want to thank you. Everything's good. I'm taking the summer off, and here's all I need.
You know what, Bruce? This is the summer of Bruce, my friend. If you want to eat a block of cheese, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, why not?
No, here's what I need. Listen, I'm going up to Maine in about 2 weeks.
Perfect.
And all I want to do is get a lobster roll from that dude who pulls them out of the bay. I'm going to go up there, drive, get a lobster roll. No mayonnaise, butter.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. There are so many places that you can do that. I ate at this one lobster thing that was so great. It was very plain. It was just lobster and corn, but you actually walked out on the dock up there.
Oh, that's awesome.
As the ships come up, they throw the nets up, and then they take those lobster crabs and just chuck it right in. It's amazing. It's called Five Island if you want to go to that.
I want to thank you for the stories of Delaware County. The other day you talked about Upper Darby people, and that's where I'm from. Clifton Heights. All right,
sweet,
right around the corner. And I just want to thank you. It's been a great ride financially. Everything's cool. At Igglesfan, IGGLESPHAN at Twitter. If anyone wants to follow me.
All right, there you go. If you want to
thank you,
be
man.
with an Eagles fan, Bruce. All right, have a great summer, my friend.
I will. Thank you very much, man.
Peace.
Upper Darby, represent.
Yeah, Tower Theater.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Now you got Upper Darby and then just Darby. How come there's no Lower Darby?
No. Why? Because there's nothing lower than Darby?
Bob in Shaolin.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
You gave the stat about the polls changing so greatly in 10 years over gay marriage. I think a lot of it just has to do with, the press and media in general being basically in favor. I think that was the one big driving thing where maybe a lot of people were kind of middle of the road, myself included. I didn't really care either way.
Well, see but honestly, the job of the media would bring you the story of people that you don't know. Like, let's say this. If the shoes that we were all wearing, right, were causing people trouble in a third world, and we didn't find out until we saw it on Vice, you know what I mean? Right. That's the job of Vice television. So the media basically put out for people who never met gay people or thought about gay problems, because most of us don't think about other people's problems. We just think about our own. And the actual job of a journalist was to go out and educate himself and then bring that information back. Now, there are no two sides to the truth. There's only the truth. So when people go, what about the other side being represented? Well, how could you, what else is there to represent?
There's only one side with fact.
Yeah. Let's go over here to John in North Carolina.
Bennington, how are y'all?
Hey, my man.
Ron, your caller a few minutes ago that basically accused every Southerner of being mad that the flag was taken away and that the gays are allowed to get married. That is the other half of the problem, is that the stereotype is unrelenting. I was upset they took the flag away, but I was glad that the gays now can get married. But they will never give us that credit. They always pigeonhole every one of us as uneducated, backwoods, hillbilly rednecks. And it's just a shame.
Well, you got to get the word out there, man.
We try to invent everything. The wheat thrasher, the cotton gin, endless industry, endless ideas, and we're still accused, hillbillies, corncob pipe.
Well, just so you know, I wouldn't consider either one of those industry. Those are farming. But it's good that you came up with them. 150, 200 years ago seemed to be a bubbling place. But God bless you. And I do agree 100% that there's all different kinds of people in every part of this country.
Yeah.
And I really do think that it's time to stop the hayseed bashing. You know, some slack jaw fucking weirdo, whatever. Let him be himself, you know? I don't give a shit.
Do him.
Rick in Cleveland.
Ronnie B, Cousins, what's going on?
Hey.
So there's a couple guys out there that are still very anti-gay. There's this guy on Twitter. He's got some kind of radio program down south. His name's Brian Fisher. He's calling today his moral 9/11 because gays are allowed to get married, which is still pretty ridiculous that people think this way and have a platform to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, but I think it's cool that he does have a platform to talk about it.
Right. You wouldn't want to take that away.
But seriously, if anyone would sway you by the term moral 9/11, then you're already a dope. Becky in PA.
Hello?
Hi, Becky.
Hi.
Hi, darling.
I think you're wrong about the press. The press, I will say that with this administration, I feel the press has come as close to being the Ministry of Press or whatever the stories were in the book 1984, because the press will push out an agenda and they'll say whatever is most favorable to make that agenda look good without reporting anything that's negative about it. So, you know, I don't know if the majority of the country feels that way or not. They probably do, but you would never know because it's kind of like somebody you're talking to and somebody says to you, well, everybody's doing that. If you really
So,
ask them,
let's just go with you, Becky. Do you have any problem with gay marriage?
I don't care one way or the other. I mean,
And I think that's pretty much reported. I think, again, the fact that you don't care one way or another just means that it doesn't affect you. Now we could make.
Since I have family, I have a niece who is gay, and I don't know if she and her partner will end up getting married or not. They may, but I just feel like the statement that the court should be an activist and should push possibly a social agenda. I mean, I don't care about this decision. My opinion, frankly, the problem I have most is with the Obama decision because the way they are interpreting that law. I'm an attorney, and I know about the rules of interpretation. And
I would expect out of everybody that would have an opinion, it would be a lawyer. I'm more shocked. I mean, if someone calls me up and says, I'm a strong Christian, I think that gay marriage affects family values, I'm always interested in that, point of view. But for someone to say, I'm an attorney and I don't care about this one way or another, it's always shocking to me. I'm always also shocked by people who act like, well, if it doesn't have anything to do with me, I don't care about it.
Yeah,
that's. Well, I guess I'm saying I don't care because I don't think the government should be in the business of legislating these issues. That's what I'm saying is that the government, I don't know, it's one of these things where the government really, leave it to the states to decide how they want to.
Look, you're a lawyer, so you and I both know that the state's laws are pretty fucking weak these days, right? States' rights. They don't exist the way they existed early on. And it's very strange to be in the United States and to expect to have corporations that are the same in each state and all that, and to be able to say, you are married in this state, but this state doesn't have to recognize it. I don't even see that going back again. Yeah. And that's what I said about the marijuana laws. These marijuana laws are going to slide the same way. Now, here's the thing. I don't smoke marijuana. I have no plans on smoking marijuana again for the rest of my life, but I don't want to see anyone arrested for smoking marijuana. To me, that's a lot different than saying I don't smoke marijuana, so I don't care what happens. You know?
Yeah, I think that's always kind of a bizarre stance to take when you're saying you're not going to take up for somebody else because it doesn't directly affect you. But you could see how the value of it could mean something one way or the other to other people. All
right, Eagles fan who called in earlier, Larry in Yonkers had wrote up a road trip guide to Maine and is willing to help him there.
Aw, I love that, Larry in Yonkers. So sweet.
Yeah, let's go over here to Al in Maryland. Al.
Hey, buddies. The only problem I think anybody has, the public has, is the PDA, gay or straight. I mean, the lesbian stuff I can tolerate a little bit more. But the problem is the public displays of affection. Now, who cares if you're married? Let them do what they want to do.
All right, let's say this, though, with the public display of affection. Let's say Chris Stanley's over there with his lovely girlfriend, and they're kissing, right?
Yeah.
If I don't want to look, I have another $3.59 to not see those two kiss. I don't think that public displays of affection is ever a big deal at all.
It's not a big deal, and it can be also mildly irritating no matter what type of couple you're looking at.
Again, you can look away. It's not that big deal, particularly when it's strangers. I don't think you want to see your mom making out with someone,
Sure.
You know? Hey, Dave. My mom's not here right now, Dave. Why don't you wait out here on the porch? Well, what are you going to do? Go back into our fridge and get more food?
Well, I'm dating your mother.
Well, you eat a lot of food, Dave. A lot of food.
I'm helping to pay for this.
Dave.
I know, but my name is Dave, yes.
Yes, it was great around here before you came around.
Your mother seems very happy with me.
Dan in Michigan. Dan.
Yeah, Ron, I've always thought that it was kind of a weird issue. And the reason why people fight over it is, for some reason, you've got a sacrament that has to be approved by the state. So you don't need to get a baptism license. You don't need to get a First Communion license. You don't need to even get like a last rites license. But for some reason, you have to get a marriage license, which is why you don't see people protesting gay baptism.
Well, again, I would disagree that it's just a sacrament. It's a legal thing.
Right.
Just why you can't go to the church, get married, and guess what? You're not married because the preacher said it.
Right.
You're married when that paper gets filed. That's when you're married.
Yeah, and I think the thing that would make sense is separate those two things and say, in my church, I got married, but for tax and legal purposes, I have my civil union. And that's whether I'm gay, straight, or whatever, completely separate it. And that way you don't have to worry about.
But they are separated.
Yes,
they
guess
absolutely
what?
are.
What is your religion?
I'm Protestant.
Okay, I don't think that the Jews or Catholics see you as married in the eyes of their religion. You're only married in the eyes of your religion anyway.
That's my point. That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
So why not just separate that?
I guess it is separated.
It is separated.
Yeah.
Nobody is saying that gays have to be married in any specific church.
It's and if you're going to the same civil union, then it's the same civil union that you and your wife have now. If that's what it is, and not a marriage, it's the same deal. Matt in Boston.
Hey, guys. First, I just want to let you know I don't have a problem with it either. But just to play devil's advocate, the PDA, the public display of affection stuff, is not just making out in public. You know, a lot of people are uncomfortable having to explain to their kids why two men are walking down the street holding hands.
Well, first of all, they've had to explain to their kid first that men shouldn't hold hands. A baby is not going to think that a man or a woman should be holding hands. At some point, you had to incorrectly tell them what a marriage was.
Right.
Okay. And then the no peanut M&Ms, is that still okay?
What is it?
Is what still okay?
No peanut M&Ms?
No peanut M&Ms?
No, you got to have peanut M&Ms, no matter
That's
what
definitely
happens.
not okay.
But yeah, the holding of the hand, I don't think it's going to shock most children.
Yeah.
Going to destroy society, according to some people.
If a child asks, why are those two men holding hands? I guess the answer would be like, because they're a couple. And that would be the way to explain it, I guess.
Here's Brian in Florida.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I just wanted to congratulate all the gays. This is like their 4th of July, and we got to get Fez to call in. We really.
He's not ever going to call again. He told you that before he left.
He likes
and by
his
the
privacy.
But today is the day that he needs to call. Of all the days, this
he
is the day.
no longer is here for you. He doesn't live a public life. Now, by the way, just so you know, Brian, the gay 4th of July is the 4th of July also.
Right.
They don't
actually recognize that holiday as well.
Do they?
But it seems weird that, again, gay pride gets set up for this. You know what I mean? This is another... I think 2 years ago when New York was also gay pride weekend. It's almost like these courts know what they're doing. David in Ohio.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I think the thing that people really need to pay attention to the most is that the Supreme Court ruled basically on political lines. There was 4 conservatives that ruled against it, 4 liberals ruled for it, and Justice Kennedy ruled, for it, which he's a pure 50-50. So the upcoming election is super important if we want things.
We say this every single election. Every single election, the only reason to push is for your point of view to be represented. What's odd is a lot of guys get put up by the Republicans and then slide back once they're in there. So the Republicans, they're even mad at Roberts after all this time. They're very, very frustrated because once you put that guy in, you can't pull him out again until his heart stops.
It was Bush's guy. He went in with Bush.
So yeah, it's been very, very difficult. Edgar in Chicago.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good.
Listen, you were talking about marriage, and I've performed a few, so, I just want to kind of set you straight.
Please.
Got a caller talking about the difference between civil marriage and sacramental marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can't perform a civil marriage or a religious ceremony without a license from the state.
Right.
Okay. Now, if somebody comes to me and they say, "Oh, well, my fiance and I want to get married. I was a Baptist. I was divorced, and I want to marry this nice Catholic girl." The one who performs the marriage is actually the couple. The couple marry each other in the presence either of a justice of the peace or a religious minister.
So you're saying when the couple decide to be with each other, that's the actual marriage that takes place?
When they have a license from the state,
yeah,
and and 3 witnesses, a witness for the state or the church, and the 2 witnesses for the couple. Once they say, that they are married, they have administered the sacrament, or they have, from the civil standpoint, they have signed a contract with each other.
All right, what kind of marriages do you perform?
I can perform a religious marriage.
Yeah.
Or on the license, I can say, as a Catholic priest, I am performing a civil wedding.
Yeah. So how does this feel to you being a Catholic priest?
I'm happy as hell.
Yeah.
We have our theology is very able to handle marriage between two straight people, between two gay people. It used to be that if you were beyond childbearing years,
Yes, I remember that.
yeah, but that was, I don't know how you remember that because that went out in the 30s.
Well, I remember hearing that. And then up until recently, them saying that they wouldn't do it unless you were first married in a Catholic church and you were getting your stuff re-upped. But I can tell you this, Father, my parents don't seem to be crazy about this new pope. He's making them nervous.
You know, he's making everybody nervous because, you know, like at one stage he's saying, okay, global warming is a moral problem.
Right.
And I totally agree. But on the other hand, he's still against gay marriage.
Yeah, he's a character. Hey, Father, what are we going to do to get Barry Crimmins excommunicated from the church? He really wants it bad.
You know, all he has to do, if he wants to excommunicate himself, all he has to do is send a letter to the bishop saying, I no longer regard myself as a Catholic.
I think it would be better for everybody if we yanked it away from him, though.
Have him punch a bishop.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Good idea.
Good idea. Hey, Father,
If you
thanks
can
so
get him
much
to
for
punch a
calling today.
bishop, that's an automatic excommunication.
Yeah. I didn't know that. That's great. I thank you so much, Father.
Hey, no problem. Take care.
Alan in Tulsa. Alan.
Mr. Bennington, praise be. Hey, you know, it's a good thing to find out that equal means equal for everyone.
It is, you know, it's one. I don't know whether equal will ever be equal, and I'm not just talking for gays, but you can make the case that a lot of people don't feel equal. I know in my case, white male, we'd like to be a little more than equal,
right?
At all times.
That's your preference,
but also on the work that we've done,
right?
The moon landing, that's ours.
Okay,
100% by us, and we did it without computers, so. You're welcome.
Yeah, you guys do everything great.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jeremy in Texas. Jeremy.
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, great to talk to you guys. Hey, I just want to switch gears on you for a second and go back to the Confederate flag.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just curious, you know, how are we going to teach our U.S. history to kids if we're constantly taking it away?
Well, there's plenty of shit that we don't teach kids in our own U.S. history. Right. I don't know if you go back and read those books, but there's a lot of empty spots there. I think the flag thing has gotten a little crazy.
It's gotten a little out of hand, certainly with, you know, taking away video games that include the Confederate flag because those games are about the Civil War. I think that's... It's going a little bit farther than what we probably did.
Yeah, I'm writing this to Obama. See if you like it so far.
Okay.
Dear President Obama.
Good start.
I put president in quotes.
Wait, what?
Well, I like to use quotes. And here's what I'm simply writing.
Okay.
The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal.
Mm-hmm.
See, he was in a bind. He was way behind. He was ready to make a deal.
Huh?
What? What was he doing? It's a new day out there. Eagles fan really enjoys the love from the Bennington show and hashtag Bennington. It's overwhelming. Dun, Mig, Delco, Cray. He's right about that. This sending a little spy report.
Spy report.
Jimmy Fallon has canceled his show tonight due to injuring his hand. He's fine, but he'll be airing a repeat. Perhaps he was cheering too much for the gay marriage thing. Hurt his hand.
Beer pong accident.
Jeez, what could it be?
Yeah. Everybody's getting hurt now. Our own Chris Stanley recently had his knee repaired. What was the surgery?
I had to get my right knee scoped, is what they'd call it. It's arthroscopy because a partially torn MCL is what the technical word thing is.
And praise the Lord for this. It's all fixed and done, and he never has to worry about that again.
It was up until last fucking night when I am in bed and oddly enough, I stretched my fucking knee out and there's a pop.
What kind of pop?
Fucking pop.
You heard it?
I fucking felt it and I heard it and I was like, that.
Do the impression of the pop. That doesn't sound like it would hurt. That doesn't sound bad to me.
The pop happened. My knee was extended. I was like,
God.
this could be bad, but I'm not going to think about it. Just going to try to go to sleep.
Oh, God.
Wake up, get out of bed, and it's like I never fucking had surgery.
Oh, no.
You know how shitty I felt stepping on that goddamn floor? Going through this stupid fucking surgery, pumping goat juice into my goddamn head, and then 6 fucking weeks later, it just fucking pops. I wasn't doing anything physical. I was laying in bed.
Did they tell you not to lay on it, though? Or not to lay on your back? Show us how you were laying.
I was laying on my side, with my fucking leg bent like that. Like a goddamn 35-degree angle.
Was this a masturbation accident?
No, there was no jacking going on. No dick jacking.
So, did you call your doctor?
Yeah, I called him. He's not in today.
Sure. It's Friday.
Oh, no.
Friday in New York in the summer. First of all, you're lucky you're not having a panic attack. You won't see the fucking guy get in the Labor Day.
MICKEY.
Yeah. Maybe if they weren't so busy fucking singing crazy music at me, this thing would have been fixed correctly.
Dude, did you see that shit that happened when the guy was in Virginia? So they gave him some go juice, knocking his shit out, right?
Yeah.
He had said, look, I'm going to be fucking weird why this is happening. I'm going to put my phone on and tape and listen to when they're explaining to me what to do. He also, so when he passes out, the phone was left on. And then he heard them talking about him, fucking with him, how he's a crybaby, how he's a piece of shit.
They called him a bitch because he went to a former all-women's college.
What? Yeah. So he has this all on tape. The doctor and the staff bad-mouthing his ass, and what they ended up doing when the court gave him $500,000 for getting people saying bad shit about him while he's passed out.
Yeah.
Wow.
$500K.
I go, what about the assholes who call this show and say bad shit about me?
We should all be getting a piece.
Here's the other thing that they made fun of. This tiny dick.
Oh,
And
that's where he got the money
It was a
from.
woman doctor, too.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. The courts are going to definitely say that is
They made fun
too
of
much to bear.
His dick?
It's more than any man can take.
Cut a check. Here you go, buddy.
So when you go back to get your fucking knee done for the third time, get a hard on first.
Yeah.
Just make fun of it. Just I'm recording.
You should record
You
it,
guys, you guys have enough money. Give me some. Yeah, I called this morning, got his answering service, and those people are pieces of garbage.
Are you in a lot of pain right
Yeah,
now?
I'm in a lot of pain. Yes, if I stand up, it hurts very much so.
Ugh. I can't think of a knee popping.
How did it sound?
Oh, come on.
That's not even a pa, it's a puh.
Oh, God.
Then you had to come to Papa. By the way, I was watching him on TV last night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Our buddy Tom Papa. What kind of last name is that, Papa?
Papa.
What is the ethnic background for that?
I'm going to guess Polish. I'm just throwing it out there. Papa.
I don't think so.
You think
I always
Italian? Papa.
Papa.
It's definitely not Hispanic. That would be Poppy.
Yeah, I don't think it actually means. He had a show where you have to answer questions and cut wires. It was up against Big Brother, and the Big Brother on my TV fucking went blank.
I
was fucking pissed. Then I'm over watching Tom Papa, and I'm like, "Oh, come on, you guys from the Upper Peninsula, let's do this." 3 dudes from the Upper Peninsula, which is, I think, the strangest part of America, right? Because it's not even, it's Michigan, It's not even really attached to Michigan. It's up above it. And it's just beautiful trees, open spaces, a couple little towns.
Wow. And it's like, what's the population of that area?
These three dudes grew up together and there was only $8,000 in their town.
Right.
You know, and then they decided to come to Papa. There's no thing that tells you the. All right, go ahead.
Italian. This comes from
Italian.
Italian.
You called it.
And here's their coat of arms, the ancient arms of Papa.
That does me no good.
No, that's pretty cool, actually.
There's a helmet and a goose on it. And some flowers.
Hey, look up our arms. Ours, as in all of us, the Benetton fam.
Yeah, they're up there.
I feel like there's some wheat. I remember there was wheat for some reason.
It wasn't enough that I wanted to. I thought it was a little crazy looking. It wasn't enough that I wanted to use it as
clams.
Yeah,
that's not the one I've seen before. Maybe I didn't.
You
That's
are right
weird.
about that they do change around all the time.
Yeah, I think that's made up. That's the one I've seen. Look at like bushels of.
Yeah, bushels of wheat.
Yeah, another bushels of wheat.
Another helmet. No
Yeah,
horse.
that's totally different than the other one.
It's either wheat or clams. Either way.
Get your clams. We're the Bennington clan. Come get your clams, everyone.
Oh, I love clams.
See if this would bother you at all. There is a new phrase that England has for their English soccer team. And it is, come on, our girls.
Come on, our girls.
Yeah, it's come on, our girls.
That's great.
I'm not making this up. It's up on the iBang today. I mean, someone has to know. You know? First of all, it's not correct English.
Right.
Unless you're saying, come on, our girls. Right. That's the only way it's used correctly. You got to come? Come on, our girls.
Okay, thanks.
I have an idea for you.
Come on. Come on, our girl. They said we could change it, and they're willing to change it to come on our girls' faces.
Well, that works too. But they're embracing it. They're loving it.
Well,
the
why
girls.
wouldn't they? They're English. They're happy with anything.
Maybe they don't say like
stiff upper lip, all that.
Maybe over there across the pond they don't say come. They say maybe it's just jizz over there. Maybe it's
well put, Chris Stanley. Always glad to have that fucking that cooler head in the room that you bring.
I think they're just excited it's not come on our cunts, so.
Oh, no!
What?
No!
That means something different there.
No, it isn't. What is it that's different there? Oh, fannies.
Fannies, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Who's that laugh in the distance?
Yeah, I'm doing a new game show called Guess That Laugh. And every single time, it's Janice from Chicago.
Hi, Ronnie.
Hi, sweetie. Sorry to hear Gail working blue like that.
I love it. It's so funny. I know it's a lot of work, but I love when you do Ope show, and then we get you all day, Ronnie and Gail.
You know, it's not that much work, to tell you the truth.
Oh, I love it. It's so much fun.
I mean, probably if we were at home, we'd be talking.
Sure.
We'd take less calls.
Yeah.
But we'd still be chatting.
Only up a little bit earlier than
Stanley
usual.
would still be whining about his popney.
Isn't he way too young for all these medical things?
Yeah, unless he's a safety, there's no reason for him to have these kind of knee problems.
And I'm not very active either. So
It might be part of the problem, Chris. That your tendons are just turning to dust from no use whatsoever.
I thought that would help them, preserve them. Come on.
Oh, I was watching C-SPAN this morning, and it's quite interesting, some of the callers. The world is officially ending because of gay marriage.
Yeah, I don't think we get a lot of those kind of people listening to us. Yeah. People don't care, really. I mean, the most we get is, I don't care.
Yeah, either they're for it or whatever.
They're pretty much the same way they were with the war. Whatever.
It's just love. Who the hell? And then, just crazy shit.
Well, Chris Stanley popped his name fucking down on all fours. The goddamn can.
No.
Everyone's allowed to work blue but me.
Chris you're counting up a lot of swear words.
What?
You know, I know your swear words are being counted. So.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Second show. Send Anthony in. An Anthony update. An Anthony update.
This needs to cost me a carton of fucking cigarette. Oh.
You just missed one. And just so you know, you missed one on the way in. It was just a carton of fucking cigarettes.
It's just a crazy thing to say.
How's he doing?
Well, in the morning show, we revealed that it was 42.
By the way, which is the answer to every question in the universe.
42, huh?
42.
Wow.
In the span of 2 minutes, Chris Stanley cursed 16 times. Due to the multiplication factor, it is now 32 cigarettes.
Oh, I forgot that!
I thought that was next week.
Or give those smokes back right now.
All right, fine. Fucking put 34.
17.
34.
Oh, I can't even imagine. The only time I smoked cigarettes in my life, they were 50 cents a pack.
Jesus Christ, she's back away. Huh?
Stop shoving it in my face,
What were we
Janice.
doing? Enjoying a fucking cigarette when Nixon won?
And I think they were all we had were either just Marlboro Box or Soft Pack. That's it.
I would have seen you with a nice Virginia Slim, you know?
Yeah. I was a Marlboro Box gal.
Is that right?
Yeah. But back then, too, we started smoking so much reefer. It was like,
you know.
So
Can I just say this? That's so cool. That is so cute. All right, talk to you later, Janice.
Okay, give Birdie my love.
I will.
Thank you.
Birdie, my love.
Sweet Janice.
Oh, God, you gotta love Janice, don't you?
I do.
Anyone who doesn't love Janice, I hate.
Mm-hmm. You heard it.
Yeah. Mike, Illinois.
Hey, Ronnie, how you doing?
Cool in the motherfucking gang, my friend.
Hey, I just want to know if Chris got his panties in his mangina there with his one knee pop. I've had 11 knee surgeries.
Oh, congratulations. You have a worse knee than I do. And it's panties, not panties.
Well, first of all, Chris,
pronounced panties.
He's right. You do act like a little bitch. Mm-hmm. He's right about that.
No, I'm in massive amount of pain right now. I can
You're not
barely
in any
walk.
pain.
I can barely walk.
Maybe that's why your knee went out in the first place. Because you've never really worked out walking.
So, knee man, you got any advice for me for this popping?
Mine pops all the time. I've had ACL, PCL replaced, cartilage, bone. I have a donor bone from a lady in Florida in my knee.
And you do all that without whining like a little bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Great.
I'm a flatbed trucker.
Oh, see that? That makes
All
you
right.
look like shit. Chris.
I look great right now.
I don't sit in a chair all day. Well, I guess I do sit in a chair all day, but I...
And you
I
know
have
what?
to do some
Yeah.
You just
physical
faced yourself.
Yeah. All right. We should all face ourselves, Chris.
The air in that knee.
It's terrible. It's a terrible sound and a terrible feeling.
Sponge Steve says Pepper's cartilage is like a rubber band that's been sitting in the sun for a year. Well, that's your fucking problem, Chris.
Yeah, I gotta take care of this shit. Oh, damn, 2 more cigarettes.
Look, you don't care right now about the cigarettes. Wait till there's will be room for this. Why do people who are writing mean shit to Rick Santorum also hashtag Bennington?
How did we get involved in this?
And then hashtag you're just as bad as a lib after that. G-Man brought up about your legs have to suspend all that horse. No wonder they failed.
Yeah.
No
I always
idea.
thought centaurs slept standing up.
I wouldn't know. They're mythical creatures.
Stop bragging. Let's break here. Coming up a little later on is going to be the one and only David Crosby, followed very quickly by the one and only Bill Hurt, Mr. William Hurt. Want to remind people, Jim Gaffigan at a, we're doing him in a club setting at Caroline's on July 9th. Go to the iBang for your chance to get free tickets. I think it's going to be an amazing night.
It's going to be awesome. I'm super excited.
I already got some good questions already lined up for him.
Okay, let's hear one.
What's the worst thing about being married to each other?
That's your opening question?
What was the song you first danced to?
Okay, that's a good one.
And would you ever like to watch the other person have sex with someone of another nationality or ethnic group?
Okay, that's definitely good.
And then what ethnic group would that be? Like I didn't already know. So we'll do all that right back. This is Bennington.
Wait, 1, 2. How many shows does this guy have again? You're listening to Bennington on Raw Dog Comedy Hits, Sirius XM 99.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's original craft vodka. In 1995, Tito Beverage had the idea of building his own micro distillery, incorporating the boutique winery concept into the spirits industry. He acquired the first legal permit to distill in Texas and put his life savings into it, racking up 19 credit cards to build his own copper pot stills and condensers. Since then, he's been awarded a 95 rating by Wine Enthusiast, won the unanimous Judges' Choice Double Gold Medal at the World Spirits Competition, the Chairman's Trophy for World's Best Vodka Tonic, and many, many others. It's got a modest paper label on a simple bottle. So all you pay for is the exceptional handmade vodka inside. Tito still makes his vodka by hand in the same land where he started it all, in Austin, Texas. Tito's Handmade Vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn and is naturally gluten-free. Visit us at titosvodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted. Oh,
40% alcohol by volume.
Tito's Vodka? That's what.
Why is that familiar to me? Why is Tito's vodka? It's something, some reason, it just sticks in my head.
It's because it's Tito's Vodka. It's amazing.
Oh, because the gluten, because it's
totally gluten-free.
Oh, it's gluten-free.
Gluten-free. There's no gluten whatsoever in it.
What percentage of that is actually alcohol?
Well, I know it's 100% corn, but it's 40% alcohol.
Right, so that's what would have been the answer. 40%.
By volume.
Started by who?
Tito Beverage.
And how many credit cards did he have?
19.
Oh, won any awards?
Oh, he's won plenty. He's won everything. He's won the unanimous Judges' Choice Double Gold Medal at the World Spirits Competition.
Is that good?
That's amazing.
Okay.
He won Chairman's Trophy for World's Best Vodka Tonic.
Woo!
Yeah. Tito is the best.
All right, well, do your IQ then.
Okay. Handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
I don't ever remember setting that up.
Don't think that we did.
I'm a Donald T. Rump man. Number 2.
Listen, anything to help T-Rump, really.
Yeah.
If this helps him.
He's Trump. He's Trump. He's Trump. He's in my head. I want to say a farewell and so long to somebody, but of course this isn't goodbye forever. Cavino and Rich, it's their last show here in New York, and then they're cruising out to Los Angeles, California, home of the Doors. So I just go into the bathroom, and they were both in there, and I'm like, try to give them a fist bump, and they both said, "That ain't gonna work, dude. We got to get a big, hairy-chested hug out of you."
Nice.
And they both hugged me in the men's room.
That's beautiful.
Well, they're really good guys. They're funny guys, and I'd always watch them on TV. They did a local TV show here, and they were like part of my evening every night. I would get my sports and then comedy from them. But going to, as much as I love New York City, and I do, I love change even more.
Yeah.
The thought of moving somewhere and starting fresh is always the most exciting thing.
It's pretty exciting, yeah.
Chris Stanley, you've told me before you will never cross the Hudson.
It doesn't appeal to me, anything past that Hudson River.
Yeah.
What if it was temporary? If you said, hey, like you're going to
7
live,
years.
let's just say 1 year to live on the West Coast or in Montreal or, anywhere, somewhere cool,
Paris.
some city that anywhere.
That's much better. That's much more appealing because, I know I'll come back to sweet New York, to my home.
All right, then we're going to send you away for a year.
Where?
One year.
Where am I going?
We'll let you know when we get there. because we've got a place in Panama.
Oh, okay.
We've got a place in the Philippines.
All right, that seems a little less stable than like a Paris or an L.A.
You blew it.
Shit.
You said anyway.
You said
It's
anyway.
L.A. forever.
Okay.
Or wherever we pick out. I like the Congo for you for a year.
I would do very poorly there.
I hate the fact that you stole this from Cavino and Rich. This was.
I know, this is about him. Them.
This was our goodbye to them. So, Big Chris Stanley, your knee is out.
Yeah.
You're in trouble.
Yeah, this is bad. I'm going to go to the Philippines with a bad knee.
And no cigarettes either.
Even down there, you're still going to be ahead of things. Because a lot of times they just cut off limbs.
Hey, it's still attached.
You know, if anything, you could be a street beggar. So, you know, any of that kind of stuff will help you.
Is there any openings for slum dogs?
I got this. This is an email that I thought would be interesting for you guys.
Okay.
It says, I wanted to suggest something. Did you ever see people in public, on the street or whatever, and you don't acknowledge them because of the risk of awkward conversation? I recently stared at the ground during an entire train ride to avoid a conversation with a guy I knew 10 years ago. That's from Fred. I'm trying to think of if I'll do this. I'll just simply say I'm more likely to try to act like I see people that I deal with on a daily basis. I try to ignore that than people I haven't seen in a while.
Well, I definitely can relate, but it's more the fear of getting stuck in a long conversation. Like if I could guarantee that I could walk past that person and be like, hey, how's it going? Haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're doing well, and then be done with it, I would be fine. I would not avoid anyone. But it's the fear of having a long conversation, like, where do you live now? And what are you doing? And like all that kind of stuff.
I do that. That stuff is easier for me. I'll go like this. Oh, I didn't recognize you. You've gained so much weight. Whatever happened to your ex-girlfriend? I know there was a lot of trouble between the two of you, a screaming match. Somebody said you hit somebody. Someone told me you were in jail. Did that fucking happen?
I've avoided my neighbor before coming back on the train, coming home from work, because then I'm like afraid that we'll get in a conversation, and now I know exactly how many stops I have to go with him, and then also walk all the way home with him because we live in the
That's
same
a lot, yeah.
building. So I've been like, I have to really be interested in my phone right now because I don't want to make eye contact because then I'm stuck with the next half hour.
All right, remember my buddy from in my building, Artie, that used to just stand up front and talk to everybody and stop everybody and introduce? Remember how much we said we couldn't stand him?
Mm-hmm.
Now we miss him every day because our building is not as social.
Yeah.
It takes one annoying guy to make a building social.
And then tell you everybody else's business.
Yeah.
It can be
He
interesting.
said this. That woman, she's a son of a bitch. She doesn't even open the window to her toilet. She just sits and smells it all day.
Oh.
And then she makes a call about my noise. She doesn't even open up the window to her toilet. And then...
Bizarre stamp.
Yeah. And then he would bring up one of two subjects. China Beach and the song West End Girls. And he's like, you might think I'm older, I like old music, but I got this tape right here. It's got West End Girls on it. That's a really good song. He liked West End Girls and Journey. Those are his two favorite things. And then, like, whatever happened to China Beach? I don't know, Artie. I really got to go inside.
China Beach was a show that was always on in my house for some reason. I don't know why.
It must have been New York centric.
I do miss his old stories about like the neighborhood and stuff. He had all the old stories.
Well, he would be like, this was a German street, and the Irish would come over and beat us up, and then the Italians were 2 blocks over. You had to watch out for them. And then he was like, and then the Czechoslovakians would come up, and then the Luxembourgians would, everybody could beat them up. They were fucking nothing.
He always had really great stories about him and old Butt Rapetti.
Butt Rapetti was his friend's name.
But
well, what was funny, there used to be another old guy in my building. It's a pre-war building, and both of them had lived there since, forever. One guy was a baby, and he died of old age not too long ago. So he would say something, and then Artie would just yell at him, bullshit. Bullshit. And he'd be like, you see that building over there? If I can, Jimmy Stewart used to go there and date a girl. Bullshit. That never happened. No matter what, two old guys, one just constantly called the other one a liar.
That's fucking great.
I miss those old dudes.
They're both gone now. Like your knee. Both gone.
Well, it's still here, but it's going. It's fading away. I avoid people constantly. I avoid everyone in my building.
Why don't you try avoiding me?
I avoid everyone in my building when they're in the neighborhood, besides my super. He's the person I get along with or I trust. And on the subway, it happens all the time where I'll just see like an acquaintance or something, and then I'll just put a newspaper up in front of my face and just act as if I'm reading the Post for 20 fucking minutes straight.
Just because you don't want to say hi?
Just because I just don't want to make eye contact with them. I don't want to interact with them. Like, when's this stop coming? I do it all the time.
See, I don't mind like a brief hello, how are you? It's just the fear of getting farther in the conversation than that. You don't need to know where everyone works and what everyone does and where everyone's going this weekend. That's all too much for me.
Yeah, but I find this even worse. Like, I'll say to somebody, hey, when did you come into the building? They'll be like, 5 years ago. The first time you ever said hi. That's unusual. Hey, Lisa Lampanelli's special is on tonight on Epics. And she was, we just had a nice run with her, ending up finally at the 92nd Street Y. So give her a little looky-loo tonight. Epics at 10 p.m. They seem to be getting a hell of a lot of the comedy specials.
It's like, I feel like the last couple of big ones have been on Epics.
Yeah, they get a lot of the strong people, and of course Netflix is getting a lot of the folks.
Was that where Jim Norton's was a few weeks ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's always been he's been an Epics guy the last few. I don't know whether you followed Norton's Twitter last night, but he had 4 planes in a row not take off for mechanical reasons, and he was literally fucking freaking out. And go to his thing, because he put video up too. And I think he eventually just drove to Pittsburgh. I mean,
God.
You wouldn't think that could happen in 2015. But he just lost his shit multiple times. Look at me. Go down further. When it's just his face, Chris. When it's just his face, yeah.
My whole fucking day has been wasted.
Let me stop. Just stop there and break it back. I'm going to help you with something. I want you to start and bring up the sound before you hit.
Yeah.
That way you don't hit it and have to go into the sound and miss the beginning of so many things. So let's give it another try.
We are actually going to leave the airport and drive to Pittsburgh. My whole fucking day has been wasted. You're not going to believe this. Of course, this third flight has maintenance issues. There's another flight, an 8 o'clock flight that we were going to try to go on, and they said, no, that's delayed till 10:30 because of maintenance issues. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm like, there's got to be weather. 4 fucking flights with maintenance issues.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And then he's flying from New York. I don't know where he leaves from, whether he leaves from New York or Newark. Because personally, I think that Newark is a better airport to leave from.
Yeah.
That's just my own vibe.
And it gets a lot less, there's a lot less traffic and all that kind of shit.
I know Chris doesn't like that because he doesn't like to go up on that. Did that person just go by? Did Anthony ever look into when that celebrity? Who are you looking for?
Adore Delano.
I put Anthony on it and never heard back a word.
They just got out of an interview. Liam is telling me.
Would just like would just like to say hi real fast. Doesn't have to be on the air.
Okay.
What do you know?
Adore. She was on RuPaul's Drag Race, season 6.
You're big on the RuPaul, huh?
Love. I'm big on the drag queens in general, but that show was amazing.
What is it about drag queens that you like? You and Stanley like them both the same way.
Can't get enough of them.
Yeah, but you like them in a kind of sexual.
No,
in a different way.
I just enjoy them.
Oh,
what?
You get down with a little kai-kai, you know what I mean?
No, I don't.
No, I don't know what that means either.
Kai-kai is when two drag queens have sex with each other.
I never heard of it. I didn't know that was a term or that it even happened. For a drag queen to be... I always thought they just competed against each other. I never thought that they would kai-kai.
Sometimes they do. Not all of them, because sometimes they're looking for a little more masculine kind of situation.
Yeah, I would imagine.
A kai-kai goes down.
No, a drag queen still has? Or...
Yeah, they're performers. It's
Okay.
like being,
Relax.
you know.
I mean, just because I don't know doesn't mean that I'm ignorant. You just suddenly act like I'm Archie Bunker. I'm just asking. I don't know how in 2015 asked if someone still doesn't have their penis. Like I can walk over to Joey Jojo easy and go, "Hey, you still got your penis, right?" No problem there.
I'll say, yes, I do. I have all of it.
How's your Twins doing this year?
We're doing good. We're in second right now. I think we're tied with the Yankees for the wild card in the
See,
AL.
this is the thing. When my team is in second, I'm crushed still. And then Joey stays happy about it.
You're proud. You're
Paul
still proud.
Molitor
I'd be
turning
like,
it around.
"Oh, Bob."
Paul Molitor.
I think he'd make an attractive, great drag queen.
Yeah, I think he could pull that off.
Thank you.
Feminine softness to him.
Yes.
I'm kind,
Yeah?
sensitive, fabulous.
So I'm going to be
Definitely.
watching the ladies soccer tonight. I'm going to live and die with USA. We're up against China Beach, and I want us to destroy them. I do not like China. I'm like Donald T. Rump when it comes to China. I don't like them at all.
You don't like them, but you will
Yeah.
sell a very expensive apartment to them.
Oh, yeah. I'll oversell. I'll oversell and underdeliver. That's my motto. Let me oversell you, and I promise to underdeliver. Chris, I don't know where my other thing is today.
What do you need?
Oh, Billy Connolly tonight, 11 o'clock on OP Radio. OP Radio. Let me see the agendas. Thank you. Is that so terrible to give me one too?
No.
Like I'm part of the team? I'll be watching just... Oh, you know what we've never done is Filtered Excellence today, Chris.
Oh, yeah. Our
'cause
favorite.
our friend Earl puts that into... Oh, and then this is the thing that... Gail, this was your story. Would you want to turn into a tree when you die? There is this thing that you're kind of buried in this sack in the bottom of the tree, and then the tree grows through your body?
Yes, so it's a pod that is made of biodegradable material.
Mm-hmm.
And so then instead of using a casket, then you would be in the pod, and then when the body breaks down, it releases nutrients, and that allows the tree to grow, and the tree is like on top of the pod like that.
So it's not up on the iBang yet, Chris. We'll get it up there. But the fact of the matter is, you sent this to me. My initial thing was to be alarmed, like anything with death. But I do prefer tree pod to a coffin.
Yeah. The coffin is very disturbing, and it's useless. I mean, this is something that's actually reconnecting with the earth, and then
Ashes to ashes, dust
Yeah.
to dust.
your body's actually used for something.
You can beat everybody, but you can't beat us. The story is up on the iBang. I don't think this is legal yet, right?
No, it's not legal. It's just a concept right now, and I believe that the designers are Italian, so this type of burial
But
is not
here's
legal
what I like
yet.
about it. You could have a forest instead of a cemetery.
Right. I think that they had some name for it, something like memory forests or something like that,
But you
instead
think
of
this-
graveyard or
This would make kids
cemetery.
afraid of trees.
You're like, is this a normal tree or a dead person tree? I'd like to know which before I climb it.
I went to funerals ever since I was a baby. And one, I guess I was like, just almost like a toddler. I was crying, and my grandmother said, "You keep it up, and we'll throw you in a box with Uncle Lou."
Oh my God.
And I learned then, hey, be quiet if you don't want to be put in a box and buried. You know what I mean? So it's that kind of stuff that helps.
This is something really pretty too about the way they line it up, that you're also in the fetal position. So it kind of looks like a womb.
The way you came
Yeah.
out. Yeah, the way you came into one life, into the other. Chris, would you do this?
Kind of freaks me out to be a ghost tree.
Would you rather just be a coffin boy?
I'd rather get cremated or shot into space.
You're not getting shot in space. It's too fucking expensive. Let's just get this in your head. You're not getting shot in space.
That's
Who's
what I
taking care of you since you have no family? Who would be in charge of your remains?
I'm just going to say, just throw me in Potter's Field or whatever. I mean, won't the government take care of it? Like, don't they take care of bodies?
In a way of a homeless person? That's how you want to be treated? Have you given power of attorney to your chick?
No.
Dude, you got to get to a lawyer.
Yeah.
What happens if you're in fucking feeding tube and all that shit?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess would I just be stuck? Would they just pull the plug immediately?
I don't know. It'll be up to them. There'll be no other human being that has legal rights over you.
Oh,
I didn't
God.
even once consider that. But the way your body is giving out.
It's degenerating.
Yeah. So that is up on the iBang. I find it fascinating. My first feeling was, I'm going the way of Chris, like, ooh, no. But I'm decided I want to be burned up because I don't want to I don't want to be in a box forever.
Yeah. But but isn't this more comforting than the box, don't you think? The idea of reconnecting in this way. And, with
I wish I
ashes,
was
you're not
raised with that rather than coming through it at this age.
Look, it's kind of beautiful.
I know, but how are they going to get me out there? If they pull in the sack in front of all the other people?
I don't want to be in a sack, even if it's biodegradable.
I like it. Put me in the pod.
I'm going to start saving for
I
the
like
space
the fact
funeral.
that you will be growing into the tree.
Yeah, all the nutrients from your body as it decomposes is now
And not only
giving.
that, it creates oxygen, right?
Exactly.
Love is like oxygen.
And creatures will feed off of that tree. And then,
What?
Them
bones.
Yeah, I guess eventually it would just be like a sack full of bones once you're decomposed.
What was that
or just
worm
kinda
song that you used to sing when you were little?
The worms
go in, the worms crawl out.
Yeah, why'd they teach that to
your mouth?
children?
I don't know, but I would sing it gladly as a child, but now I'm like, no, get too close to that shit. Malcolm. No longer funny to me.
It's kind of freaking me out, actually.
I remember thinking to being a little kid and thinking, I feel sorry for them. They're all going to die, and I'm not.
Yeah. Feel really bad about them.
Yeah, they're all old.
Scroll down and see if there's the picture where you can see like the little diagram.
Yeah, that one.
It's like 2001.
Space
kinda
Oddity?
cool.
Space Baby in the end.
Ground control to Stanley's knee. Ooh. Ground control to Stanley's knee. What do? They put a fucking breadstick in your knee and let you try to walk home with it?
Sounds like that's what they did.
They should have used a breadstick. I don't know why they would do that.
They thought it would be strong enough to keep them.
I went to the Olive Garden fucking surgery center.
You're not going to be in the fetal position for eternity because you're going to get eaten up. Now, if you lay in a box, in that sealed box, yeah, that's going to be years. And plus, they're going to dig all those boxes up in the future.
Yeah.
All right, and probably just put you in burlap sacks.
Invest in burlap now, everyone.
You know what my tree will probably say?
What's that?
Groot. Groot.
Love Groot.
Yeah, I didn't. All right, let's go through Filtered Excellence. It's up on the iBang. This is all the stuff to do this weekend. Joey Jojo, you're going to be the tiebreaker between Gail and I.
All right, got it.
The editor's pick this week is The Overnight with Jason Schwartzman and Adam Scott, the film coming out.
Yes.
I saw the preview for this. Apparently, it's a wife swapping thing where Schwartzman has an enormous penis and Scott has a very small one.
This sounds great.
Yeah, it
I'm
sounds
in.
like a funny movie. I like everybody in it. Of course, I would watch this.
And then What Happened, Miss Simone, the documentary about Nina Simone.
Yeah, of course.
Is this the one that their kids said bad shit, like she was abusive?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to see that.
I'll see it.
I like to focus on the Muzak.
Tiebreaker?
I will watch it.
Is that right, motherfucker?
Yes.
Fucking asshole. Go ahead.
Coming Home by Leon Bridges, the album.
I don't know anything about it.
Don't know either.
It's a
What do you-
60s R&B. Is and
Yes.
blues.
Oh, wait, what's his name?
Leon Bridges.
Oh, no, I don't know. Is that Todd Bridges' dad?
No, it is not.
If it
No,
is,
but
then
I
it's
love
definitely
60s
yes.
R&B, so put me in yes.
And then The Beyond, Where the Giants Roam by Thundercat. Thundercat is a producer and musician who works with Kendrick Lamar, Flying Otis, and Kamasi Washington.
Boy, this is heavily Earl favored this
Yes.
weekend, huh?
Yes.
Why wouldn't it just be called stuff that Earl's doing?
Thundercat?
Whatever. Who cares? Seriously, I don't even know if I'm doing this anymore.
All right, do this. Kid Rock at the PNC
No.
Arts. Okay. King's X at Stage 48.
No.
Garfunkel in New Jersey.
Yes.
He ain't showing.
He's not showing?
No. I remember he left here, went to a show, and he didn't go show up.
Hall Notes playing in AC.
Yes.
It goes out without saying.
Darlene Love at BB King's.
Yes, a million times.
In LA, the July 4th fireworks spectacular with Smokey Robinson.
Well, I love Smokey, but I don't like when everyone gets together for fireworks.
Yeah.
It's too hard to go home at night.
The Roots are playing in LA with Erykah Badu.
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Goes without saying.
And then in Chicago, Esperanza Spalding is performing.
They're not doing any fireworks in Chicago.
Not according to Earl.
Not with any good music, I guess.
Oh. Oh.
What? What did I do? Don't pop your knee at me.
I couldn't pop it again if I wanted to.
Just pop it back in or whatever.
Yeah, it seems
Just try to
easy enough.
snap it.
No. Oh.
You were really hobbling around, too.
Yeah. I feel terrible.
Kara says this. How many nutrients could be in Hicks's body by a small tree? That's fucking hilarious.
That's insulting. I got plenty of nutrients.
Ezra wants to be buried there. Dead Cat Skippy said, corpse trees? Does that mean the rest of us who are alive have to breathe in dead person's vapors?
Yes, just like we always have.
Chiffon Dior said, yay for some drag queen talk on #Bennington. She is a mediocre drag queen and boss lady at notsafeforwork.com.
Work spelled with an E, but I
Yeah.
guess work.
So she's just a mediocre.
Awesome.
Yeah. But she didn't know that you loved drag queens so much.
I know Kai Kai was. Why don't you say let's have sex instead of Kai Kai?
Because they make great names up for everything, Chris.
Kai like the tea.
Kai Kai. Not to be confused with Kiki, which is just like a nice hangout sesh where you dish. Like,
that
let's
right?
have a Kiki. A Kiki is a party for calming all your nerves.
So I can say to Chris Stanley, look, you're so stressed out. Let's get together for a kiki.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's kiki.
You guys could also Kai Kai if you wanted, but
Appropriate.
This is Kara did a follow up on Stanley. Do you even want to hear about it, Stanley?
Yeah.
I do.
Shoot.
Can a tree grow from pizza, scotch, and cigarettes? Can it?
If that's mean, it's mean, shitty of you to say.
Yeah, but there's the answer. There's the question. Just answer.
Yes. You know, there's plenty of nutrients in scotch and pizza.
his is going to be just like a Charlie Brown Christmas tree. Couple little needles.
Hey, Chris, do we have to talk today? Do we have to do any more of those live reads?
We have
'Cause
one.
I don't
more
want to
live
do
read.
that. I want to make sure that we, don't have to do that in front of our celebrity guests.
Oh, then we should do it now.
All right. Coming up after this live read, Courtney Love and an Uber riot, and Dustin Diamond spending 120 days in the hole. Steve Wozniak declares humans will become the pets of robots again, by the way. He does this like once a week. And chlorine doesn't hurt your eyes. It's the urine mixed with the chlorine
What?
that hurts your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
That's disgusting.
It's disgusting, and I also don't think that it's true. Because I've dove into pools right after chlorine was put in, and too much of it had it burn. I dove into this one pool at my friend's house. I just kept fucking it up like I was blinded.
That was the
and
urine.
people have gone blind like that.
Oh my
that's
God.
scary.
And no one goes blind from urine, my friend. No one.
From pee eyes.
Unless that person was drinking a lot of chlorine.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's original craft vodka.
Great segue, dude.
Oh, great. Joe.
Joe's in on it too.
Tell us about
That's what I like about it.
Joe jumped in.
Not only did Joe laugh at this idiot, he had to crack a mic to laugh at him.
I need to tell him.
Well, you gonna laugh at this because in 1995.
Well, why don't you try to make him guess? See if Joe pays attention.
All right.
What year?
What year did Tito Beverage have the idea of building Tito's?
Well, if memory calls, it was 1995.
If memory calls?
Memory calls.
In
Hello, memory.
what state did he acquire the first legal permit to distill?
It was Texas, Pepper. Everyone knows that.
You know, I'm trying to test you here. How much money did he put into
Stop saying he.
And how much money did Tito put into this business?
He racked up 19 credit cards, Pepper.
How many awards has he won?
Oh, man, he's won so many awards.
Yeah.
He really has.
He really has won so many awards, you know.
Well, you don't have the definitive number of awards there.
Yeah.
No.
Because there's so many.
Yeah, there's many. There's too many. What kind of paper label does it have?
Well, let me just tell you, he did win, a 95 rating by Wine Enthusiast, Pepper.
That's
you forgot
good.
that.
Oh,
part.
extra
All right,
credit.
extra good.
Points for you.
You guys can play this at home as well, too. If you like.
And he has a modest paper label on a simple bottle.
Wow, I didn't even ask about the bottle. That's really great.
Copper top.
And so why is it the modest paper label and simple bottle?
So all you pay for is exceptional handmade vodka.
How does Tito Beverage make Tito's vodka?
With vodka, Pepper? No.
Are you?
kidding.
Wait, let's just stop here for a second. Are you trying to be the angry game show host? You are promoting Tito's. You should be happy, not speaking down to a person. You know what I mean?
Oh, I thought I was being happy.
No, you're like this. So, where do you start this thing at? Tell me. Don't just sit there. Where do you start?
Where did Tito's Beverage
Well,
start?
in a happy way. Not
Okay.
in a dumb way.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, what's
That's
up,
good.
Pepper?
Hey, Joe. Where did Tito's vodka start?
I don't know. How about you tell me?
Austin, Texas.
No, I was just kidding. I did know that.
And how many times is Tito's vodka distilled?
It's not 4. It's not 5. It's 6 times.
From
Jesus, this is good. This means it's catching on.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? What you're
Sinking in.
saying? Yeah. Cinco de Mayo.
And 100%, it's distilled 100% from what vegetable? Do you know?
Yeah, I
What
just gotta wipe the spit
vegetable?
off my mic.
Seriously, you couldn't sound like more low rent Queens trash than saying vegetable.
Vegetable.
For corn.
That's it. You got it. It's 100% corn.
You're calling corn a vegetable.
Corn, the vegetable. How much gluten's in it, Joe?
None.
It's gluten free.
You're yelling again instead of being the happy guy.
I am happy.
I know, but you got to promote it out to other people, right? Or else I got to pull you off this.
No, you can't pull me off of it. Because you know
That
what?
sounds angry instead of happy.
Hey, what website should they be visiting Tito's at, Joe?
Is it Tito's Vodka, Chris?
Tito'sVodka.com, where you get all the recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
Could have just Googled it, too.
That was it, Chris?
That was it.
Vegetable.
Vegetable.
Wait a minute, look at this in Filtered Excellence. Gorilla Bob and the Chimp appearing at Rockin' Jones Union Saturday at 8. I'd love to go to that. Gorilla Bob looking like $1 million. What's this for people going to be disappointed when they get to Canada?
Why?
What would people be disappointed?
What's wrong with Canada?
Oh, because they said that they were moving to Canada because of gay marriage not going through.
Oh.
BuzzFeed was just trying to say something nice in a negative way, I guess.
Right. Clever.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. Canada also has legal gay marriage.
So
yes,
that's why
right.
they're going to be
saying
disappointed.
They were leaving.
Right. I just go to BuzzFeed to find out what kind of cat I would be.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Liz Sets Fire sent this. A tree struggles to grow in Astoria.
We all know the tree will die. Okay.
Well, at least he will live on in this tree. Oh shit! That thing is just.
And that's why I prefer being shot in space.
You're not being shot into space, dude. It's too fucking expensive.
I really had my heart set on that.
By the way, look what space looks like now. You're going to be up there really in a metal graveyard. It's like being buried in Staten Island.
And I told you, it makes me so itchy when I think about it.
And you don't want to go all the way to Mars, because Mars ain't the kind of place to raise your kids. In fact, it's cold as hell.
There's no one there to raise them.
Well, if you did. And all these science, I don't understand. We got a break here coming up in just a couple of moments and minutes. And momentos. David Crosby, and after that, William Hurt. Amazing.
It's such an exciting day.
Amazing to have these guys step in here. Hashtag blessed.
Hashtag love wins.
Hashtag bad knee.
Yeah.
Bad, Chris Stanley at woundedknee.com.
You got that domain?
I am now.
You got that dumb name?
That too.
You must have been. Here's how. What knee hurts?
The right one.
Just stand on it for a while and then hop on it.
That's that.
Just put all your weight on it.
I will drop. I will drop if
Just try it. Let's see it.
All right. Well, okay.
See how much weight you can put.
Oh!
Really? It hurts that much?
I'm not fucking around.
You might have re-injured yourself.
Yes, I think I did.
Maybe you shouldn't have done that.
What? Stretch my leg out? Wasn't even doing anything active. This is
See, you
ridiculous.
do not sound happy again.
Because I'm not happy
Why
right
aren't
now.
you happy about the knee?
Just try to stand on the other leg. See what happens.
Okay. Oh.
That's
That was so kind of
unrelated.
Not as much as the other one.
What's a vegetable?
Vegetable.
Vegetable.
What a dick. Trevor writes, I hope Chris is really getting a lot of fray at Tito's Vodka for all these awful live reads on the Bennington show.
Awful.
I could never be fucking friends with this guy Trevor for involving Tito in that.
Yeah. I say I have to rope Tito into this.
Yeah, what's with you being a fucking commercial narc? Oh boy.
What happened?
People said you ought to add some vegetables to your diet and then move around a little bit.
People are very judgmental these days, you know?
People are judgmental when your knee gives out. People feel superior with their good knees. And your knee. Stop like a Stelladora breadstick. Yeah, your knee. Your fucking knee's useless.
It is, man. I can barely walk. It's really bad.
Well, at your age, you're ready for retirement anyway.
31.
Yeah.
Holy shit, you look like garbage.
That's insulting.
I got a feeling I know what that bad knee came from.
What do you what? From
Eating
what?
bad Jello.
That's probably what it was.
All right, could you guys straighten up a little bit? We got big celebrity, big star guest coming in here. David Crosby is going to be here in a few moments from the great Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. And after that, William Hurt from Crosby, Stills, Hurt and Young. We'll be right back with more. It's Bennington. Coming up in just a few moments of Crosby, Stills, and Nash, of Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, of Crosby and Nash, of David Crosby, of the Byrds, the one and only David Crosby.
So exciting.
He could end up singing in the Vatican, you know?
Yeah, and I think with both of those groups, or all the groups also that David Crosby was in, at the core of each of those are like the harmonies.
Always.
Like that's what those bands are about.
When Lisa Robinson was in here, she did that whole thing on the canyon scene, and she brought up some people. I think it took place at Joni Mitchell's house, but some people say it took place at Mama Cass's house. They remember differently, the fog of anti-war, if you will. And those three guys who were in groups, and then they were at the house, so they started to sing, and I can't remember what the song was together, and started to harmonize, and then just started to look at each other like, this is weird, huh?
Oh, hold on a second. We're on to something.
Boom.
Now, the Byrds was kind of the beginning of that canyon sound. Right?
Yeah, it was
like
actually
that West
it was
Coast-
more of a Los Angeles deal. We had Chris Hillman in not too long ago, who also has a really kind of terrific album out for someone who's past 70. It's hard to
Right.
believe. And his voice also sounds really great. This new Crosby record, Cros, with a Z. I guess that's what his boys call him.
Pretty much the best title you could have come up with.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely like when you listen to this, it's like one of those things that you and your chick are just driving through the countryside and you put that on and you just go away for an hour, you know, and you're like, oh, it's time for lunch. We can get off the road.
And his voice is still so incredible.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic. And this is a dude that we did not expect to still have. They were doing like death countdowns for him, I'd say in the early 80s, because he was a crack addict when most people didn't know what crack was.
Right.
When I think it was still called bass, you know,
That's
but you
old
had to
school.
do it yourself. Yeah. You had to sit and cook it yourself. And then some genius uptown came up with, hey, we can bake it, bust out the rocks and sell this cheaply to people.
So much more convenient.
But he's not only beat that, and he lost the liver and all that kind of stuff. I mean, he's had amazingly large health problems, but he not only beat it, but came back as this different kind of dude, you know?
Well, it's just phenomenal to me. Anyone who is in their 70s and is still making the kind of art that they want to do, the fact that he's touring, like playing shows, which
Dude,
is
a
like,
lot of people now in their 70s, you know? Jagger's 70. Dylan, wherever he is now, and whatever he's talking about. And by the way, I never tire of it. Well into his 70s. Even some of the guys that came along after them, like the Eagles,
right,
are pretty long, long along. So it can be done.
Neil Young and James Taylor both are touring, are still touring. And
James Taylor, James
new
Taylor
records.
was just here in New York and did a lot of stuff at Sirius, played up at the Apollo, and there's like a sainthood thing around him now, where people are just happy to be near him. Oh, well, look, when we talked with Willie Nelson not that long ago, did that ever go up on RBI, Chris? Willie Nelson,
that's up.
Cool. But it's stunning that it can happen. My favorite Johnny Cash albums ever are the stuff when he was really old. Long more than that whole, 1958 punk rock country guy. Even though I love those albums, I still think he older brought this really cool, bizarre, broken, beat up. I don't know, we were just talking about Quint the other day, but this could be called Quint Rock. Where it's guys, we were talking about this with Tom Waits. He finally grew into that character, that he was playing
exactly.
since he was a kid.
He was in his 20s acting like the old man, and then all of a sudden he became actually this old raspy dude.
Yeah, then you see other people who it doesn't interest, like Clapton, who, he would be able to tour every day, whatever albums he wanted to put out. But it seems like he's boring of it or tiring of it, or, also you never know who goes through what. But it seems like he could still be out there doing it. Wouldn't you love to see Clapton in your life? I mean, there's a whole young generation that would be able to say, this is when I got to see Clapton.
I was thinking about how you said Willie Nelson, because I think that there's something about country music and folk music, both that the top artists of both of those have almost like this American sainthood. It's like
it's the American Saints.
Yeah. Great name for a band too.
Yeah, I would also put some of the blues guys.
Yeah.
Where they just become this extra thing. And then you look at other people who didn't get to achieve that, like Jerry Lee or Chuck Berry. They're not looked at that way, you know?
Why do you think that is? What do you think
I don't know. I think that they're both kind of pain in the ass dudes that never really got it. You know what I mean? Never got the big picture, you know, in terms of getting people to like them. But, you know, Chris went to see Jerry Lee.
Yeah.
Loved them.
Amazing.
But, you know, you don't see, like, I don't know, some band bringing Jerry Lee out on stage. And it should be that way.
Absolutely.
You know? It should be that way, that he shows up at Bonnaroo and the place goes crazy. Chuck Berry, who kind of invented it all, you know, his problem is he's a little bit of a dookie boy, but I've always been willing to look past it, you know?
Well, I wonder, I guess it might have something to do with, like, there's a darkness about Jerry Lee that is, like...
But that could work. You know what I mean? You could make that work. It's worked for Keith, you know? But some people... You know, well, if you go back and look at that, Chuck Berry did a thing that Keith did for him. And he didn't want to do anything. You know, you talk about punk rock. It was like, let's practice. No, man, I don't practice. I don't do that shit. You know, Keith is like, we got to get this down. This is forever. And he's like, this is it. This is fucking who I am, man. And you're like, God, I kind of don't like you, Chuck. You're weird, and that should work for me. But it's almost like those guys aren't comfortable in their own skin. And I think you got to get to that point. You know, and I think that's why people accept Dylan through all of his oddness, is that he's kind of okay being Dylan. You know, like he takes it on, so no one has to.
He definitely seems unaffected by either any negative attention or even hype, I think.
Yeah, none of it means anything to him. If you try to give him a compliment or a complaint, it just fucking rolls off of his back, you know?
But there is something also about the fact that he has been at the level he was at such a young age.
Right.
Like the majority of your life, you've been treated like this genius or like this kind of sacred person. It's got to have a bizarre effect on
every person
personality.
that you meet. I had read this thing. I think I talked about this on the air. Paul McCartney always gives any conversation 5 minutes. Like if he goes out to do anything, and I'm not talking about going to the store. I mean, saying even meeting other celebrities.
Right.
He knows it's going to be weird with people, you know, stumbling around for 5 minutes.
There's a beetle.
Before finally he can say, oh, yeah, I'm going to hook your cable up for you. Like, like you think, okay, it's great. You get everything in your life that you want. But at the same time, you've always got that weird thing between you and other people, you know?
And I'm sure him expressing that, people also take that as like, that he's so cocky to do something like that. But if he acted differently than that, people would say, what a jerk. Why isn't he nice to the fans?
He's going to get that either way. Yeah. That's the other thing about it. Like, you're going to get that kind of shit. I always think it's funny, too, like with a Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, how much it builds up as more of them come in, right?
Yeah.
So it's like the Pythons, right? It'd be great to meet Eric Idle or Michael Palin. But if they all came in together,
crazy.
I saw that even happen with the MTV VJs. You know what I mean? Like, they work for us, and if they're in here, like one of them, it's like, oh yeah. But if they're all together, it suddenly takes on this thing where everyone's like, did you see? The VJs are here. And they get really excited about it. So that's the thing, is like, all right, it's cool to see you, but even way cooler to see you all together, because it means something, you know? Well, you saw it in the Kids in the Hall.
Absolutely. That's the first thing I thought of when you said it. It's like, what a wild thing to see them all together in one space.
Right.
And I think you're right. If I saw any of them individually, I would think, wow, that was cool. That was cool that we just met him.
Yeah, individually they play clubs.
Right.
They get together and they play theaters, and people are going crazy and crying and holding up babies that they named after jokes. Well, we got David Crosby ready to come in. And here's the thing. As I say, he's got a new album out called Cross. It's beautiful. I've only just recently got it and listened to it. But he did something. He just passed along through Steve Leeds that No, you don't have to play anything off the new album.
That's bizarre. That's rare, isn't it?
I don't recall anyone ever doing this, and he said to Leeds, just play Deja Vu.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
we're going to
I
bring
love
him in.
that song.
Who doesn't? I actually had a history teacher in 10th grade who we were studying the Hindus or some shit. So he brings in the album. I'm going to play this song for you. Who knows it? And plays Deja Vu while we're all sitting there going, I get it, the young cool teacher.
He gets us.
There's nothing I hate more than the young cool teacher. It is Mr. David Crosby. He's a rock and roll icon. And this is Deja Vu. David Crosby in studio with us, out on tour, and a new album out called Cros. Nice to see you, sir.
You too, man. How are you?
You know, you were telling me just as you were walking up that was Stephen Stills.
That's him playing the bass. Yeah,
yeah.
I don't think everybody knows that. That those solos at the end start with him on guitar, but then it shifts over to bass, and that's Stephen too.
And he was always doing that with the music as far as arranging.
He's very good at that.
Yeah,
very good at that. And he's just, at that point, we used to call him Captain Many Hands because he could play keyboards, he could play bass, he could play lead guitar, he played great acoustic guitar.
But it's always amazing to me that somebody will come in with a song, it'll be a great song, but then the arrangement takes it in a totally different place, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, there are people who are better at it than others. So I think Donald Fagen leaps to mind.
Yeah.
He's he writes great songs in the first place, but his band arrangements are killer.
And it's almost like his mind goes there before anything else, you know?
It's not that he's not a great lyricist.
Yeah.
I mean, you listen to Steely Dan records, they shine on every level.
Right.
But when you talk about an arranger, I'd love to try and write with him. I think that would be a thrill.
I think that would be amazing to have you guys together. I've had him come in a couple of times, and I think he's so brilliant. But, I think that you would bring another... Well, this is always interesting to me about any of you guys, but David Crosby solo is one sound. Then you and Graham together is a completely different, but really beautiful, interesting sound. Then Stephen Stills comes in. Now it's a whole nother band.
Right.
And then Neil does it.
So that one's like adding a bottle of nitric acid.
Yeah, right. So it's really at any time like being in 4 different bands throughout your entire career.
I completely agree. And as a matter of fact, I think that they should put us in the Hall of Fame a 3rd time for Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young because it's a completely different band.
Right, it's a completely different band, yeah.
Okay, well, if you just say that a few couple...
I'll stay on that. I would have no problem staying on that.
I say that a couple of times a show, every once in a
while. But you and Graham together, it's you would think to yourself, well, this is magical. We don't need anything else. That's what's really funny about you guys. And then you add the next element, and you're like, what was I thinking? This is perfect.
Well, see, the thing is, from the very beginning, we'd already been in bands.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't want to get locked into a thing where it was, the Blue Bananas.
Right.
And you could replace parts.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted to be irreplaceable parts. Secondly, we wanted to be able to work as solos and duets and trios and quartet. We wanted all those options. And thirdly, the way I've lived my musical life is I keep trying to work with other people because it stimulates other stuff in me. You go to write with somebody else, they think of things you wouldn't have thought of. They have an attitude about something that you hadn't encountered. You widen all the possibilities. You stretch the envelope. The more you work with other people, the more you encounter different kinds of music. I'm still doing that. I just wrote a song with Michael McDonald that's completely something I would have never thought of.
You have never done it before, but just being with him changes everything, even in yourself.
Man, is he good. Holy shit, is he good.
Well,
I don't know how I'm going to sing it now that I've heard him sing it, because he is a better singer than I am.
Well, let me tell you, I sat down with your new album, Crosby, and I'm like, how can this voice still be here? I've heard so many other
I don't
singers
know, man.
change, you know.
I have absolutely no explanation.
But you could listen to this and you're like, that voice sounds like 1965, 1967, 1969, 1971. It's phenomenal. And it wasn't like you took real good care of your voice.
That's a nice way to put it. I think you'd be very kind there. Yeah. I think a lot of it had to do with my son, James Raymond. He's a brilliant producer, brilliant recordist, really, really incredible musician. You know, and we co-wrote a lot of the stuff on that record. Some of the things he wrote, some of the things I wrote, but his influence is all through that record. And you talk about an arranger, he's a brilliant arranger.
What is it like to have that to share with him too? It's
amazing, man.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I knew he was out there. I knew he existed, but you can't track from the parent down. You can only track from the kid up.
Right.
So finally, right when I'm dying in the hospital at UCLA, and they're telling me, oh, we might be able to keep you awake for another couple of weeks, but it's not looking good unless we get a liver. I get a letter. And it says, hi, we raised your son, James Raymond. And I knew that it was the right one. It was the real one. I'd had a couple of false leads, but this one was the right one. And I meet him, and he hadn't known that I was his dad. And without knowing that, had become a better musician than I am.
Wow.
And anybody that tells you it's not genetic, you tell him, come talk to me.
Yeah, right.
Because he's a fantastic musician. Fantastic writer, singer, player, all of it. He's got it all. And it's such a joy to be able to work with him. He's a really good cat.
Well, that thing that you said that that it's genetic. There's some people that can tap into whatever the muse is. When they're writing, whether they're playing. That seems to be that's a gift that's different than being a great, player. To be able to understand where this creativity or how to get in touch with your creativity.
It's a very strange thing, and, it's a gift that comes to you. I don't understand it fully, but I do love it. I'm writing really a ton right now. By the way, on the genetics thing, my father, and they say it skips a generation sometimes. My father was a great photographer, cinematographer, and my son Django, the younger one, he's the one who took that cover picture.
This, by the way, is beautiful, isn't it? That's a great cover.
And I can't do that I can't do it at all. And oh shit, there he is.
Oh. Is that right? Gail and I were looking at this, and I'm like, this cover reminds me of that time and period of classic rock when we would get the cover, the picture that would set it up for you.
Yeah, he did a great job. He's definitely going to take the cover of my next one, I can tell you that.
Well, photography is another one of those things. It's such a strange gift to have.
You either have an eye or you don't have an eye. He's got an eye.
Because we can all take pictures, but the difference when you see it. You're like, oh, I thought I could take pictures, because I have a camera phone,
I'm just lucky.
But that has been a strange thing for you in life too. That luck has always been a part of it. One band, coming down. You would think if in your life you were in the Byrds, that would have been a blessing for anyone's life. Yeah. To come out of that, to be in a band that was basically America's version of the Beatles. Just unbelievable music that captured a time and place. Phenomenal.
Yeah, pretty lucky.
Yeah.
Pretty incredibly lucky. Much harder to do now.
You think it would be?
Yeah. It's the effect of money and commercialization and conglomeratization of the business, big fish eating little fish until there's only 2 or 3 record companies, and the effect of, the sort of commercial entities in Hollywood that crank these little girls out as Pop-Tarts, and they're manufactured. They can't write, sing, or play. They wiggle nice.
Right. And you, of course, come from a generation of women that could write, sing, and play. And, Joni Mitchell, who, it's still a mystery. Joni Mitchell is still a mystery when I listen to that music and go, how did this happen?
How could she get that good?
Yeah. How did that ever happen?
Believe me, I asked that question myself. She was my old lady, and I would say, honey, listen to this. I just wrote this. You're going to really like this. Oh, boy. And I'd sing her something really pretty good, Guinevere, something like that. She'd sing me 4 songs that she wrote last night that were better. It was pretty tough.
Yeah, right.
A little hard.
Yeah, that's a little tough for the ego.
Yeah, a little tough. It took me years to recover. But and she's not the only one. We were just talking about Laura Nero. What
unbelievable,
what a gifted woman, man.
Yeah,
incredible. A ton of them. Carole King. Hey, have you listened to? To switch gears, have you listened to James Taylor's new record?
Yes, he was just in here the other day. It's amazing, right?
Unbelievably good record. Holy
Now,
shit. I'll give you a new one.
Yeah.
Here's a girl that you don't know about. Aha. Becca Stevens.
Becca Stevens. Brand new.
Wonderful. She's not brand new. She's been around for a while, but nobody knows about her. She put a record out just now called Perfect Animal. And she is her own person. She's not like anybody else I've ever heard. And she's really good. I mean, really good writer, really good singer, really good player, and completely different than everybody else.
And you feel the same way about music now as when you were a kid, right? I mean, it's still that same thrill.
I love it, man.
Yeah.
I love doing it. I love being a musician. I love singing. I'm singing my ass off.
It's amazing.
He said modestly.
Yeah.
Humble little fellow that I am. But I am. I sang as well last night as I've ever sung in my life.
Is that phenomenal to be able to say that, you know? To be,
and it's true. I could play you the tape. I really did.
That's the beauty of this, man, is like we didn't expect at the time that the wave would go on. You know, everybody thought that the rock and roll thing would be, a short thing and then everybody would grow up.
Well, there's a sort of fixation that our country has had for a while on surface rather than substance.
Mm-hmm.
And that leads us to treasure, the way a young woman looks rather than what's in her head. I wrote a song about that. I've got a song, one of the songs that you would hear if you came tomorrow night, which you're not, but you would hear it.
Yeah.
It's about that. We didn't realize that people in their 60s would be writing relevant, good, new, strong shit. And you listen to, Bob's last record that he wrote himself. You listen to, I love old weird Bob.
Yeah, me too.
You listen to James Taylor's record, which I got to tell you is one of the best I've ever heard. It's fantastic. This record of mine is kind of a testimony to it.
It's beautiful, man.
It's
a good seriously beautiful.
It stands up to anything else I've done. And I did it in my 70s.
And I just got it, I think, last night, sat down and listened to it the way that I grew up listening to music, just putting it on, playing and letting it flow in. That you go from the beginning to this album all the way to the end, and it's just stunning. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, it's got a pretty good flow to it.
Yeah, the sequencing is just lined up, perfectly. So you're just flowing from one song to the next. And I was thinking, I'm like, this is exactly, as a fan, I'm getting the same feeling that I had at 13, 14 years old. The whole reason that we all fell in love with music a long time ago.
Thanks, man.
Well, thank you. I mean, that's the amazing thing is no one expected it to be able to go on like this.
I surely didn't, but I sure am grateful.
Yeah.
I'm writing so much lately in recent years, recent times, recent few months. It's gotten so intense. And I think a lot of it had to do with the encouragement of having that record really well received and feeling proud of it. It made me, more determined. So I pick up the guitar every day. I try to write every day. I work at it every day. And I've got, well, if you came to the concert, you would hear a couple of brand new ones, brand new, since the record. And I've got probably 15, 16 sets of lyrics on my not all finished, but that I'm working on. And I've got 6 pieces of music now that I haven't linked up the words to, that are really some of the best ones I've written in 20 years, maybe. I got a couple of songs that are finished. One that I wrote with this girl, Becca, that I told you about.
Mm-hmm.
One that I wrote with Michael McDonald, who is just as good as he ever was. Oh, my God, can he sing? 2 that I'm writing with a young guy named Marcus Eaton, who is an amazing singer-songwriter. We just finished his record. I sang harmony on it. It's really good. I like doing this. You know, I mean, I kind of found Jackson. I kind of found Joni. Mm-hmm. And I helped both of them at the start. I produced Joni's record. I sang all over Jackson's first record. I like that. I like finding, young people who are really worth a damn and, trying to help them get past the drive 300 miles to sing to 50 people and then get back in the van and drive another 300 miles. Trying to help them, get past that stage and up to where they can do better.
Well, it's amazing. Not only did you do it for them, but the fact that the people who heard those records went out and started bands. You know what I mean? That's always the thing, that the echo of what you guys did went on and on and on.
Yeah, the ripple in the pool spreads.
Yeah, it's amazing, right? Yeah. The fact that people are hearing, Jackson is the perfect person, because you listen to that and you're like, well, that sounds like it could be done. You know what I mean? Like he is so smooth and comfortable that you think to yourself, well, that could be done. And I think that happens with young people. They're like, this is something I could play and understand and then start and do my own. James Taylor's the same way. I think that people who listen to him sing, and the fact that it sounds easy and comfortable, they have no idea what it's like to have that song come to you.
Yeah, it might take you 20 years to play guitar like that, but...
But the illusion of that music, I think, gets people to become musicians.
Yeah, I think it's one of the main things. It has to be really good to where it moves you to make that happen. But it has, it can do that, and I think it has in their cases.
I think when you look over your career and your life, it's not even so much of the great things that you've done, but you've been at you were at London with the Byrds, but everybody wishes they were there. You know what I mean? You were in L.A. and San Francisco or at Woodstock, when everybody wishes they were there. So it's not just your career, but the amazing thing when you go over this is it's your life and times that have been just extraordinary.
Yeah, I've been lucky.
Yeah. Did you realize it at the time, Dave? Did you realize, like, oh, I'm with this genius and that genius? No.
You don't realize it at the time, and me personally, I don't look back on it at all. I'm my attention is entirely in what do I have to do today, what should I do tomorrow, what could I do next week, what's possible for me to do next year. My focus is entirely ahead of me.
Do you think that comes from sobriety? Because I'm a person who
partly
went through that as well.
I think so.
And I think the weird thing that, of course, no one likes the darkness, but the reboot that you get, the appreciation that you get.
Yeah, I think it has to do with what's in that song on the record, Set That Baggage Down.
I love that song.
That's program stuff,
Yeah.
That's all comes out of 12 Steps. You look at what you have done and what you have experienced. You try to learn from it. And then you set it down. You say right. Okay, I see how I got to there. I don't want to be there. I know what to do now. Okay, that's history. Done. You put it down and you walk on. That's what that song's about. And it's true stuff.
Right.
And I think it helps you keep your head facing forward, which is where it should be.
Well, now, like you said, you're at this point and you're writing at a level that you maybe haven't done in years. And this is without the pressure of, we're due this album. You're making these albums because you want to.
Yeah,
You're doing this tour
I don't
because you
let
want
myself
to.
get in a position where I have a deadline at all.
Don't do that at all anymore.
Absolutely don't do that. No.
Do you think about working with...
That makes you make compromises.
Yeah.
I don't want to do any compromise work.
Does you think, though, another tour with Graham or another tour with... Stephen and Graham is in the thing, or is that just something if it happens?
No, we're just about to start one.
Yeah.
No, I should tell you about this. It's a great trick. I found out about that trick from James Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
We're going on the Queen Mary 2 to England. We're doing a couple of shows on the ship. We get ourselves, our crew and our equipment to England for free, which changes the break point on the tour considerably. And then we're going all over Europe for like a month and a half. And it should be a lot of fun.
Well, of course, it's, the other thing that's always amazing for us to know that this same music that always sounded like such American music does is loved in Germany. It's loved in France. It's loved in Italy. It's phenomenal that would travel that way.
It used to be, Ben, back in the early days, that America was 2/3 of the world record market and the rest of the world was 1/3. Now it's the exact opposite. The rest of the world is 2/3. America's 1/3. The rest of the world is big market for music, and we've sold records all over the world. We just came back from going to Japan, playing a bunch of dates in Japan, and then playing in the Philippines, and then playing in Singapore. That was fun. I'd never been there. And now we're about to go over and do it all over Europe, which I absolutely love. Good food.
Yeah, sure. The food, and it's just gorgeous. And when you guys sing together, feels the same way as it did back in so many years ago, or has it changed for you?
Well, it changes as you get older. None of our voices is as good as it was when we started. Mine happens to be holding up pretty well, which you would know if you were coming to the concert. It's holding up pretty well, and I'm having a great time. It's fun being in a band and doing stuff that way, rocking. The same as it's fun doing it the way I'm doing it now, just me with one guitar. It's a completely different ball of wax. By yourself with one guitar, you work in fine brush strokes. The words count. The storytelling part of it really counts. The thing with the band, we started into a song that you've heard a few hundred times, and that's ingrained in you, sort of genetically by now. We started, and you hear us, and you're hearing the record at the same time.
Right.
That's fun.
Yeah.
We can rock you.
Yeah.
And I like that.
Well, it's also because those people who have loved this music bring their experiences to that so many of these songs mean different things to different people at different times of their lives. It's an extraordinary connection. It really is. The new album is simply called Crosby, and like I said, it is beautiful. Why don't we go out with the song that you brought up from Crosby? And you, by the way, the tour is out there, but the album is something you really need to pick up. This one's called Set That Baggage Down. Thank you so much, my friend.
My pleasure, man.
See you next time.
Okay.
That's from Crosby. It's Mr. David Crosby. Very, very cool to have him in. Now, let's keep it going with an Oscar winner. William Hurt is going to be here in a few moments. He's got a new television show coming out of England, playing on AMC, called Humans. And this falls right into my category because I'm finding myself more and more afraid every day of robots killing us all. I just saw that thing that they've taught the coyote dog.
A robot dog, yeah, that's all.
Yeah, they're calling it like something crazy now, though.
What does it do?
It hunts down humans and chews them to death.
No!
Why would you make that?
Don't make that machine.
Here's my deal, though, and you guys can help me, all right? Because you're millennial babies.
Sure. Yeah.
And what I'm going to have to live in this world.
Yeah.
It's no amount. I could sit here and scream like a crazy person on the corner, but it's coming. There's nothing to do.
We can't stop it.
We do not turn back when we discover stuff. So somehow I'm going to have to live in that world.
It's coming, and we're all going to have to adapt. And
I don't even know whether it's coming or it's here. You know what I mean? Like
the beginnings are here.
Yeah, I see the evolution taking place. I was walking home yesterday, and my phone went out, right? Because I didn't charge it here. And I'm like, well, what if I need to? And I'm like, seriously, like 8-9 blocks from my house. But what if someone needs me now and I don't?
It's a very helpless feeling.
Why? I lived my whole life without a phone.
I don't know. I feel that way every time I get in a car for like a car trip. I just think, what did I do? Like, what would I do if my phone went out right now? I don't have a map in this car.
Yeah, I think to myself, how did I find things before Google Maps? Like, I'll be on the street, on the block of where the place is, and I Google Map it. Like, I feel crazy.
Well, here's the deal. Do you remember, and it wasn't that long ago, a kind of a stock hack comic bit was always, men don't ask for directions.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And now you're panicking without a Google
Right.
Map.
Yes.
And men would naturally think, stop it, I know where I'm going north.
Right.
You know?
I'll find it.
I'm going to find it. And now, not only do people Google Map for driving, they Google Map for walking.
I do it all the time.
Yeah. I will use Google Maps to go to work because it has the train times on it.
What?
Yeah. It knows the subway times. That's the subway.
Do you believe it, though?
So, I mean, the subway can be late, but ideally they're supposed to be running on a schedule.
I never even knew that. I thought it was just catch as catch can.
Well, that's how it usually feels.
They just
but-
roll dice in the morning. Like, guess that's what time it's coming in.
Well, I figure, some people are standing in the door and they're getting yelled at. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't matter.
Now, what was it when you used to print out the directions?
MapQuest?
MapQuest.
That was a short little thing.
They got crushed by Google.
By the way, that used to stink.
Yeah, it did stink. And that's what we used when I was in college. So anytime we were going somewhere, it was like, print out the MapQuest. You have like 5 pages of MapQuest. They always were terrible.
And now you're in a car and you're going like this to everybody. Shh, shh. Car's talking to me.
What'd the car say?
And that embarrassing thing when it tells you to find an off-ramp and U-turn. Make the first safe available U-turn. You're like, fuck. You feel like you're with a driving instructor. Slow down, you're going to kill us.
I'm sorry, car.
So anyway, that's basically what this thing is about. One of those, it's kind of a parallel universe. It starts Sunday night. And it's going to be good because it's English.
Right.
So there's going to be a little more thought put into it.
I like that. I like a nice British show.
Well, it seems like this one isn't one of those open and closed British shows either. It's like they're starting to go, the Americans like us, maybe we can become multimillionaires by staying on.
Let's make every season possible.
For a few years. But let me just point out William Hurt to people. And I'm not going to go all the way through his career, but this is his career, that the way he started in 1980. His first movies, Altered State, watch it. Eyewitness, watch it. Body Heat, watch it. The Big Chill, watch it. Gorky Park, watch it. Kiss of the Spider Woman, watch it. And he won an Oscar. Children of a Lesser God, watch it. His co-star won an Oscar.
He got nominated for that, too.
Yeah. Broadcast News.
Love.
Watch it. Nominated again. Accidental Tourist. Not only watch it, but one of my favorite movies of all time. I Love You to Death. Watch it. And it was one of the best comedies of all time.
I've never seen that.
That's the one that, yeah, you have seen it. Let me tell you all the people that are in it, because you've had to have seen this. If
I
not,
have seen it. I just saw the poster. So we've got
Kevin Kline, Tracy Ullman, River Phoenix, William Hurt, and
that's a great
directed
movie.
by Lawrence Kasdan. It's a really funny comedy. Tracy Ullman's amazing in it, and Hurt plays like a burnout hitman with River Phoenix, and they're just a fucking scream. And I think it's like a Seattle movie right before Seattle got big. So that's just the beginning.
Yeah, he's had an incredible career.
Of his career.
I can't believe his first film was Altered States.
Crazy, right?
This is a crazy movie. The first time I saw it, I was like, what am I watching? This is so nuts. And I loved this.
I love Eyewitness, which is kind of underappreciated, another creepy Jimmy Woods movie. And, Big Chill is a movie that's been copied so much that you kind of almost can't stand it anymore because everyone's ripped off so many different scenes from it.
Right.
I just watched one the other night. And by the way, all those things were, you know what I mean? Like any of that, the friends are getting back together. Yeah. But this was like this little crappy movie. I think it was called 10 Years or something. And it was like guys at their 10-year reunion.
This is a recent one? Or-
Yeah. And I mean, like, I caught it on like some, off channel, and I'm like, what is this shit? And I'm just watching
2011.
these cliches again. I'm just buying it until Oscar, what's the new cool guy? Oscar
Isaac.
Yeah, Oscar Isaac is singing, and I'm like, she never knew that he loved her all those years ago in physics. This song's about her. She's not a nothing. You know what I mean? Like, as cheesy as it could be, still works. Fat Chris Pratt is in it, and he's like the bully who comes back to apologize, gets drunk, and,
Classic
still,
Pratt.
Still kind of a dick.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Got a couple drinks in him.
Yeah. I don't want to say what guy he reminds me of that used to do the show with us and you still do a podcast with, but there's a pure Davy Mack karaoke moment in it where the shirt comes off. So, again, it's one of those things that we get to do here at Sirius XM, having, in my opinion, some of this talent. Now, I will tell you there are some people complain about his interviews, but I always find him to be fascinating. I have no problem with a serious man.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I know a lot of people get turned off by serious
Where's the
people.
jokes?
Yeah. But I am a huge fan of his work. And all those movies I just ran off, and I didn't even get to the second part of his career.
Right.
I'll watch those movies over and over and over.
Yeah, he's incredible.
If Eyewitness was on this morning, I wouldn't come into work. Like, I can't make it in.
Hey, are you on your way
Is
in?
everything okay? No. I'm really locked up in this. I don't want to be some idiot who just tapes it and comes back and watches it later. But we got to stop the robots from killing and eating us all. They're going to.
They definitely are. I saw one a few days ago that's reading facial expressions.
Of course it
and
is.
it just knows what your emotions are. Once they know that, they'll know how to break us.
Yes, but the beauty for me is I lived a good life, unlike you young people. I lived a natural life.
We find the robots.
I've stood in the rain. I know what it feels like.
Before the machines.
Yes, I lived in a time before the machines where we were like, fuck, I forgot to check my answering machine for 3 weeks. Shit, Bill. We used to just call them bill blockers. Put on the bill blocker. A really amazing thing to get the chance to talk to this gentleman. Human premieres Sunday, June 28th, 9 o'clock on AMC. This is the legendary actor, William Hurt. One of America's greatest actors in studio with us, Mr. William Hurt. How are you, sir?
Hanging in. How are you?
You know, I was thinking about this with your show. I remember when science fiction used to take place 200 years in advance and 50 years in advance. Now science fiction feels like it's 10 minutes into the future. Isn't that a strange thing that's happened over our lifetime?
Yeah, exponentially increasing. Yeah, I think the only way to deal with it is to take a few quantum jumps.
Do you think?
I think it's possible. You just have to think of it like that. It's like go to some basic trigonometry and you'll be all right.
You know, so you feel like you're ready for this brave new world. Because I kind of feel like, in terms like Jules Verne, all the way back there, have warned us against robots. Before we even had any kind of complex machinery, we've always known somewhere we got to watch out for the robots.
I think you have to watch out for yourself.
Yeah.
I think you have to watch out for what you make them.
Right. Well, that's the thing about human beings is like just because we can make something, should we make it?
Well, Einstein, you know, he taught us that the atom could be split, but he didn't. He told us not to drop the bomb.
Right. And yet, once we get that bomb, right?
Children they do definitely play with toys.
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess the point is science fiction is always about human beings right from the beginning.
Yep. We made it. We make it.
We make it, how we deal with it. But it's very funny when I talk to the kids now and I explain to them anything from even the 1970s, they look at me as if I'm crazy. You know, they look
Maybe
at me.
you are.
Yeah, maybe I am.
To them.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at stuff like my father was born with a kerosene lamp. I was born with a light switch on the wall. My kids are born with 35,000 bytes per second. So, who's crazy?
Well,
there were times I looked at my father and I just thought, this chair is squeaking. That's unusual in a soundstage. I looked at him like he's not going to get it. And he didn't. He didn't get some of the things that I got because I was born when I was.
Yeah.
And my kids look at me and I can see the same look in their face. Sometimes they look at me like I'm not going to get it.
Well, that's the thing.
But I'm trying to get it.
Yeah. Parents are supposed to give advice to children based on their own experiences, and yet we've never had the experiences our children have had.
No. They're assuming different things because they're different. They're given different assumptions.
Right.
So they start with the assumptions that they make. Then they work backwards, like a lot of people do, and they find out who they really were.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we are raised somewhat by our friends and also the technology of the day.
Peers are your teachers.
Yeah. Peers are the people who set that tribal feeling for you, and your parents come in.
But there are tribes where, like in Hawaii, where the grandparents are expected to raise the grandchildren rather than have the parents raise the children because they know from their cultural wisdom that the parents, being the ones who have to go out and fight for a living, are going to impose their egos on the next generation too easily or be trapped by that. In the Aboriginal in Australia, a man isn't allowed to raise his own son. It's his brother who raises the son. So they understand those things, and some of those wisdoms are being forgotten, and it's getting us into some serious trouble.
Well, we have certainly, and we've also gotten away from extended family.
Right.
When I think of the enormous family that would come around when I was a kid compared to what my children got to experience.
What's your background?
I'm grew up outside of Philadelphia, Irish Catholic, and always had grandparents around and aunts and uncles and cousins. And then everybody of my generation kind of moved and went in different places. So, my kids have a tendency to Facebook with their cousins instead of almost be raised with them.
And they can sit across the coffee table from you and do it.
Yeah.
They'll all be looking down at their phones or whatever. You're trying to tell them a joke or engage them in conversation about current events, and then they'll sit there and ignore you, and then all of a sudden they all laugh together and you don't have a clue what it's about.
Right, yeah.
Because they're all in the Matrix.
Yeah, they are in it.
But, they talk about that as different planes. It was planes of existence. So the Matrix is one that hasn't got, what I think the former head of NSA was there's some guy, what's his name, Hegel? He was talking about the different topographies of battle and talking about new cyber spying and invasion, and that in the armed services they talk about the topography of digital world as being a one. There are no valleys, no mountains. You can't hide behind anything. So the tactics are completely different. You don't go to the high ground.
Sure,
it's all the same ground. So it's all the matrix. Matrix is flat and omnidirectional at the same time. So it's framed by a binary concept by inception, and it's also involving all of these dimensions that are reduced to the binary. You take a look at a picture made by Rembrandt. Basically, he was doing the same thing. He was taking multidimensional comprehension, and he was plastering that on a two-dimensional surface. Same thing is true of a computer. It's basically a two-dimensional surface upon which you're imposing understandings of other dimensions, and some people don't get that.
Sure. But then it also, if you're into it enough, it makes this world feel two-dimensional.
It makes this world feel odd. You're looking at it from a different point of view, and that's not a bad thing. That doesn't have to be a terrifying thing. That can be simply another addition to what we were thinking of anyway. The Lascaux caves were being drawn on by guys 12,000 years ago. It doesn't mean that movies are any different.
Yeah.
Or the comprehensions now are any different. What they were doing, they were playing with the idea of reorganizing understanding. And that's what we're doing now. And that's okay.
I just think of this, though. If you think back when you did the movie Smoke, which is a great New York movie because it's about
pictures also, the guy taking pictures.
Yeah, taking pictures and people gathering and your neighbors. And now I go to this coffee shop on 66th Street and I see people not talking to each other in the same neighborhood. They're talking to people on their phones.
They haven't learned how to use the technology yet. I mean, it's like the problem is the technology is so immature, or our use of it's so immature that we don't know how to use it to actually get together yet. And I think that's where we're uncomfortable with it, and so we're so absorbed with it in an addictive way, rather than in a comprehending way. You know.
That's it. We're always chasing it, aren't we?
Well, but people have to do that. They're upset that they aren't fast enough. They're upset that they're not, scooting along. It's like when I walked in the room, we got right to work. We didn't take 10 minutes. We didn't take 7 minutes to soften each other up. we just started talking.
Yeah.
And that was okay because you were direct right away about your questions, and those are topics I'm obviously interested in because the work I did. So that was the platform. Humans, this project we're talking about, where it's human beings dealing with, in a very visceral way, robotics and living computers and sentient ones even.
Sure.
And what's that mean?
Yeah, and the shared language and the shared emotions of that lifetime. I think the vast difference between me and my dad's generation was rock and roll. That was.
But I also asked you where you were from. You said you were from Philadelphia, and you're Irish. The whole thing, the Catholic. That tells me a lot.
Right.
I mean, this computer sitting here in this fleshy computer got a whole lot of information from that right away. And you're not sure that as much information is going to get translated from a computer to the next one.
Right.
By saying, by being able to refer, you knew what I meant.
Sure.
You were able to say something that I could relate to on lots of different levels. And that was important to me. And we immediately had a connection.
Right.
We understood whether we knew it or not, or experienced it. It was a thrilling bunch of connections because I'm a New Yorker and I know what it's like to be. But my buddies were Irish Catholics too.
Right.
And Jewish guys and black guys and so
those are defining things for people of our generation. I don't know whether they are for kids anymore. I don't know whether kids would.
It's very, very different. I mean, it's and I think we should be asking them more what they think.
Right.
I think we should be out there, going, excuse me, I know I'm a fuddy-duddy, but I have some questions for you. I was just reading an article this morning about these guys who work in serious administrative, authoritative jobs in major companies. When they're 62, 63 years old, they got vast amounts of experience. They do a great job for people. They don't know how to reorganize their telephone.
Sure.
So they have to ask the 23-year-old who isn't even in IT.
Yeah.
And the IT, and then the person, 23-year-olds, who scoots up and down with the carts, up down the lobby, is answering the question right away for them. So she's teaching the big executive the basics of how to get along in the world.
Yeah.
And that's a cool thing.
That is kind of.
As long as you have that corporate ability to do it, which is the big issue. Is Citizen United taking our rights away, or is it actually allowing us to say that a corporation is the new family structure? And that's a big question.
Yeah, it is. Well, in terms of.
You don't find those guys sitting around in coffee shops.
No, you don't. No, you don't at all. But from my point of view, that's always the interesting speech issue because, we came up thinking about freedom of speech as being a government issue.
Right.
And it's quickly become a corporate issue very quickly.
It's all about intellectual property. I mean, I used to think that the only two future zones of all were going to be bioengineering and intellectual property. Now it's just intellectual property. The contracts I sign make sure that one of the things I sign, this fine print that I don't read, usually no one else ever does, is that for me to get my paycheck, I got to sign away any right to challenge any byte, B-Y-T-E, of sight or sound in regards to that project in any dimension whatsoever in eternity throughout the universe.
Right.
Or in perpetuity throughout the universe. And if any discovery in the future, in any future, is made about either one of those two entities that makes them bigger than they're now held to be according to that space and time. So the time and space framework for the future, as far as intellectual property is concerned, is everywhere forever. And that's a big place to sign away your rights.
Sure.
You just signed away. You just signed off on your extinction.
Yeah, exactly. Because for you, even work that you've done could be re-put in.
If you want to Photoshop, if you want to take a picture of me picking my nose from somebody with an 800 millimeter camera on the street, and then you want to Photoshop that with a wonderful little old lady standing next to me on the street corner, and my picking my nose is a personal offense to her or was meant to do some sort of insult to her, you could do that.
Yeah.
Now you can take any images you want, manipulate them any way you want, and have anybody think what you want them to think, if they are naive enough not to challenge the assumption that you were manipulating the form in which the information was presented. But now that's happening. And so you have to ask yourself, is this believable or not?
Sure. All the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
And that's a skill that, we have to develop.
When you came up in this business, it was theater first for you, right?
It still is.
And
I think of it all as theater. I think of this as a medium of theater. I think it's all theater to me. It's all the art form of the theater, the basic principles of the theater, the principles in every one of its expressions. So that's just true of a movie as it is of stage work.
Well, I noticed that a lot of American actors aren't coming up in theater. A lot of the young guys.
They're hiring Brits because they got some skills.
Isn't that the funny thing?
Of course, it is. It's not so funny.
Yeah.
It's pretty sad.
Yeah. But
it's very sad and it's very wrong. And, you want to say, excuse me, please, America, don't be 27th on the learned list anymore. Be number one the same way you were number one on the GDP list. Put some money into educating people. Don't bring me in here and talk about how handsome I am or whatever it is, some crap like that. Value the fact that I went to school for a long time, which I did.
And learned each one of that, just stone by stone, pushing it.
That's right. Well,
and the British kids are still doing that.
It's because of the culture. So the important word is culture. And what does it mean? And does the culture have embedded in its organism, its healthy, natural organism over time, a respect and a knowledge for how essential it is to have an education, and how to keep working at that and have that be your life's work, to keep educating yourself, to keep at it.
Yes, that's the interesting thing, right? That it doesn't end at 22 years old.
Never. Socrates was right. The more you know, the less you know. The more you find out that you know less. And it's exciting. It's terrifying, but it's exciting. It's great.
Well, I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that in America, we put so much emphasis on result, right? Did you get your diploma? Did you do this?
Yeah, we're a little trapped by this illusion. We're sort of in a cake bubble here. We got contiguously benign borders, basically geographically speaking. Not now, of course. Now you have this other digital world, so nobody's safe there.
Right.
So that's a hard one and also systemically you have terrorism. You're going to have a systemic solution to a systemic problem. So those ideas of borders and boundaries are being challenged, but they're also still existing. So now the country state, the nation state, family ideas, those things are all still exist, but they're under assault by these new concepts, these new assumptions. Mm-hmm. And that's okay. We just have to let it, have some patience with ourselves. And I think America can, be caught in the cake bubble of its own illusions of itself and not be growing. You can have a couple of spigots that go in there that are, where you got a couple of tubes coming in, and one of the tubes is off to CNN maybe, and the other one's off to Fox or somebody, and they spew this vapor into the general audience that the general audience feels obligated to pay attention to and to believe. Because they don't have anything to compare it to or to challenge it with. But they have a right to and a responsibility to challenge it by informing themselves and letting the questions that come from that information develop a conscience in them where they can start to establish their own concepts of understanding of other people's situation. Other people exist.
Right.
And we need to know that. The ghetto that you're talking about, which was our favorite place when we were growing up.
Sure.
I lived in one. Was where those people intermingled. So you could go to Budapest before the Second World War, and you could go to your church on a Sunday, and then you could join after church in the coffee shops. And you could cross-pollinate all those cultures in the coffee shop and still go home to your ghetto. So you understood. You could be different and among. And that's all being smashed into one big melting pot now with this technology, and it's not an annihilative toy necessarily, but it can, and that's one of the reasons why you got people going nuts and shooting each other.
Well, because I think so much of it just takes place on the surface when you talk about Fox or CNN, and going back to what you said about theater.
They have good people. They have lots of good people. Sometimes the format is so showy, so entertaining that you forget that tragedy is happening, and it doesn't smell very good.
Well, because, and it's no fault of their own, but they're driven by ratings, and what do we do to get those eyeballs, and people are turning off if
you have to challenge the system that winning is the only thing that's That's important.
You know, early on, CNN would do reports from Pakistan, and they found out, people aren't watching it. We need to do something about the cereal making your children fatter.
I'm sorry, but you can give people what they want, but you might also give them what they really want, and you might also give them what they need. And you have to make that decision with your life.
William Hurt, it's so interesting to talk to you, my friend. I'm so glad that you stopped in here today. Humans is the new television show. And by the way, we never would have done this years ago. You going and starring in a British TV show that crossed over.
I'm so delighted to work in Britain. I'm so glad to work on it.
It's amazing how many shows come over now and how people are open to that. Humans premieres Sunday, June 28th, 9 o'clock on AMC. More information, go to AMC.com. Thank you so much, my friend.
You.
And thank you for all the great work over the years.
Thank you.